Corrado 3-litre engine in that. Now 13, which is compact. Now 28. it's still that really in car 13, second fastest in car 28 so really no change there. In fact, most of the competitors getting up for the morning and heading back to the paddock, so remaining on track. There only are a few cars still out there. Just wanting to get that little bit extra of track time, but well, our time screen only shows us 30 cars. There are more than 30 out there, but we'll see them a little later on for their qualifying session, which will follow our first race coming up very, very shortly indeed. Our BRSCC championship race yesterday. So first race for them this weekend, two from them over the weekend. This morning and one this afternoon, so a little bit more about that very, very shortly. But yeah, good morning Andy, obviously you are now in your commentary box.
Indeed, thank you Dave, yes, and as I say, apologies. I forgot to set the alarm last night, so I woke up for about an hour behind schedule, but managed to get here by the time the race started.
Yeah, so probably that qualifying practice session there, so nothing
interesting bunch of cars, wasn't there?
Yes, well, yes, we have, I think, we have commentated on them before here at Cadwell. They're not here that often.
No, did they come last year? During the,
I don't remember them last year. No,
the year before. Okay.
But we have
certainly seen them.
Yeah.
Did they not begin by starting one car at a time and doing that's what it was called, track attack club?
Well, I was discussing that with Janet yesterday, and that's time attack. That's time attack, isn't it? Which is that one lap sprint. So I was getting a little bit mixed up as well. This is racing, really just.
It's good when you get girls to keep it in order, isn't it? With memory and things like that. Well done, Janet. Thank you.
Yeah, we were at Croft last weekend and we had the Scottish Super Lap SLS, which was only the second time I've actually commentated on it, and that is a one-lap hit thing. You have an out lap, a flying lap, and then an in lap, which. Well, it's debatable whether it's entertaining for the spectators. Certainly, track time for the drivers, it's what they want. But as a spectacle, I'm not too sure yet. It's very popular in Scotland, and it came down. They were invited down to Croft last weekend by the Darlington District Motor Club.
Very cagey statement from you there.
Yeah. But you know, it certainly involves a lot of different classes, and there's a lot of entrants. So there's a full track.
Do they allow more than one on the track?
Yeah, they are.
More than 30-second gaps.
Yeah. Yes. At Knock Hill, they do intervals between cars, but at Croft last weekend, everybody was on, all the classes were on, but you are really trying to beat your nearest rival in your class. It's not an overall system where you're wanting to be the fastest overall. You want to be fastest in your class, take a class win in the final, and the slowest class, the least powerful class, could be the champion at the end of the year, not necessarily the out-and-out race cars that were in Class A, something like that.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 here at Cadwell Park for the British Racing and Sports Car Club's live race weekend here in Lincolnshire. We had some amazing racing yesterday. If you didn't catch it, you can catch all the action later on by looking on the YouTube channel. But here for today, more racing action and hopefully more of the same for some of that brilliant racing that we had for Saturday. More action from the Mazda MX-5s is coming up, as well as the Fiesta Championship, the STXR Challenge, and also the British Supercar Championship for their final 2 races of their regular 2021 season before the British Supercar Grand Prix. And also we're joined by the Track Attack Race Club and the racers going out for the first race of today, which we saw yesterday in qualifying, which is these guys. This is the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship for young drivers aged 14 to 16, 17 years old. These are the racing stars of the future in touring cars and in GTs, and even in the case of last year's champion Joseph Loke, maybe even British F4, but we'll wait and see. So you just see a shot of Deegan Fairclough's car. He's championship leader and pole sitter for the first race today. Alongside him on the front row of the grid is going to be his main rival in the championship, Jensen Brickley. Now these two have had the bulk of the wins so far this year. He took 2 wins at Alton Park and another win at Snetterton, but the rest of the victories have all been pretty much at the weight of Deegan Fairclough. So this is the main fight at the top. Third on the grid is Alex Lee, and he's in the Trade Price Cars livery car. He's been getting stronger, had a couple of podiums, looking pretty good. Alongside him in 4th place is Jake Triggs, the young Scotsman. He's had one of his best qualifying performances today as well. So the car's now heading out onto the grid. It's the first of 2 15-minute races here for today's action. So enough from me for a moment. It's time to hand over to our race commentator for the weekend, Andy McKeown, to take you through both the championship point standings and the grid for race 1.
Yes, thank you very much, Scott. A very noisy assembly area, which is just what we like to hear. The noise of racing cars in the Lincolnshire countryside ahead of a very, very busy day of racing. 15 races coming your way today from some of the best championships within the BRSCC roster. It's going to be a fantastic, fantastic day of racing. Before we get into this first race for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, let's take a look then, shall we, at how the rest of the day is going to look. Like I say, we're cramming an awful lot of racing action into the day, and even a qualifying session as well coming up in a little while. This Fiesta Junior Championship race will be over 15 minutes to kick off the day's action. Then we are into that one qualifying session for today, which is for the Track Attack Club. They're qualifying today because they weren't here yesterday. They've got all of their track action in one day. Then we've got the second race of the weekend for the Motorsport UK British Supercar Championship at about 10:40, and then the second race also for the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. They had a really entertaining race yesterday afternoon. The BRSCC Fiesta Senior Championship is up at 11:35 ahead of the second race for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Then it's the ETSL STXR Challenge at 12:40, and the Mark 1 BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship rounds out the morning's action, actually at 1:10 in the afternoon. Then after a very short lunch break, we're into another busy afternoon of racing. The supercars are back out at 2:30. The Track Attack Race Club have their first race at 2:55, followed by another Fiesta Junior race, another MX-5 Super Cup race, their third of the weekend. Likewise, the third race for the Fiesta Seniors, the second for the STXR Challenge. Then it's the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s at 5:30 and the Track Attack Race Club at 6:05. Fiesta Juniors then on the grid. They've been out twice already this weekend, once for a pre-practice session, once for qualifying yesterday, but this is their first race. Coming into the weekend, this is how the championship looks. Once the drivers' 2 worst scores have been deducted, Deegan Fairclough has a fairly significant championship lead, 307 points for Deegan. Jensen Brickley on 281 though, still very much within striking distance if Deegan were to have a poor weekend. Sid Smith is there in third ahead of James Wallace and Alex Lee, rounding out that top 5. Deegan Fairclough and Jensen Brickley have done all of the winning so far this year. Fairclough has 5 victories to his credit. The other 3 races that he didn't win were all won by Jensen Brickley, that being a pair of victories for Brickley at Alton Park and a victory in the second of 4 races at Snetterton last time out. Brickley won it, and Fairclough actually had his first non-finish of the season, so that 0-point score for Fairclough becomes one of his drop scores coming into this weekend. Cars then head out onto the green flag lap. Let's have a look, shall we, at how they're going to line up then for the first of 2 15-minute races here today. Deegan Fairclough on pole position with Jensen Brickley alongside him, so the stage is set nicely, isn't it, with the top 2 in the championship sharing the front row of the grid. Alex Lee had a strong qualifying session yesterday to qualify third, alongside Jake Triggs on row 2. Sid Smith is a fifth on the grid, ahead of Harry Garman. Then it's Albert Webster and Archie Handy getting quicker as the season goes on, in 8th position. Then on the 5th row, Joseph Knight and James Wallace together. Daniel Lewis and James Pope are there on row 6. And Jake Maynard, I'm afraid, I don't think is taking the start. He certainly hadn't made it to the assembly area ahead of the race. I was just out there now and he wasn't there. He stopped in qualifying yesterday, having posted just one lap, and that's because he went off coming through Charlie's and headbutted the tyre barriers. It looks as though maybe there was too much damage done, so the 18 car is a non-starter. So that is how the grid will line up then. Deacon Fairclough and Jensen Brickley, as I said, with all of the race victories. But it has been a competitive season, actually. We've had 7 different drivers scoring podium finishes over the course of the year. Obviously, Fairclough and Brickley making up the bulk of those, but there have been 3 podiums for Sid Smith, also 3 for James Wallace, 2 second-place finishes for Alex Lee, 1 at Croft and 1 at Alton Park, 2 third-place finishes for Jake Maynard, and a 3rd place for Joseph Knight at the season opener. So lots of drivers have had podium potential. All of our top 3 drivers on the grid for this race, though, have scored that first podium of the season. The highest placed man on the grid that hasn't is Jake Triggs, who starts 4th on the grid. So Jake Triggs in the black and orange number 80 car has a good chance maybe to get his first podium of the season. He's running 8th place in the championship on 180 points, so it puts him only about 26 points away from the top 5 in the championship, which would not be a bad effort at all. So this championship, one of only a couple of junior championships, long circuit championships anyway, in the UK, and it is a brilliant opportunity for teenagers to get out there on a racetrack and start off their circuit racing career. It is easy to forget, though, sometimes that these are all drivers under the age of 17, between the ages of 14 and 17, and some of them had never driven a car until the start of the season at all, be that on a road or a track or private land, and here they are racing on one of the most challenging race circuits in the country, Cadwell Park, the Nürburgring of the United Kingdom, as it's called. It is narrow, it is fast, it is bumpy, off camber, very undulating, and very unforgiving. There are no tarmac runoff areas here, no gravel traps even at Cadwell Park, apart from a small one down at Mansfield. But if you go off here, you're going to be on the grass, and then there are Armco barriers and tyre walls looming very, very closely indeed. So you've got to really be on your toes around here to make sure you get to the end of the race in one piece. Deacon Fairclough on pole position then in the silver and red car. On our right, to his left, his championship rival Jensen Brickley. And we are getting set to go racing then. 26 points between them in the championship, nothing between them though at all as they accelerate off the line, and we get the day of racing underway. But Fairclough is going to snatch the advantage going towards turn number 1. Brickley slots into second, side by side indeed, 3 wide further back there, as up the middle of the grid goes the AM liveried car of Albert Webster, trying to make some progress into the first corner at Coppice, and then out the other side into Charlie's. 1 car up the curb there, that's getting a little bit tight as they make their way around the double right-hander. That looks like Alex Lee is dropping back a little bit after not a great start there in the number 76 car, and he's actually got Sid Smith behind him. Sid Smith's also lost a position or 2 in the first couple of corners, so quite a bit of shuffling there behind the leading 2 or 3 who are starting to make a break already. Over the top of the hill on the Park straight into Park corner itself, top 2 nose to tail. Sid Smith on the outside there with Archie Handy up the inside now. So another place being lost for Sid Smith, who is 3rd in the points. He's been on the podium 3 times this year, yet to win a race, and unfortunately that doesn't look like changing in this one, does it? Oh, Fairclough and Brickley both sideways through the gooseneck. That was some lovely car control, but that was a pretty scary moment there for the leading 2. And an even more scary moment further behind, and that is the 75 car that's got off of Harry Garman after a really good start. Harry's got it all wrong coming out of the gooseneck and into Mansfield, and ends up a long way off the road. He rejoins a long way behind the rest of the pack as well in last place, but he's lucky to still be in the race after going off there. So dramatic stuff then on the opening half a lap as these junior drivers all try to get some heat into the rear tyres of these front wheel drive Ford Fiesta STs. And they are certainly going to be dealing with a little bit of oversteer through some of the high-speed corners in the first lap or so. It's a lot cooler this morning than it was yesterday. So track temperature a lot lower. That means it's going to take them a lap or two just to get those tyres into the ideal operating window. And until they get there, they're going to be a little bit leery, as unfortunately Harry Garman has already discovered. So through at the end of lap 1 we go then. Fairclough with the lead, Brickley second, 3/4 of a second near enough behind him. Jake Triggs has come through from 4th into 3rd. So Jake Triggs looking for his first podium in the championship. Is there, look, the black and orange car in 3rd. Then it's Albert Webster and Alex Lee fighting over 4th place. Then a gap back to Archie Handy, 6th, the pink and grey car. Sid Smith right behind him. And then the 260 is James Wallace. They're the 3 cars in the middle of your shot now, heading up the park straight, which is not straight. And as you can see, goes through a big compression in the middle of it and then climbs back up over the crest again. Smith's going to have a look to the inside there of Handy. But Handy shuts the door in front of the Green Recycling sponsored car. Through Park and back through Chris Curve now, this never-ending right-hander. The leaders again using all the track and a little bit more through the gooseneck. Look at the way the cars fishtail around on cold rear tyres, and Archie Handy is very, very sideways again, catches it wonderfully, but that opens the door for Sid Smith on the inside, and there's contact. Handy off the road. That must have been Wallace then that got into the back of him. Now Archie has carried on, so has Wallace. There's damage to the left front corner of Wallace's car and damage to the rear right, and I think the front end possibly of Handy's machine. That then allows Joseph Knight to come up and challenge, but he doesn't quite go around the outside there through the mountain. That was really dramatic stuff, and it was all triggered by that sideways moment for Archie Handy. It slowed him and the 2 cars behind him down, and both Smith and Wallace saw the opportunity to try and get past him. Smith did it cleanly, Wallace less so though, and unfortunately it's poor old Archie Handy, who's had a bit of an unlucky season in general, who ends up losing out. So Archie Handy, who is another driver still looking for a podium, in fact I think I'm right to say still looking for a top 5 this season. Started his season off with a big shunt in practice, actually I think it was, rather than qualifying at Croft at the season opener. Team did a great job to get the car repaired, and he's been learning as the season's gone on. Looked as though he'd unlocked some real performance this weekend, but now has it all to do again from the back of the pack. We are getting, by the way, a safety car. The safety car is coming out. Now, everybody made it through to the end of that previous lap. So I'm not entirely sure what the safety car is for, unless somebody's gone off in the first part of this lap, but the field should be seeing some yellow flags. At least the timing screen is telling me there's a safety car. Let's see if we can spot a marshal's post. That, of course, is the cue that the drivers are looking for. Yeah, they've definitely slowed down, and I can just see a yellow flag in the top right corner of the screen. So the safety car is being deployed then. But why? I can't tell you, I'm afraid. Looked as though all of the leaders were there. Have we lost Harry Garman, maybe? He was the straggler, wasn't he, after his lap 1 off, but we saw he continued. Everybody continued from the collision down at Mansfield on the previous lap. So I'm not 100% sure what the reason for the safety car is, but it's a shame because it is only a 15-minute race this. We were already a third of the way through, 5 minutes having elapsed. Now the field brought under the control, or there will be shortly brought under the control of the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar BRSCC safety car. So the timing tower is also now going a bit funny because it's telling us that Deegan Fairclough is a lap down, which is not the case because he's right there, the grey and red number 87 car. So Fairclough is leading. I think everybody is there. The only one I haven't seen in the last couple of minutes is Harry Garman, but he was some way... No, there, that's Garman, I think, there, isn't it? So, as far as I can see, everyone present and correct. We should have 12 cars coming across the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, all of them are there, and maybe there's some debris then that needs recovering. That must be it as a result of the collision perhaps down at Mansfield. And yeah, we believe there might be a little bit of Ford Fiesta that needs to be retrieved from a slightly dangerous position, so the marshals will be dealing with that as soon as they can. Hopefully though, if there's not a car that needs moving, it should be a fairly quick turnaround here, and we should be able to get the race underway again fairly quickly. Yeah, so all 12 of them are most definitely still there. good news. We haven't lost anyone. This is actually quite good news, isn't it, for Handy and Garmin, the two that had fallen to the back of the pack, because they get to close back in again. And if it's a quick safety car, then they're going to have plenty of time still, half the race or so, to try and regain some of the positions they lost. So Fairclough then leads the way. Jensen Brickley had been falling back from him slightly. He's obviously that 2.1 second gap that's showing on the timing screen is a little bit false because they'd all backed off long before they got to the start-finish line, but it was getting up towards about a second or so before the safety car came out. So Fairclough seems to have the pace advantage. Deegan qualified on pole yesterday by 0.4 of a second, but we commented towards the end of the session that he was still really pushing hard, bouncing off the grass in a few pretty sketchy parts of the circuit. This was one of them, going through the gooseneck, and we were sort of posing the question, why is he pushing so hard when he's already got pole position by a couple of tenths of a second? Well, the reason, I was told by his family who were stood waiting in the assembly area just now, the reason that he was still pushing hard is that his pit board was telling him he was in P2. And he wasn't. He was in P1 for most of the session. So as far as he was concerned, he had to keep pushing to try and get pole position, but he already had it pretty much in the bag. It was spectacular to watch, though. And Deegan apparently really enjoys this Cadwell Park circuit, even though it's not been kind to him in the past. It's their third time attempting to race here in various series. The first time in Fiesta Juniors, but they've tried to race at Cadwell Park a couple of other times in other series, and he's never once made it to the start of the race, having had accidents in practice and qualifying beforehand. Thankfully avoided that so far, and maybe he's about to win on his first ever attempt at Cadwell Park. Well, he's 6.5 minutes away from doing it, and the RunYourFleet.com safety car is heading into the pit lane. So it is going to be a quick turnaround, and we're going to go racing once again with just under half of the race to go. And Deegan Fairclough now has a safety car restart to deal with. He's not new to this, though. There's been a couple of these this year already, and he's going to try and put the hammer down and get away from Jensen Brickley, who, of course, has the exact opposite idea. He's going to try and stay right on the rear bumper of the championship leader's car, and if possible, get ahead of him to try and do something about shrinking that gap at the top of the point standings. So the race back underway then. Green flags waving once more at Cadwell Park as the field pours into Coppice, and Brickley, I think, knows, doesn't he, that he has to attack straight away. He's got this lap to try and unsettle Fairclough before Deegan sort of settles into his rhythm and pulls away again. So expect a challenge as they get towards the top end of the park straight. You can see that Brickley is quite close to Fairclough, as those two already are gapping the rest of the field, as they did on the opening lap of the race. Jensen Brickley going up the inside line. There is a challenge for the lead. There's almost contact, and Jensen Brickley has gone through. He somehow gets the car stopped. He had to do it there, though, before Fairclough was able to build that margin, and that is exactly what he managed to do. So now we have a race on our hands, because Deegan Fairclough has been the quicker of the two this weekend, but track position is so important here at Cadwell Park. It is not easy to overtake, and that's what makes that overtake even more impressive. In fairness, full credit to Deegan for seeing that coming and sort of sidestepping out of the way. If he'd have turned into the corner there, as he was almost about to do, there would definitely have been contact, but he reacted well to Brickley's dive bomb and managed to avoid side-to-side contact. So dive bomb, it was still a legitimate move, though, because Brickley did get the car stopped for the corner. It's not like he ran too wide on the exit, so a clean move on the aggressive side. Side-by-side here is more aggressive. Side-by-side into more bends doesn't often work. That was the purple car of James Pope trying to gain ground. There is now contact between the top two, though, as Fairclough is up the inside into the hairpin. Jensen Brickley, though, slams the door in his face going into barn. Now, that was a bit too aggressive, in my opinion. The hairpin is a hard place to overtake, but once someone's up the inside of you, you cannot turn into them in a straight line. So now there's going to be a bit more needle building between these two. Across the line they go. Then we've got 4.25 minutes to go. Brickley the leader, Fairclough second. Jake Triggs is rubbing his hands with glee here. Jake already on for his first ever podium in the championship, and now the two drivers ahead of him are starting to get into each other a little bit. It's allowing him to close in, and if they take each other off completely, it could end up inheriting the race victory. Sideways for Brickley coming out of Charlie's. That's not going to help his run up the Park straight, so surely Deegan Fairclough is going to try and have a go again here, heading into Park Corner. This is where he lost the lead a lap ago. Has he learnt from that now? Can he do what Brickley did to him a lap ago? He's going to try it. He's going to look to the inside, but he's not quite late enough on the brakes. Brilliant racing between the two of them. Just another wheel in the dirt there for Brickley, but he gets away with it. Through Chris Curve, then down towards the gooseneck for the 6th time. It's Archie Handy there at the inside of James Pope, trying to get 10th place away. Leaders out of the gooseneck, though, again, a little bit loose there for Brickley. He's pushing hard, trying to pull the pin and get away, but he's not succeeding in doing so at the moment, is he? And of course, the harder he pushes, the more mistakes he's likely to make. Speaking of mistakes, that was a big one for Albert Webster in 4th position in the background. That might cost him that 4th place. It is going to, isn't it? They're side by side towards us. Alex Lee goes through. Alex, whose name I was apparently getting wrong for the first time this season yesterday. It was Alex Lee. But Alex, who's got some good backing and some good support here this weekend as ever, has just moved into 4th position. His team will be happy about that. So they head up through the Hall Bends. The leaders are at the hairpin already, not side by side this time, so Brickley hanging on to the lead. Fairclough in 2nd place will not want to let him get away though. There's Albert Webster trying to get back up the inside of Alex Lee, and he's done it into Barn Corner. That was good racing. And now Lee is going to be delayed on the exit, so Sid Smith sees a chance to get up the inside. So side by side then now for 5th position. Lee on the right, Smith on the left as we look at it, and then right behind them is the 260 of James Wallace trying to find a gap to benefit from as well. And actually he ends up getting ahead of Sid Smith, much to the pleasure of that spectator watching to the side of the track there. So all changed then. Webster stays 4th, but Sid Smith into 5th, Wallace 6th. Sorry, no, start that again. Lee in 5th, Wallace 6th, and then Sid Smith, who was 5th at the line, is 7th by the time they get out to the first corner. So up the hill they go then for what should be the penultimate time then, just under 2 minutes left on the clock. Webster now defending from Alex Lee as they go into Park Corner. Lee on the outside, got to be careful not to get shuffled out though and leave the door open for James Wallace behind him. They're all stacking up and bringing the 88 of Joseph Knight into this as well. So it's now a 5-way fight. They're the leading 2, dropping Jake Triggs again now slightly, but Jake will be happy with this 3rd place. The real battle is the one going on behind. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, almost 9th place as well, in the shape of Daniel Lewis. Closing in, Lee up the inside there into Mansfield of Albert Webster, who for the 2nd lap in a row is on the grass coming out of the left-hander, and this time he could lose more than one position. Through already has gone the 76 car of Lee, and Wallace will go past as well. Can Sid Smith make a move? No, not into the mountain. Coming out of the mountain there, Alex Lee was a little bit scrappy, and so Wallace is up the inside, but on the grass. Lee is closing the door. Bits of trim go flying. It's getting a bit touchy-feely out there. You would not think that, for the most part anyway, these drivers are competing in their first ever race at Cadwell Park. You'd think they were racing veterans the way they're going about this. This is proper stuff, and really, really close quarters racing. Oh, that's a shame. That's Knight out. Now, he was a part of that battle until he pulled off by the looks of it at the top of the mountain. Not entirely sure what's happened there. I didn't see any contact. So maybe a mechanical failure just as he was starting to get stuck in. So on to the final lap of the race then. Jensen Brickley's got a 7/10 of a second cushion over Deegan Fairclough at the front there, then 2.8 seconds further ahead of Jake Triggs. So you're not missing anything at the head of the field. This is definitely the battle we need to be following then. Alex Lee in 4th, 5th position for James Wallace, who started 10th on the grid, the all-white car there, 2nd in line. Then Albert Webster 6th and Sid Smith in 7th. Smith is the one that needs to make progress really, because he is 3rd in the championship and losing big points now to Brickley and Fairclough out in front. 2 by 2 they come. To the outside goes Wallace. He's trying to go right round the outside of Alex Lee. Gets elbowed out onto the grass. That was always going to happen. And he's going to have to settle back in line before Webster and Smith get up the inside of him. Through Chris Curve towards the gooseneck for the final time then. Still an opportunity or 2 left to try and overtake. A good run through the gooseneck is critical. Do they all get through cleanly? Just about. Archie Handy is catching this little gaggle now. It's a shame the race isn't another 5 minutes longer for him, isn't it? Because then he might well have been able to gain a few more positions. Out of Mansfield they go, and actually Handy, as I say that, there's a little bit of rally crossing coming out of the left-hander. Already a damaged front end of that car, of course, after his contact in the early stages. As this lot head through the mountain, though, the race leaders are heading through the Hall Bends for the final time. And there are yellow flags, of course, because of this Joseph Knight car. There are the race leaders, though, and Brickley is on the grass. Fairclough sees a chance to get up the inside at Barn Corner. There's going to be a little bit of contact. This is going to be a drag race to the line. Oh, there's more contact, and they're both in the barriers. I don't believe it. Brickley is off into the barriers on the other side. Goes Deegan Fairclough, and here comes 3rd place. It's going to be a drag race to the line, but not between the drivers we expected. Jake Triggs gets his first ever victory in the BRSCC Ford Fiesta Junior Championship, his first podium in the championship as the championship rivals tangle at the final corner. That was the most astonishing finish to the race, and there will be definitely a discussion between Brickley and Fairclough after that one. That was incredible. Jake Triggs gets the race victory. Brickley 2nd, Fairclough 3rd after contact at the last corner, and you could see that coming after the contact at that part of the circuit a few minutes earlier. Neither of them were going to give in, and when Brickley made the mistake, Fairclough saw a gap on the inside. They made contact, and the rest was history. Into the barriers on one side went Brickley, Fairclough went back across the other way into the wall, and Jake Triggs managed to weave his way through to steal the victory on the line. Wow, well, that has woken us all up here this morning. What a brilliant start to the day. A shame that it ended in contact though, because the driving standards this year have been excellent. We've seen some really good but really clean racing, and yeah, now Brickley and Fairclough are having a bit of a discussion here, aren't they? Jake Triggs is celebrating, but we could do with seeing the cars behind, because there is definitely a debate going on here between the two championship contenders, who for most of that race were battling for the race win. Of course, Fairclough will say that the aggressor on the first occasion was Brickley, so Deegan sort of owed him one, but that isn't really how it works ultimately. If you feel that you've been hard done by on track, you can't really take matters into your own hands. You have to leave it to the clerk of the course to settle it. To be a fly on the wall in that conversation, which will inevitably be taking place after the race. But what a dramatic start to the day's proceedings. Joseph Knight wasn't a part of it in the end, unfortunately, his car pulling off over the top of the mountain. But wow, it is Jake Triggs who manages to get his first victory in the championship. The fastest lap, by the way, went to Deegan Fairclough, as did pole position, so he gets all of the bonus points, 2 for the fastest lap and 1 for qualifying on pole position. Fantastic stuff though, certainly very entertaining, if a little bit more robust than it probably needed to be. But anyway, we'll have plenty of time to chat to those drivers, because of course Brickley and Fairclough, they still finished on the podium. So Scott Woodward is going to have quite an interesting couple of interviews to conduct after this race. We've got plenty of time to do them, Scott, as well, because we're into a qualifying session next for the Track Attack Race Club, so no particular hurry to get back to the track action. We'll make sure that we get all of the information out of those drivers that we need to. And Scott, I think, is a little bit nervously waiting down at the podium now, but this is going to be a fantastic... Well, fantastic for us set of interviews. The drivers perhaps might not enjoy it quite so much. So to recap the result then, Jake Triggs gets the victory, Jensen Brickley second, Deegan Fairclough third, Alex Lee is fourth, fifth position goes the way of James Wallace, having started 10th on the grid, sixth for Albert Webster, who was up and down like the proverbial yo-yo in that race, wasn't he? Sid Smith likewise really ended up in 7th. He still ends up losing quite a few points there to Brickley and Fairclough despite their collision at the end. Archie Handy is 8th, 9th place then for Harry Garman, and rounding out the top 10 was the number 19 of Daniel Lewis, with James Pope, the last of the finishers, Joseph Knight, in the end the only non-finisher, and that is his car being dragged unceremoniously across the track. So the spectators that have made their way here to Cadwell Park this morning have been treated to a brilliant opening race, and the good news is we get to do that all again later on, because the Fiesta Juniors have 2 races today, one this morning, which we've just seen, and one at about 3:25 this afternoon. So hopefully they'll have all calmed down and kissed and made up by then, and we can hopefully have another really entertaining race with a little bit less of the argy-bargy. So as we await, so we might have to wait a few minutes here for the drivers to make their way down there, because I think they'll probably be having a discussion out in Parc Ferme. Explained this yesterday, but for those who aren't familiar with the layout of Cadwell Park, Parc Ferme is actually not where the podium is, so the drivers have to pull up in Parc Ferme, have their post-race discussions, which always happen, whether they're positive or otherwise, and then traipse down the hill to the podium. So there is a small delay in getting people down there, but when they do get there, Scott Woodward will be having a word with them. Just to sort of tee up what the next on-track session is, it is a qualifying session for the Track Attack Race Club. As I said, that's a qualifying session that will set the grid for their first race, which isn't until this afternoon at 5 to 3, and then they will round out the racing action. That will be a 15-minute qualifying session, but after that we are racing all the way through the rest of the day, with another 14 races coming your way here from Cadwell Park, one of this whole host of live streamed BRSCC events. There are plenty more still coming later on in the season. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing so far today, and I think you probably are, then do head over to the BRSCC website and social media pages for information on the rest of the live stream schedule for the season. With lots more of these championships, the ones we're seeing here today, but also lots of other BRSCC championships set to take centre stage. And it is a brilliant way of bringing British club-level motorsport at its very best to people that wouldn't otherwise have the opportunity to watch it. The UK really does have some of the highest quality club-level championships, and we are seeing, as Scott sort of touched upon there in his intro, we're seeing a lot of drivers these days progressing through a lot of these BRSCC championships to go on and achieve bigger and better things in UK and indeed international motorsport. And as he said, we've had champions in this series going on to achieve big things, and the same true of a lot of the other championships we'll see today, things like the BMW Compact Cup, the Mazda MX-5 championships as well. So as the recovery process is ongoing, I think there might be a bit of barrier damage there from Archie Handy's off in the early stages as well. Let's remind ourselves of what's coming up, certainly for the rest of the morning here at Cadwell Park, as we wait for the drivers to make their way to that podium. The Fiesta Juniors then have just been out. The Track Attack Club qualifying session up next. Then the Motorsport UK British Supercar Championship have their second race of the weekend. Their first yesterday was very entertaining. Looking forward to that. The Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup have their second and final race at 11:05. And then the Fiesta Seniors are out at 11:35. That was another one of the highlights yesterday as well, so that should be another entertaining 20-minute race. The Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship is up at 12:05. That's their middle of three races. Again, they raced yesterday. The ETSL STXR Challenge at 12:40. Then the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 Championship rounds out the first part of the day. Then everyone will head off for a bite to eat, and we'll reconvene again at around about 2:30 for the afternoon's action, which again is started by the British Supercar Championship, the Track Attack Race Club next. Fiesta Juniors have their second race, if they've all caught their breath after that first one, at 3:25. Then we get into the sort of final races of the day for the other championships. The MX-5 Super Cup at 3:55, the Fiesta Seniors at 4:30, 5 o'clock for the ETSL STXR Challenge, 5:30 for the Mark 1 Mazda MX-5 Championship, and the Track Attack Race Club, which is the only group of drivers here not fighting for a championship, because they are just a series of races for Track Attack, so no points to worry about, but lots of different classes, lots of really interesting cars and drivers as well that will be out at the end of the day. That race scheduled to start at 6:05. So we're still waiting, perhaps unsurprisingly, for the Fiesta Junior Championships to finish debating who did what to who on that last lap. And the walk down to the podium will be a fairly frosty one, you'd have to imagine. Let's see if we can just have a look at what this does to the points then, because of course 50 points for the win will go to Jake Triggs, and let's not forget that in all of this. Jake Triggs, I don't think he raced at the second part of the Snetterton event last time. It was a double header at Snetterton with 2 races on the Saturday and then another 2 on the Sunday with a separate qualifying session. He finished both of the Saturday races but didn't score in the 2 Sunday races, so what a way to bounce back here with a race victory and his first ever podium. So the 50 points go to him. Jensen Brickley in second place will get 46. So Brickley is going to take a little bit out of Fairclough's lead, because Deegan will score 42 for finishing in third, plus those 3 bonus points, so actually 45. So in the end, it is only 1 extra point being scored by Brickley over Fairclough. So the gap comes down by a solitary championship point in the end. We are hearing, by the way, that we're not going to get a podium, unfortunately, after that Fiesta Junior race. We've hung on as long as we can, but they just won't agree on who was at fault for the contact. So they may make their way down there at some point during this qualifying session, in which case we will have a word with them then. But we may instead have to focus our attentions on the on-track activity, which is about to resume. The spectators gathering outside the Clubhouse Cafe there at the top of the mountain. And I think many of them trying to catch up on the live stream to see exactly what happened in that race. Understandably, the the incident is generating a lot of discussion on the YouTube chat, but good to see you all getting involved and expressing your opinions about the racing that we've just seen. Racing and crashing, unfortunately, that we saw a little bit of there, but with young drivers, all with a point to prove, and especially those two fighting for a championship, I guess there was always the risk that it might boil over a little bit.
The Deutsche Marks Cup, the 206 GTI Cup, the TT Challenge, Classic VW Cup. All these at some point race within this track attack race club. So we've got Renault Clios, we've got Corrados, VW Corrados, Mazda MX-5.
So, now that's Deegan Fairclough, and Deegan Fairclough's not very happy looking mum. So that is a driver, at least. Not necessarily a driver that's going to be too willing to talk, and possibly a driver that's marching off to the clerk of the courses office instead, but I did wonder whether maybe that was a sign that we're going to get to chat to one or two of them, but I'm not entirely sure where Deegan... yes, they're heading down to the clerk of the courses office, which of course is located, we can see it on screen actually, the little tower just to the right of shot, which has the circuit commentators box, the timekeepers are in there, and the clerk of the course as well. So it's not just a very fancy broom cupboard, it is actually sort of the control centre really for the Cadwell Park circuit. And in a moment or two you can see actually an orange blob, which is a marshal, walking Deegan Fairclough down the hill to the clerk of the courses office. So that is where our championship leader is, not heading to the podium unfortunately, but heading for a chat with the, you can just see them there, just to the left of shot at the top of the hill, walking down there to have a chat, and we'll update you later on today as to whether or not there are going to be any repercussions from that. I'm sure there will be penalties, but to whom and what kind of penalty that will be, I'm not too sure. Anyway, whilst we continue to speculate, why don't we get the thoughts of Scott Woodwis, who I'm sure was watching on just as excitedly as we were when that race was happening. Scott, what did you make of that?
Well, energetic end to that first race of the day. Of course, it might have to be decided in the steward's room, but we'll let them decide that. Just going out on circuit now is our qualifying session for the Track Attack Race Club. This is a collective of series of championships which caters to French, German and Japanese cars. Some brilliant variety, including also the classic VW Cup, which has some magnificent old VWs, including a quite familiar face, but we've also got in the field ex-BTCC star Dave Pinkney in his original VW Vento VR6. You can tell it's his car from the pink graphics on the front end of that white machine. Plenty of cars in here. We've got Peugeot 206s, Renault Clios, Honda Civics. There's also a car that come through which is the Renault 5 GT Turbo. That's from David Clark. That is an absolute rocket ship in a straight line. One car to watch out for. Certainly, if he gets a chance, we'll definitely want in contention for pole position. Audi TTs in the mix. We've got Nick Sanderson, an ex-Fiesta racer, who's in the Seat Super Copper, and the BMW Z3 and many other cars in the mix as well. So as they head out for their qualifying session, let's hand back to Andy McKeown, who can talk you through all the action and some of the classes and some of the cars in this brilliant little series here at Cadwell Park.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. There are a lot of one-make series racing with us here this weekend. In fact, all of the other championships racing this weekend are one-make series, so it's nice to have a little bit of variety here in the shape of the Track Attack Race Club, who make a guest appearance here with the BRSCC. The Track Attack Race Club basically offer a range of series rather than championships. They don't score points, it's just sort of one-by-one races. And they aim to offer affordable racing for production spec and modified cars, basically. So you've got a mix of both here, and they do this across a number of different series. So they've got some one-make series, things like the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup, for example, the classic VW Cup, but then they also have their multi-marks series, which is for literally any tin-top car, essentially, hatchback, sports, coupe or saloon car. They've got their Deutsche Mark series for German cars, the Nippon Challenge, which is for Japanese and Asian cars, and the Tricolor Trophy, which is very popular. There are many races within the Tricolor Trophy here this weekend for French manufactured cars. by the likes of Citroën, Peugeot and Renault. So we have a mix of these series racing with us here this weekend, and the majority of them are these sort of hot hatch type cars, but some of the more modified versions are very, very rapid indeed. A number of them were actually out in a free practice session a little bit earlier on today, just getting a little bit of extra track time, but this is their first competitively timed session, which will set the grid for that first race. So drivers then have headed out of the assembly area straight onto a flying lap, because the assembly area is up at the top of the mountain near my commentary position. They then head through the Hall Bends, through the hairpin and barn corner, and immediately onto a flying lap. So already we're starting to get some times in, but not necessarily the sort of times that we'll be looking at the end of the session. They should be able to get quicker and quicker as they get a bit more heat into the tyres. But at the moment it is the 111 car which is fastest. That's the Hockley Honda Civic. And the Civics, there are a couple of Civics racing actually here this weekend, and that 111 car, just pulling up the entry list, is the fastest at the time being, and it's Hockley's been a front runner actually all season long in that Honda Civic. And yeah, the 111 car of Rich Hockley, a name that many of you will be familiar with. He's been racing Honda Civics in a few different championships for a while. Others that are likely to be quick then, you've got Ken Lark in the brilliant 3-litre VW Corrado, which makes a brilliant noise and is also extremely quick. There is the car, by the way. That is fastest so far, Rich Hockley, the blue Honda Civic, heading through the mountain up towards the Hall Bends. Got a bit of traffic there to deal with. That's the 38 Renault Clio of Simon Smith in the Tricolour Trophy. Hockley, of course, not running in the Tricolour Trophy. He is part of... Well, actually, there's a car off in the barriers, so we'll get to that in a moment. Who was that in the wall at the hairpin? I was distracted by the fact that Rich Hockley is actually listed as a Tricolour Trophy car, even though a Honda Civic most definitely isn't a French car. That is a French car, though, which has been in the wall. That was Sam Watley in his Peugeot 206 GTI. But there are rector-cell barriers up there at the hairpin, which have cushioned the blow, I think, a little bit for him. So... yeah, I would love to know why Rich Hockley is being listed as a Class A runner in the Tricolour Trophy. That is a question that I'll try and find an answer to before we go racing this afternoon. But anyway, he is fastest. Jumping into second place, actually, just having gone across the line, is the red BMW Compact. There it is, just coming through Charlie's, of David Sheed, number 13. That's a 3.2-litre BMW Compact, a little bit faster than those we see racing in the Compact Cup a bit later on. And David Sheed was one of the faster drivers in the practice session earlier on. There he is going into Park Corner. He was the next one on my list of drivers to watch, I was about to mention, before Sam Watley went off the hairpin. Ducks up the inside there of another one of the Renault Clios. That's the slightly newer shaped Gerard Merriman car. But the red BMW pushing hard then. So Rich Hockley still fastest, Sheed second, the Corrado of Lark is third, and then you've got one of the VW Golfs in fourth place. That's the number 6 of Chris Adams. Rounding out the top 5 at the moment, number 11 is Michael Bland's Peugeot 306. But let's keep following David Sheed, see what he can do on this lap then. He is 1 second slower than Rich Hockley at the moment. Now the timing tower on the left is showing the driver's most recent lap times, and you can see that at the top of the times now we do have a new car. It's car number 6, Chris Adams, who's just got across the start-finish line. The VW Golf has now set a time of 1 minute 44.313, so that is now fast enough for pole position. But can David Sheed perhaps beat him? We've also had an improvement to third position for the number 96. That is David Mycock, who has jumped up onto the second row of the grid. But Sheed, now 5 seconds off pole position, is about to come through and set another lap time. There he goes, then the BMW across the start-finish line. Should improve on a 46. Yes, he does. Jumped into third position then, so ahead of Mycock to third place for a 145.158. Hockley, by the way, has also gone back to pole position whilst all that was going on. So Rich Hockley with a 141.548 in the blue 111 Honda Civic has now gone faster than anybody else by a big way as well. 2.7 seconds is the margin between Hockley and Adams. It's down through the gooseneck come And there comes Rich Hockley at the top of the screen. The pole sitter just coming down into the braking zone. So the car just behind these two. There he goes. So Hockley with his headlights ablaze. Now he'll want these two to get out of his way if possible, but I'm not convinced that they're going to. Rich really using all of the track there, right over the grass as he turned into the mountain. Rich, like many drivers here, running with the orange heart on his next to his name as a tribute to all of our hard-working volunteer marshals, not just here this weekend, but all around the country, indeed all around the world. And great to see that the vast majority of the cars here this weekend are sporting those orange hearts. And there is going to be a little bit of traffic here maybe to deal with for Rich Hockley. Let's see. Oh no, they're going to stay well out of his way. That's good news. So Hockley 2.3 seconds to the good already over Chris Adams. Does he improve that time? Yes, he does. A 1:41.0. So we could get down into the 140s before the end of the session, the qualifying session. 7 minutes of that still to go. And 2.8 seconds nearly now, the advantage for Hockley over Adams. Lark in the Corrado is third, Sheed down to fourth, and in fact now goes third. So the BMW of David Sheed also improves there, 2.9 seconds now off the pole position. So although Hockley's definitely got a pace advantage at the moment, those behind him are pretty evenly matched, aren't they? Tomlinson, yes, second place now for Tomlinson, so that's a change. That's Simon Tomlinson in the number 400 VW Golf. He's probably going out of Charlie's now. He has managed to jump into second place then, so onto the front row goes a different VW Golf. We already had a Golf in second, a different one now, leaping up the order there by 4 positions. That was a really big improvement for Tomlinson, as Rich Hockley comes back towards us here at the bottom of the hill. Others making their way around the double apex rides at Charlie's. There's the Mazda MX-5, number 119 of Nick Glover, who runs within the Nippon Challenge. So he's in actually the same class as the likes of Paul Sheard, for example, who's supposed to be out there in a Mark IV Mazda MX-5. I haven't actually seen Paul's car yet. Paul Sheard, a real stalwart of Mazda MX-5 racing as a team owner more than a driver lately. But yeah, actually Paul Sheard hasn't made it out onto the track as far as the timing screen tells us. There is one of the Golfs. That is the number 400. So that's Tomlinson then, who's second place, 2.3 seconds off pole. But Simon Tomlinson could improve further on this lap. Wait and see then, as the VW Golf has gone across the line. No, it hasn't. It's about to, and actually David Sheed has just pipped Tomlinson to second place by 6/1000ths of a second. Can Tomlinson get it back? Yes, he can, with a 1:42.537. So Tomlinson goes ahead. Now here comes the Corrado. This is number 2, Ken Lark. He's been demoted now down to 5th position, but he improves to 4th with that lap time. So Lark goes through. That thing makes a heck of a noise as it flashes past you trackside. Great spectacle, the VW Corrado, which is leading its class at the moment as well. But as I said, there are so many different classes out there that pretty much wherever you look, you have a battle for a class pole position, or indeed in the race, a class race victory as it will be. Of the Tricklor Trophy cars going through. But it's Richard Hockley then with a 1.4 second advantage. He hasn't improved for a little while yet though. It's those behind him that are getting quicker. Tomlinson, Sheed and this man Lark. There is Tomlinson, look, coming out of Mansfield. So the Golf coming towards us. Second fastest, improved last time, but now he's got some traffic ahead of him as he heads towards the mountain section. So is this going to hamper him? That's the fluorescent green Peugeot just ahead of him, which hopefully will not impede his progress. Oh no, it is going to, isn't it? Through no fault of the slower driver really. There's just such a pace difference between the cars out there. The difference in time at the moment between Rich Hockley, fastest in the session, and Kevin Matkin, who is slowest, is some 20 seconds. So when you're catching some cars by 20 seconds a lap, there's not much they can do to get out of your way really. So that's definitely hampered Tomlinson's lap. Don't think we're going to see an improvement here. David Sheed also didn't improve in his BMW last time. So what can Ken Lark do in the Corrado? He's due with us any time now. And Lark only needs to find about 0.2 of a second and he'd be up one position to third on the grid. Wait for him to make his way through and update you on the times. Possibly a spot of water there on that camera lens. Looks as though maybe there's a bit of rain just creeping in, doesn't there? Now that's definitely not going to help the drivers to improve their lap times. 2 3/4 minutes to go in the session. Ken Lark, by the way, did not improve on his previous lap. It was a really slow one, actually, as he, again, presumably came across a few back markers. Tomlinson backing off on this lap too. Have had an improvement into 6th place for the number 1 car of Tony Hunter. That's the Renault Clio, who just put in a personal best lap time. Also improving 2 positions into 8th has gone the number 73 Nick Sanderson Seat Leon Supercope, the Mark 1 car, with its little 1800cc engine, but very, very nippy through the corners, that car. So Simon Tomlinson then is backing off here because he knows he's got time for one more lap, and he wants to make sure he doesn't run back into the back of that group of back markers again. So he's going to potentially go very, very slowly this time around, just to try and get a bit of clear air for his final circuit. There is Tomlinson then through the mountain section. Either that or he's got a problem, but I'm hoping that it's the first of those reasons, that he's just trying to get a bit of clean air for the immaculately prepared VW Golf. Number of them out on track in this session, of course. David Sheed improved on the previous lap, by the way, in the red BMW, stays in 3rd place, but only misses out on a front row position by 7 1/1000ths of a second. That's incredibly tight between Sheed and Tomlinson. So Tomlinson, whilst he's been touring around slowly trying to get some clean air, well, he hasn't got clean air anyway, look, because right ahead of him, someone else had exactly the same idea. He should be able to clear this Clio going into the first corner, though. Yes, he does. That's the 38 car, isn't it, of Simon Smith again. But Tomlinson needs to improve, really, to secure this 2nd place on the grid, because he is under quite a bit of pressure now from David Sheed's BMW. David, of course, might also be improving still on this lap. We'll see if we can pick him up towards the end of the lap. Rich Hockley, I can see, has just gone through the Hall bends. There goes Tomlinson then, pushing hard. But are we going to see an improvement for David Sheed? There is Ken Lark as well. Now he's pushing on in the Corrado too. So we've got a group of quite quick drivers here coming towards the end of the session. 25 seconds left on the clock. But if you're on a lap when the checkered flag comes out, you are still able to complete it. Timing screen, by the way, is telling me that number 87 David Clark has stopped out on track somewhere. He's not the only one either. The Audi TT, apparently, number 85 of Philip O'Halloran, also is stationary trackside. But we are focusing on Tomlinson, and Tomlinson looks like he's backed out, though, so Ken Lark is going to go past him in the Corrado. A lot of grass on the track there as they come towards the mountain, so we'll ignore Tomlinson for now and focus instead on Ken Lark. David Sheed has just taken the checkered flag, so he's not improved. Stays in 3rd, but what can the Corrado do? Here it comes across the top of the mountain, then Ken Lark with his final opportunity to try and improve on 4th place. He's a full second now, though, adrift of Sheed, but then Sheed is only 7 thousandths behind Tomlinson, so if Lark could find that extra second, that could potentially put him on the front row of the grid. That will take a little bit of doing, though. The checkered flag is out, so he is going to come through very shortly to take that checkered flag and complete the session. Here he comes then, Ken Lark, out of Barn Corner. It looks like it's been a fairly clear lap, traffic-wise. Can he improve, though? Yes, he can, but not enough to change his grid position. He stays in 4th place, but he did improve there to a 1:43.1, so found about 0.4 of a second on his previous best lap. Rich Hockley, by the way, is still out there in his Civic, hasn't yet taken the checkered flag. Nor is Simon Tomlinson, but we know that he was backing off on the previous lap and has presumably headed straight for the paddock. So I wonder whether maybe there was some sort of an issue with the number 400 Golf. Looks like Rich Hockley, though, is going to take the pole position here at Cadwell Park for the Track Attack Race Club in his Honda Civic, mysteriously denoted as running in the Tricolor Trophy, but it is fastest by some margin, 1.4 seconds, nearly 1.5 seconds quicker than Simon Tomlinson, but actually it was a lot more than that, wasn't it, in the early part of the session. So Tomlinson and Sheed and Lark all did a good job of bridging that gap a bit. That's the BMW Z3, that wasn't it, of Matthew Smith going through. 2.8 litre engine working away in the BMW, as there the checkered flag is waved down on the start-finish line. the cars will make their way back around to the assembly area. The noise you might be able to hear in the background, by the way, is the sounds coming from the assembly area of the next race preparing, which is the MSA Motorsport UK British Supercarts Championship. Very, very noisy things, those supercars, but if you've not seen a supercar race before, well worth sticking around to see that one. Yesterday's race was a very, very good race, and we're looking forward to another 12 minutes of action coming up very shortly, once the track has been cleared of a couple of errant Track Attack Race Club cars. Rich Hockley, though, looks as though he's going to get the pole position. 1.4 seconds clear of Simon Tomlinson. David Sheed in the BMW just 7/1000ths of a second behind him in third. From Ken Lark in the Corrado fourth. Fifth quickest, number 6, which was Chris Adams in the VW Golf, which runs in a slightly different class to some of the other Golfs out there, so that will be a class pole position for Adams. Sixth fastest was the number 1 Renault Clio of Tony Hunter. Seventh, number 75, the Renault Clio 172 of Robert Buckland. Then another Clio, a 182 Renault Clio, number 96 of David Mycock was in 9th, and then rounding out the top 10, the number 73 of Nick Sanderson. And Nick is at the wheel of the Seat Leon Super Copa that I mentioned a little bit earlier on. We had in total 29 cars went on track. One of them, though, didn't set a lap time. That was the number 8 of Andrew Neil in his Peugeot 106 Rally. Right, so whilst the track is being cleared then, I believe we can head over to the assembly area here then, where Scott Woodwiss is waiting by then, ahead of what should be, Scott, a really, really exciting race here. Yesterday's Motorsport UK British Supercar Championship race was an absolute thriller, and we're hoping for more of the same today.
Yeah, can't disagree. It's a bit loud down here, as you can imagine, down in this assembly area, particularly with all the supercar engines that are going. Of course, one thing we've got to be kept in mind is this is the final championship rounds of the season here at Cadwell Park. The man who could be in line to take the Division 1 title is this man, Ross Ann. He led the points coming into the weekend, and he was on pole position for this second race. And we would get him to wave, but I think he's fully focused on the job at hand. So I think he's tentatively giving us a thumbs up. There we go. But I think he's trying to focus himself to get ready. Down the rest of the grid, if we have a quick look, the other points that we have to bear in mind are, in the 450 class, it's Mark Gethertley, and also one driver we can look at is the guy Manny leaving to the 250 points coming into the weekend, which is Lee Plain. Now, he will start from 8th on the grid. He's alongside the GP player Paul Platt. That basically means that he's defending British Supercar Grand Prix winner. And that's the event which will take place at Donington Park in a month's time. So we will see the Supercars again this year, but this is their final point scoring round. The only other team or driver which is in line to possibly get the title in the 125 is Tom Riley. You can see just how intricate and how sophisticated these small supercars are. They really do look like micro Formula 1 cars. They literally are the Formula 1 of the karting world. So fast. If you watch yesterday's race, you'll know exactly how quick they are in a straight line. So I've got Michael Goff here, all the drivers here, absolutely focused and absolutely ready to go. There are some amazing looking different chassis. This isn't just a one chassis category. There are several different chassis, several different engine chassis combinations that you can take, several across the board. One of the most popular is the Anderson chassis. You either find it with a KTN or a gas or a PVP engine at the back. Further back, Tom Riley in fact is the car just to the left. And that is the man who's leading in the 125 Open category. So we need to watch out for all 4 of these front runners in their respective championship classes, because it gets very frantic out there, and it is 4 races within one. So you've got Division 1 cars that are working their way through the 250, 450 and 125 Open carts at the same time, whilst each class races with their own kind. So it makes it very, very tricky in the mix to go through. Some other carts toward the other side of the assembly area here, but this should be another fantastic race. And what a circuit to do it at, somewhere like Cadwell Park, that's tight, twisty, winding. Is effectively like taking a modern Formula 1 car but racing it on Nordschleife. And we saw that roughly 10-15 years ago when Nick Heidfeld did a demonstration there back in 2006. But all these drivers certainly know what it takes to succeed in these cars and to race fast in these cars. It should be a pretty exciting race from start to finish. Andy, I'm going to hand it over to you to take you through the grid. If it's like yesterday's race, this one should be another cracker. Over to you.
Yeah, absolutely right, Scott. And as you said, the final point scoring round, which means there are championships on the line here. We've already had a race this weekend, though, for the superkarts yesterday. So that championship picture has started to change already. Yesterday's race was very close. Lee Harpham took the victory. He had a big lead at one point of about 3 seconds, but Ross Allen came charging through the field in the number 5 kart, the Division 1 championship leader, Ross Allen, and he got right onto the tail of Harpham going onto the final lap, but in the end got caught in traffic on the final lap and finished 2.7 seconds back. The karts are there, heading out onto the circuit then, so let's run through the grid for their second race. The grid is based, I think, on the fastest race laps from yesterday. Yes, it is. So the fastest lap of yesterday's race was actually set by the second place finisher, Ross Allen, so he gets the pole position. So let's take a look then, shall we, at how that grid is going to shape up. It's a rolling start for these karts as well, so we'll get through this as quick as we can. Ross Allen then from Sam Moss on row 1. The winner, Lee Harpham, only had the 3rd fastest lap time though, so he starts 3rd on the grid ahead of Andy Gulliford. Andrew Waite and Carl Kinsey make up row 3 ahead of Paul Platt, the GP winner, and Lee Plain, who is your F250 national points leader, and in fact I think I'm right in saying, yes, is now the provisional champion. He cannot be caught by Luke Plain, who is his nearest championship rival now. So that's your top 4 rows of the grid. Row 5, rounding out the top 10, is Charles Johnson and Luke Plain there, Michael Goff and William Lawrence are next. Gary Ward and Paul Glenister on the 7th row, ahead of Martin Gower and Thomas Riley on row number 8. 9th row is where we find John Faulkner and Ben Ardern ahead of Michael Parr and John Busby. Paul Von Gerard and Andrew Connell make up the 11th row ahead of Steve Soki and Amy Yerger. There is a slight typo on that grid sheet there. It is Amy Yerger. That is in the number 27 kart. Then we have Robert Austin, Alan Flewitt, Ian Luto and Gary Popkins to round out the hopefully 28 kart field. So points wise then, yesterday's victory in Division 1, which is for the fastest kart, that went to Lee Harpham. Championship wise though, it's the battle between Ross Allen and Carl Kinsey we were watching. Allen is 30 points clear with 40 still available, so it looks good for Ross Allen as long as he can beat Kinsey or stay within a few positions of Kinsey in this race. In the F250 Nationals, as I said, a 50-point advantage for Lee Plain over Luke Plain and Paul Platt, who are now tied for second place. So Luke Plain and Paul Platt, the two to watch for really there as they debate second place in the F250 National field. F450 Nationals were a little bit tighter actually coming into the weekend, with Mark Gelatley leading the way. He didn't score yesterday though, whereas his nearest rival Charles Johnson won the class. So Charles took 25 points out of him and now moves to just 25 points behind. So another win for Johnson could potentially move him ahead of Gelatley, on level at least with Gelatley, for the F450 national field. And then finally we get into the Formula 125 Open, 125cc machines at the back of the field. That one is a 40-point advantage for Tom Riley over Michael Parr, and Tom already has 5 race victories to his credit, so he, even if he didn't score again this weekend, would still win the championship on countback. So we'll get into the points as and when they become relevant later on, but for now let's focus on the start of the race, which is imminent. On the right-hand side of the road, the turquoise kart is number 5, Ross Allen, yesterday's runner-up, alongside number 31, Sam Moss. Yesterday's winner, though, Lee Harpham, starts from 3rd on the grid. 2 by 2 they come then to the start-finish line. A 12-minute race gets underway now with a rolling start, and the second race of the weekend for the Motorsport UK British Supercar Championship bursts into life. They rush towards Coppice Corner for the first time, and it looked like Ross Allen held on to the race lead there from that pole position as they dive into the left-hander and head uphill. Yes, he is still in the lead. Now, where is Lee Harpham? Is that him in second place? I think it is, ahead of Sam Moss already. So the top 2 from yesterday's race have already established themselves at the head of the field. 3 wide up the park straight. That's really, really dicey stuff. Who was that making a bold move on the outside line? Couldn't quite tell from that angle. Well, that was extremely tight. The top 3 go through, then it's side by side behind them as they skate their way through on still slightly cold, slick tyres. and try to establish themselves within their classes as much as anything, because you only score points within your class. So if you are, for example, a F250 national driver, but you're running ahead of some of the Division 1 karts, that doesn't score you any extra points. You only score compared to the other ones that are running to the same specification as you. That was a big dive up the inside for the 22 car of Martin Gower, which I think paid off just about. Oh, one off in the background, two off in fact in the background. And that is 88 trying to rejoin, which was one of them. That's Andrew Connell. So Andrew Connell, I'm afraid, is not going to rejoin from there. By the looks of it, looks like his cart is stuck side by side into the Hall Bends. 38 ahead of 97. 38 was Paul Glennis to 97 Tom Riley. Swapping positions there as they went through the Hall Bends. The race leaders, though, are making their way towards the completion of lap 1, and Lee Harpham, I can tell you, has got the lead. So Lee Harpham, at the end of lap 1, has actually got himself ahead of Ross Allen. Didn't see where that happened, but Harpham 4 tenths to the good then. And that is another one off. That looks like on the run into turn number 1, so that's someone that maybe didn't make it as far as the first corner on lap 1. Didn't quite spot who it was. Wide on the grass goes Carl Kinsey. Now, Carl Kinsey, remember, is trying to take some points out of Ross Allen here. In the Division 1 Championship, 30 points between them. Allen, though, is second overall, and that little mistake there for Carl Kinsey is not going to help him. He crossed the line in 4th, but he lost at least 1 position out of all of that. The top 6 at the line were all Division 1, so they're all in the same class as each other. The 250 leader is Paul Platt. Paul Platt was the winner yesterday, remember, as he battles with Luke Plain for the second place in that championship. Off goes number 46. And that is Charles Johnson off, coming out of the gooseneck. Now, Charles Johnson was second in the F450 National Championship and was yesterday's class winner. And he's not going to win this one. That kart is stuck and damaged, having rattled down the grass there. So good news for Mark Gelatley, not the way that he would like to do it, but that should now provisionally give him the F450 National Championship, because Charles Johnson ain't going to score in this one. Took his first win of the season yesterday, did Charles Johnson. Not something, unfortunately, that he's going to repeat this time. The leaders across the line then, so Sam Moss is now second ahead of Ross Allen. Allen is not getting off to a particularly quick start here, is he? Top 3 are covered by 1 second, and we have had a change for second, and Moss in second place is the fastest man on the track right now. So Sam Moss, who missed the first round of the championship, is looking still for his first class podium. Yellow flags are out though, and the safety car is coming out. This must be as a result of Charles Johnson's car that's off at the gooseneck, and they're not sometimes the easiest of things to recover, these karts, so that will lead to a safety car intervention. So the runyourfleet.com safety car makes its way onto the circuit. First time we've seen it this weekend for the superkart races. And let's see how long this is going to take to recover. Lee Harpham then, your race leader. Harpham could, I think, mathematically have won the Division 1 Championship coming into the weekend, despite the fact he also didn't race at Mallory Park, the season opener. But because Ross Allen, championship leader, finished second yesterday, I think that now means that he can only be beaten by Carl Kinsey. 25 points available for a race victory, of course. So Kinsey dropped to 6th as a result of his moment a lap or two ago. So ahead of him went the number 20 of Andy Gulliford and the 18 of Andrew Waite. So 2 places lost for Kinsey. He therefore is running down in 6th place now in class, 6th place overall as well. And with Ross Allen admittedly losing a position but still running 3rd, he would score 16 points and move clear of Kinsey by about another 5 or 6 points. So it would then put Kinsey out of reach. So as things stand, I think Ross Allen is going to be crowned provisionally the Division 1 champ, but there is still a lot more racing to be done in this one. And once the safety car comes in, which hopefully will be at the end of this lap, if not the next one, we should still have about 5.5-6 minutes of racing to go. The lights are still on though. There are the leaders then. That is not Lee Harpham at the front of the queue, because that is a back marker, I think, that has been picked up by the safety car instead. Of course, again, quite a big speed differential between the fastest and slowest karts because of the different engine capacities that we've got. So that means that lapped traffic definitely became a bit of an issue towards the back end of yesterday's race, arguably cost Ross Allen a shot at getting past Lee Harpham for the victory. So lights still out on the safety car, although it's pulling away from the field. So does that mean that there is a hope here that it's going to come in this time? 17 minutes slowly. That cart was a lap down, Gary Hopkins, but you're not really allowed to overtake behind the safety car, even if it is a lapped cart. So that might well be investigated. If he's got a problem, then I guess the others didn't have much choice. But yeah, that's not ideal. The light's still on the safety car, so we're going to get at least one more lap behind it. So this is going to eat now into the final few minutes of the qualifying session of the race, I should say. Only a 12-minute race, of course. So that does now mean, no, it's still not Lee Harpham that's at the front of the queue. There's now a different back marker that's gone ahead of them. A little bit confusing there at the front. It is Harpham leading in Division 1. Those Division 1 karts, as Scott was saying, the Formula 1, the karting equivalent of Formula 1, about 100 brake horsepower, but it's something that weighs about as much as a shoebox. They are capable of speeds getting on for 150 miles an hour. They're a little bit heavier than the F250 national karts, actually, but of course the extra power for the Division 1 karts is what gives them their lap time advantage. The F250 Nationals use a single 250cc engine derived from motocross bikes, actually, producing about 65 brake horsepower, but they are still capable of getting to speeds around 130 miles per hour. And historically, this class, the 250s, used to be the British Championship, with national titles offered through the other classes instead, but these days that has changed a little bit. And you've got the F450 national class, which have the biggest engine capacities, very similar to the F250s, but the size of the engine is a little bit different. It's a 4-stroke motorcycle engine, which is a bit more torquey. You can tell the difference with the 450s. They sound a bit throatier, a bit deeper. Perfect for the tight and twisty sections of this circuit, actually. And again, still capable of propelling the drivers to about 130 miles an hour. Then you've got the smallest engine capacity karts, the Formula 125 Opens, which is kind of your entry-level series, the cheaper way of getting into long circuit karting racing. 125cc KZ engines. They produce about 50 brake horsepower, but they don't run with a rear wings. They have a little bit less air, a little bit less rear downforce. Right then, safety car is about to come in. We're going to get a couple of minutes of racing, and we need to focus on this lead battle here, really, because Lee Harpham, Sam Moss and Ross Allen have been nose to tail pretty much all race long so far. It's not Harpham at the front of the queue, it's the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place karts who are immediately blasting past the slower runner there. And look at the run here that Ross Allen's got on Sam Moss. He looks to the inside for 2nd place, but he can't do it into Coppice Corner. And actually it looked as though Moss was getting a bit of a run on Lee Harpham there as they disappeared from view. And I think he's got him, has he? Yes, Sam Moss has got the lead. So Sam Moss defended his 2nd place successfully and actually managed to take the lead away from Lee Harpham. So Sam Moss, having finished 3rd yesterday, is now into the lead of the race. Can he escape, though, at the wheel of the number 31 kart? That's going to be tricky to do. Harpham 2nd there, Ross Allen in 3rd. 4th position is Andy Gulliford, which is actually where he started the race. One of the few people still running in the position that they lined up on the grid. Further back, it's still Paul Platt leading the 250s, the 450s being led by number 55, who gained a few positions just before the safety car. That's Gary Ward. And the 125 category was actually a really close battle between numbers 97 and 49. 97 is Tom Riley and 49 Michael Parr. Those two are absolutely side by side as they claim the restart. That's Paul Glenister off. Paul Glenister in the 38, I'm afraid, going no further. He's pulled off. I think that's at the end of the start-finish straight, but there is a gap in the barriers. Oh, and actually that's even more concerning because that's the number 88 that is sideways at the bottom of the mountain, and number 88 is Andrew Connell, who needs to get out of that cart really, and is now able to do so. But there's quite a bit of damage there, look, isn't there? A bit of the bodywork that's come off. So Andrew Connell then had been running down in 23rd place, one of the F450 national drivers. But out of the race, I'm afraid, then, as the leaders have gone on to what should be the penultimate lap of the race then. There goes the number 3 car. That's Carl Kinsey. Now, he's improved nicely here. 5th position for him. But the man that he's chasing is Ross Allen there, the turquoise cart in 3rd position. So he's still going to lose out to the man that leads the championship, but this should provisionally try and get confirmation over the lunch break for the final race of the day. That should provisionally give Ross Allen the championship. So Allen is running 3rd position. We'll be starting the last lap at the end of this one. And you can see the 88 cart there of Andrew Connell is on the grass at the bottom of the mountain, but I'd still say that's a little bit of a dangerous position. There goes Harpham then, nodding his head a bit there as he comes over the top of the mountain. He's dropping Ross Allen now. Ross just hasn't had the speed in this one that he did yesterday. Admittedly, at the start of the race, Harpham got away, but then in the middle part of it, Ross was able to close him down. I don't know whether that safety car has prevented him from being able to do that, perhaps. For some reason the number 5 cart not really able to pose as much of a threat to Harpham this time. They go through onto the final lap then. Gulliver's still 4th. Some changes behind though, and in fact we've had a change for the lead in the 250 class, because it is now the 101 of Lee Plain, the provisional champion, who's moved ahead of the reigning GP winner, Paul Platt. So 101 into 6th position overall, as here for 2nd place overall it suddenly has tightened right back up again. So Ross Allen was listening to me clearly, and he's been spurred on now to really make a last bid effort to get ahead of Lee Harpham for 2nd place. At the moment though, we believe that this 3rd place would be enough for Allen to seal the Division 1 title, but he'll want to try and do it with style. Drops back again though through the gooseneck and Mansfield, so he's not really close enough now heading to the final sector, where it's just so hard to overtake anyway through the Hall Bends. Yellow flags out, we presume, at the bottom of the mountain anyway for the Andrew Connell cart. So to the top of the hill goes the 2nd and 3rd place battle. There though is your race leader, Sam Moss. Is going to come through then to claim his first podium of the season, and he's going to do it with a race victory, and it's a very commanding one in the end. Sam Moss comes through then, having claimed the race lead on the restart. He claims the victory at the end of the penultimate round of the season. There goes Lee Harpham, yesterday's winner, in 2nd, and Ross Allen in 3rd, gets one step closer to the Division 1 title. Andy Gulliford is 4th place. Carl Kinsey comes across the line in 5th, but that we don't think is going to be enough to keep him in championship contention. Then right behind him was Lee Plain, who gets the victory in the F250 Nationals, the 3rd victory of the year for him. He has never finished worse than 2nd, and that's Paul Platt. That was Paul Platt off, coming out of the hairpin. The man who I was about to say had finished 2nd in that class, but actually he's out, and he is absolutely distraught at that, because Paul Platt might have just cost himself 2nd place in the F250 Championship. Luke Plain was level with him on points and comes home 2nd place. So Luke Plain will take 20 points out of that race, and Paul Platt will score nothing. And that means that there will be 20 points between them, with 25 points still available in the final race. So that's going to be a fantastic battle then, as we watch to see Paul Platt coming through in race number 3, if they can get the cart fixed. It looks like he's been in the fence there, doesn't it, at the exit of the hairpin. Slightly strange place to end up off, really, but he was battling, remember, with Lee Plain, brother of Luke, for the class victory, so maybe they came to blows, who knows. So confirmation of the result then: Sam Moss with the victory, Harpham 2nd, Allen 3rd, Gulliford 4th, Kinsey 5th. Then it was the 250 winner, Lee Plain, 101, ahead of number 18, which was Andrew Waite, another Division 1 runner. Then 2nd and 3rd in the 250s were Luke Plain, number 25, 8th overall, and number 56, which was Michael Goff, 9th overall. Whilst rounding out the top 10 was another Division 1 runner, number 66, John Faulkner. The other class winners then, the 450s, were won by number 55, Gary Ward. He finished in 11th overall, and the 125s in the end did go to number 97, Tom Riley. So he held on, fended off the 49 of Michael Parr there by just under a second at the flag to take the 125 victory. The 125s, remember, Tom Riley, well, so Tom Riley comes home with another win, and that should now crown him champion in the Formula 125 Open category as well. Well, there is Paul Platt's car. Now, there is definitely damage, isn't there? That rear wing's not at the angle it should be. And now I think there's there's something missing off the kart that he'd quite like to get back, and the marshals are trying to work out which bit of the tyre wall that's got stuck in, because they'll have relatively limited amount of time actually to get this fixed. Their final race of the weekend is at 2:30. So they've got about 3.5 hours to get the kart fixed, but they've got to try and make sure they've got all of the missing pieces first. Right, whilst that's going on, we have our next race getting prepared to get underway. That is the final race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup, and I believe, Scott Woodwist, that there is a chance that we could crown a champion in this one. Stephen Daly, I've just been handed a piece of paper that says that if Mikey Doble and Ben Huntley don't score in this race, Stephen Daly could become champion, and that, Scott, is something he's done once or twice before.
I'm not sure he's done it as early as this in the season, but I wouldn't put it past Stephen in many cases. But yes, the second Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup race is about to get underway, and as you say, potentially, as I've just found out, and we all have, this man could retain number one on the door for a 5th consecutive time. But it depends, as we say, of course, on Ben Huntley and Mikey Doble, who are behind him on the second row of the grid. You can see just behind my shoulder, if they don't score. Now, obviously, we'll have to wait and see what happens in this race. And also, what could happen is that this man could have an effect. Paul Maguire, who said to me he's in a bit of unknown territory being in the front row of the grid. He has been on before in Mazdas, but not in BMWs before. He was the top man. We might be able to very quickly have a word with him to have a chat if we can. Just one second. Paul, he just said to me, you're in a bit of unfamiliar territory being on the front row in a Compact Cup race. How's the nerves?
Pretty stable, to be honest. I mean, we've been here once before, or a few times in the Mazdas over the last few years. So it's unfamiliar in the BMW, but we're quite happy with the process.
But the rear-wheel drive seems to have really served you well all those years in Mazdas, transitioning into the Compact Cup. You seem to have transitioned almost seamlessly. Yeah,
it's a good switch. I do love the tin top, but it's just a bit of a learning curve with the open diffs. So you need to learn to drive, this more so than probably the Mazdas.
So, I guess the aim is try and beat this man in front of you off the line and try and stay in front if you can. Yeah,
I'll say normally the starts are quite good. So, yeah, if I can get a run on him, then I'll hopefully just stick with him. So either side by side or hopefully I'll be in front.
Fingers crossed.
Thanks, Scott.
Good stuff. So we'll see what Paul can do from the front row of the grid. Here is, have a quick chat if we can to Mikey as well. Mikey, third on the grid, decent day yesterday. Got to try and repeat it and do a bit better today, haven't you?
Yeah, hopefully I can get another good start like I did yesterday and try and tag on the back of the leaders and just try and see where we can go from here, see if anyone makes a mistake, but it's hard to pass around here, but can definitely apply the pressure.
And the important thing is just getting some points, and of course against the crunch point of the championship with the last couple of rounds, so every point counts now.
Absolutely, every point counts. It's coming to the business end of the season, not many races left, so we need to try and do the best we can here, for sure.
Well, best of luck, see you get on from third.
Thank you very much, cheers.
Great stuff. And then Ben Huntley, of course, back in fourth on the grid as well. Third row of the grid, we've got Ian Howes and Guy Davis. Those two have had some decent results on and off throughout the season, but good to see Ian as high as fifth, and then Guy Davis in sixth. Ian Jones is a bit further back than he'd like to be. We spoke to him earlier on, but I think we can have a quick word with Ben if we can, possibly very quickly. Ben, we're just heading to my crunch point in the championship now. Every point counts, so just got to get as many points as you can and try and get in front of the guys in front of you, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've just seen a few spots of rain coming out of the sky, so I'm hoping, complete washout will suit me nicely. But no, I think, I made a poor start yesterday. Just different diff, not quite used to it. So hopefully get a good start today. I don't know, got to finish behind Mikey really is the goal at worst. Hopefully I can get in front of him. I reckon I've got the pace to be with Steve, definitely from qualifying yesterday. The track seems a bit faster today as well, so I'm expecting a slightly hotter pace. So let's see what happens.
You're a bit of a demon in the wet. I remember last year at Alton Park you were pretty rapid, so you seem to like the adverse conditions a little bit more than some of the others.
Yeah, especially on these tight, twisty tracks where you've got grass and very little runoff. I think that makes, it's who wants to risk the most in the wet conditions, and I think my years of karting coming back to help me there.
Good stuff. Well, fingers crossed, I guess for you that it rains, but either way, hope it goes well and best of luck.
Brilliant. Cheers, guys.
Good stuff. A couple of the drivers to note. Lee Denny Sadler over there in car number 2. He's an ex-Fiesta racer, so he's been adapting to the Compact Cup, so we'll see if we can have a quick wandering. Just have a look through some of the cars. There's some really well put together cars. And also, if you watched yesterday's race, you'll remember that Lee Denny Sadler was one of the drivers who got caught up in that first corner incident, but thankfully that car's been patched back together and all looking good. There's a shot of Greg Graham, who's the championship coordinator. But a few more cars at the mix. We've got Rain McDowell over here as well, car number 4, who is the father of Alex McDowell, who you remember from BRSCC and GT days, and he's also contending for the Masters points. We might see if we can have a very quick word with him if we can, if he's not focusing too much just for a second. Ray, very quick word. Of course, you've had a pretty decent season so far this year. You've had some really strong results, a couple of podiums, so things seem to be going well so far.
Yeah, not too bad. First 2 races were good. After that, it hasn't been so good. We've struggled a bit here, and then, of course, had the incident in the first race. This isn't a circuit I'm very familiar with. Only raced here once 20 years ago. So I'm still trying to relearn it. But yeah, I'm on the back foot here, right at the back of the grid. We'll see what we can do.
But it's all good experience, and of course you're trying to keep your place in the Masters points as well. So I guess a strong result there to try and keep as many of them behind you, or pick off a few in front, and get as many points as you can to try and keep in the position you are.
Well, that's it. It's all about trying to bank points, really. You know, there's another 2 races after this at Donington, which I like, and I love Donington circuit. So hopefully we can get strong results there, and just really try and bag as many points as I can in this race.
So hope the rain doesn't come down either, because it's getting a bit grey out there.
Yeah, I don't mind the rain, so I'm quite happy if it rains.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Ray. Good to see you.
Thanks very much.
One other drive I do want to see very quickly, which you have to quite wander down here, but got some time to do so, is a pro Ross Stoner, because I was talking to his father, actually. Ross has come through from the production BMWs, and he's now in the BMW Compact Cup, so he's familiar to these rear-wheel drive bimmers, so to speak. There's one car I'm very impressed is back out, which is Jim Barrett's car. Remember yesterday that had quite a bit of damage on the front end, so you can see very, very well done work. You wouldn't have thought that front end was that crumpled, but they've done an incredible amount of work to get that car ready. So I think that's the ex-Matthew Parks car. I think Matthew is also here, so his team running that car and looking in pretty solid shape. But yeah, Ross Stoner wants to chat to you because he's come through from production BMWs into this championship, so got plenty of experience in BMWs, but going from one to the other. So we might have a very quick word if we can, or as he would have done as the whistle's just gone. So we're going to quickly scoot out of the way, and as the cars head out onto the grid, Andy, it is crucial if Stephen Daly wins the championship. It does depend on the fortunes of Doble and Huntley. We'll have to wait and see. So over to you for the grid for race 2 here at Cadwell Park.
Yeah, thanks very much, Scott. The piece of paper I was handed, the actual wording is, if Mikey Doble and Ben Huntley take each other out, Daly could win the championship. I suspect that might have been written by Stephen. Let's hope it doesn't get decided by a collision between his nearest championship rivals. After the race yesterday, which was another one won by Stephen Daly, his 7th victory from 9 races this season. It's been an astonishing hit rate for Stephen. He has never finished worse than 3rd in any of the 9 races this year. He had a 2nd place at Croft at the season opener, a race that actually he ended up in the gravel in at turn 1, so to finish 2nd was a pretty remarkable result anyway. And then he had a 3rd place finish in the reversed grid race in his home event at Knock Hill on the 12th and 13th of June. But apart from that, he's won every single race. He's set the fastest lap in all but 3 of the 9 races so far, which gives you a bonus point. Because of that, though, it means that he is dropping more points than some of the other drivers. So it's always a bit of a double-edged sword that if you're winning all of the races, it means you're dropping more points than some of those that maybe had the odd bad weekend. His nearest rival, though, before those drop scores are calculated, is Ben Huntley. Ben Huntley, who starts 4th on the grid in the number 96 car. You can just see the yellow stripe down the roof of it, tucked in behind Paul Maguire. He is on 407 points. That's 41 points back before the drops are calculated. It's that early in the season, though, that we haven't really been working out the drop scores just yet, so it's astonishing to think that with still 5 races to go, Stephen Daly could be on the verge of yet another Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup Championship. Huntley, 2nd in the championship then, hasn't won a race actually yet this season. He'll be desperate to do so before the season is out, that is for sure, but he has had a really good hit rate as far as podiums are concerned. In fact, he's had 4 2nd place finishes, including 3 at Knock Hill, but he was off the podium in both of the races at Croft, where he just struggled a bit for setup and outright pace, and missed out on the podium yesterday, did Ben Huntley. Despite starting on the front row, didn't get a good start and dropped down the order a bit, eventually finishing in 4th position. Ian Jones is one of only 2 people not called Stephen Daly to have won a race this year, and he sits 3rd on total points then. He won that reversed grid race at Knock Hill that Daly finished 3rd in, did Ian Jones, but he's had very much an up and down season, and will be looking to try and bounce back a bit after a disappointing start yesterday. So as the cars head out on the green flag lap, let's have a look, shall we, at how this big grid of cars lines up. We're hoping to get 28 of them out there, and they are headed by Stephen Daly. The grid is the result of yesterday's race too, so if you missed yesterday's race, this is how they finished that one and how they'll start this one. So Daly, reigning champ and potential champion by the end of this race, yet again lines up on the front row with Paul Maguire alongside him. Mikey Doble and Ben Huntley then, who are 4th and 2nd respectively in the championship. They're 3rd and 4th on the grid for this one, ahead of Ian Howes and Guy Davis. Good results for them yesterday. Rhys Claydon and Ian Jones line up on row 4. Jonesy had a really poor start and then got involved in a first corner collision, so was quite lucky in the end to get to 8th place by the flag. Running out the top 10 on the grid, Mike Doble, father of Mikey, with Matt Flowers alongside. Ross Stoner and Gareth Claydon are next, ahead of Russell Cager and Cliff Harper, with Simon Welton and Jim Barrett in that very hastily repaired car on the 8th row of the grid. Row 9 for Martin Gadsby and Jonathan Williams. Pete Smith and Stephen Somerville are on the 10th row, ahead of Richard Sutherland and Thomas Middleton. Ray McDowell down on the 12th row alongside Andrew Partridge, and then towards the back of the grid, Graham Robertson and Nicholas Tasker. They were the last 2 finishers yesterday, whilst we lost lead Andy Sadler and Tom Evans at the first corner. A shunt that was sort of triggered inadvertently by Ian Jones having a poor start. And that sort of bottled up the midfield going into the first corner. There was then a bit of contact which sent a couple of cars skating into each other. No real damage done. The car that was probably the worst damaged out of the lot was arguably Jim Barrett, and he was the only one that was actually able to continue, but lead Andy Sadler ended up pulled off to the inside of the track was Tom Evans. And they are those 2 cars you can see at the back of the field, well picked out. So Dendy Sadler, the grey and blue car, Tom Evans, the white car right behind him. So they are the 2 that didn't finish yesterday. Good to see that they are both out on track today. So yes, Stephen Daly then, it is a long shot that he would win the championship today. I think it's very likely that this will go on to the final 2 rounds. We've got 2 races at Donington Park on September the 25th and 26th, and then another 2 on the 16th and 17th of October. So Donington Park with a bit of a double header, if you like, almost a month apart, but the last 2 rounds both at Donington Park. It is likely that it will be at the first of those Donington events that the championship gets officially sealed, but as long as Huntley and Mikey Doble finish this race, they should be still, well, Andy and Jones as well, they should be able to keep the championship alive leaving Cadwell Park. But it's one of those circuits, Cadwell, that can throw up surprise results, and it's so easy, as we saw yesterday, to get involved in a tangle with someone that takes you out of the race. And if that happens, then that could definitely play into the hands of Daly on pole position. Stephen's got to get off the line well, though. His starts usually are pretty good. Yesterday he retained the lead from pole position and went on to win the race with the fastest lap, of course. But now he's got Paul Maguire for company. Maguire, as Scott was saying, has come out of Mazda MX-5 racing, where he had a decent amount of success, and made the move to Compact Cup a year or so ago. And yeah, this is, I would say, by far his best showing so far. He got his first podium of the season yesterday. I think that was his first podium ever in the championship for Paul Maguire, with that second place. But if he's going to win, he's going to have to beat the maestro, isn't he, really, Stephen Daly, who, as we've said, has just been on such a formidable run of pace so far this season. So a big grid being brought into position, but hopefully they will be all where they need to be before much longer, and we can get 15 minutes of racing underway. And that's Ben Huntley. That's Ben Huntley in the pit lane. What did I say? If Ben Huntley and Mikey Doble don't score, then Daly could be champion. And Huntley is in the pits, and he's pushing his car into the pit lane. So he's got a problem of some sort. And yeah, that is Well, I did not expect to see that. Ben Huntley then is going no further. The race gets underway without him though, and it's a good start made actually by Maguire. Daly gets his nose ahead, but only just in the second phase of the start though. He is quick enough to pull clearly in front. So Daly then holds on to the lead. Maguire in second. Let's hope we all get cleanly through this time. Oh, they're 4 wide further back. Someone had to bail out of it, and thankfully they do. Lee Dendy Sadler was involved in that again. One of the men that was caught up in yesterday's turn 1 shunt, nearly triggering another one. Ian Howes, look, into 3rd place ahead of Mikey Doble. Well, Mikey said to Scott that he wanted to get a good start. He did not get one, though. He's dropped a place. More elbows going on there. That's Ray McDowell getting forced onto the grass, and Martin Gadsby comes flying round the outside of him. So Daly leads then, Maguire second, and Ian Howes in 3rd position. He locks up there. He runs a bit wide there at Park Corner. Mikey Doble tries to get up the inside. Mikey's dad there, Mike Doble, running a little bit wide as well as the field streams through. It's really hard to run side by side, even through that part of the track. Nicholas Tasker there doing the sensible thing, I think, and just hanging back and letting everyone else get on with it. So, down through the gooseneck, Mikey Doble did not get back ahead of Ian Howes. Mike Doble there battling away as he comes down the hill. He's got Ray McDowell behind him. And, Matt Flowers behind him, number 3. He's trying to get up the inside, heading towards the mountain section then. 2 Cladens together as well as they come towards us. The inside goes Flowers. He's going to clear Mike Doble. I think he probably will. Yeah, on the inside for the left. That would have been the outside for the right-hander. And both of the Cladens follow each other off onto the grass coming over the mountain. That's Reese ahead of Gareth. And I think that was definitely a case of Gareth following Reese's lines, but Reese got the line completely wrong. They were both quite lucky to get away with that. So everyone's settling down single file then as they come through the hairpin at the end of what has been a slightly less frenetic opening lap this time. As there was a move being attempted. Oh, and around goes Tom Middleton. That was spectacular. Middleton in the 164 was being overtaken by somebody, possibly Stephen Somerville, as they went through the hairpin, and he ended up on the grass and spinning around like a top, looking not to get collected there as he spun back onto the road. So through Coppice and Charlie's they go, sideways on the grass. Guy Davis, that's so scary. You're going a lot quicker through Charlie's than you realise, and when you go wide it's very, very easy to loop the car around, and then the barriers are not that far away on either side of the road. So Mikey Doble is going to be a bit... Oh, that's Reese Clayden. Reese Clayden's off properly this time. Now let's hope that Gareth didn't follow him off this on this occasion. I think he has made contact with the barriers coming out of Charlie's, look, though, because he's not continuing. So Reese Clayden is out, and that would probably count as a dangerous position, you'd have to say. What a shame that he's out so early on, though. The rest of the pack makes its way through Chris Curve, but that, I fear, may require a safety car intervention then. We had one yesterday, of course, as a result of the lap 1 shunt. Hopefully this one won't take too long to clear up. Let's wait and see what race control decides to do. No sign of the safety car just yet, but if one car can go off there, then generally you have to believe that another one could do the same thing. Midfield battles then heading through the mountain. The leaders have just gone over the top of the mountain, sideways over the top of the crest for Simon Welton. Safety car boards are now out though, so the safety car is being scrambled. So I was about to say Stephen Daly was building a nice little lead over Paul Maguire. That's going to disappear now though, as a result of this safety car being scrambled, understandably, for Reese Clayden's car that is off the road. Reese had been running pretty well actually, 9th place in the standings coming into this race, but this will be his second non-finish of the year. He had one at Snetterton as well, middle race at Snetterton, and then bounced back really well actually in race 3, setting the fastest lap as he charged his way through the order. Quite make it into the top half dozen in that race, did Reese, but he had some really strong pace at Snetterton. A shame that he had the non-finish in the middle race. Another one here, the flip side of that is that this will become his second drop score, I guess. So he'll win back a few points from a race that he was previously having to drop. So 10.5 minutes then on the clock. Stephen Daly leads, Paul Maguire second, Ian Howes third, Mikey Doble fourth, then it's Ian Jones up into fifth. He got ahead of Guy Davis on the previous lap. Guy had that moment at Charlie's. That didn't actually lose him a position though, so Jones got ahead of him after that at some point. Davis sixth then. Gareth Clayden, of course, benefits from Reese's spin at Charlie's to move into 7th. Ross Stoner is in 8th place from 11th on the grid. 9th place Matt Flowers, 10th position for Simon Welton. There's Reese Clayden looking on. Now, there are a few scuff marks down the right-hand side of the car, but they, I think, might well have been there already. I'm trying to see whether that front bodywork is loose. I think he may have nosed it into the barriers on the front left corner and done some steering or suspension damage, which we can't really see from that particular angle. As far as those coming from the back of the grid are concerned, lead Andy Sadler, I just caught a glimpse of in the grey and blue number 2 car, 22nd for him from 27th on the grid, so made a lot of progress on the first lap, but hasn't made many more positions since then. His next target, once we get racing again, will be the 217 of Stephen Summers of Somerville. You can see Andy Sadler just coming down the hill there at the top of the shot. So the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car back out on circuit again then. We thank once more RunYourFleet.com for their support of the BRSCC this season, with full season sponsorship deal for this brand new safety car. And so nice to see companies still investing in motorsport, even given the tricky times that we're living in at the moment. There was a general sort of consensus 18 months or so ago when the whole COVID-19 situation started, and racing was put on hold for the best part of half a season last year, and the general idea was that was going to really have a negative effect on grid sizes and entries into particularly club level motorsport, and that really hasn't been the case. A lot of championships, particularly within the BRSCC, have actually seen a nice steady growth in numbers over the last year. And so drivers still able to find the budgets to come racing, sponsors still willing to be involved, which is really the key matter. Without sponsors, then the vast majority of these drivers wouldn't be able to fund their season's racing, even at club level. It requires a little bit of cash to go racing. Not talking pocket money here, and so they need the help of their sponsors, and all of the drivers do a lot of work during the off-season and through the season to try and bring new sponsors on board, but so too the clubs. It's always nice when the clubs can get a little bit of financial aid from sponsors. So yeah, RunYourFleet.com, we're very, very happy to have them here adorning the side of the Jaguar safety car, which we've seen rather too much of today, though. As nice as it is, we'd rather be admiring it whilst it was stationary in the pit lane than seeing it out on the circuit, because that means we're not racing. But this is the reason that we have got the safety car out on track again. Rhys Clayton's car being lifted up onto the back of the flatbed truck, and we might just see if there is any damage. I mean, the front wheel is obviously at a funny angle, but I can't tell whether that's because he's left the steering on or whether it's because the steering has broken in the contact that he seems to have had with someone or something. Until we see the other wheel to see if it's pointing in the same direction, it's kind of hard to tell, but you would imagine he would have straightened the steering. Oh dear. Do you know, going off and damaging your car is bad enough, but this has got to be the least pleasant part of the process as a driver. You're stood there helpless watching the marshals and the recovery crews trying to get your car onto the back of the flatbed truck, and they are so good at doing this, but you can't help but worry that they're gonna drop it, or something's gonna snap and do more damage to the car. We've seen it happen in the past, haven't we? Not necessarily in the UK, but nervy moments there for Rhys as the marshals get the car back onto the truck. But the British marshals really are the best in the world, and they are able to deal with these incidents quickly, safely, but efficiently, and allow us to get as much racing in as possible. Sadly, though, I don't think they've quite been able to get that car out of the way quick enough to go racing this time. I suspect that the lights are going to stay on at the end of this lap, but we'll see. They may be able to find an access road to bring that recovery vehicle down, but as they head over the mountain now, you'd expect, going into the final sector, that this would be when the lights would be going off, and I don't think they are they? So we're going to get one more lap, which there you can see Rhys Clayton's car. I really want to see that left front wheel to see which direction that wheel is pointing, because I still can't really see any evidence of damage, but it's likely to be the left-hand side of the car that the damage was done to. Couldn't quite see though from that angle, could we? So safety car lap time, well, we'll see now, because it's about to lead the cars across the line at the end of lap number 4. Safety car lap time is 3 1/4 minutes. As there, you can now see the left-hand side, so that wheel is pointing in the same direction as the right-hand side wheel, but there's a lot of bodywork damage down the left, so even if the steering and suspension isn't damaged, it was clearly a bit of a whack into the tyre wall, and Reese perhaps deciding that it was better safe than sorry to get out of the car rather than try and continue in the race. So definitely has been a sizable impact there. But yes, to my point, 3 1/4 minutes that lap took. So even if the safety car speeds up a bit this time, which you'd imagine it might do, we're only going to get 1 lap of racing after this, which is a shame. But that is the peril, I guess, of these slightly shorter 15-minute races. So we believe we should be able to get that recovery vehicle out of the way before the end of this lap. There might well be a route off the track up at the top end of the circuit through a barrier or something. Failing that, it should still get back to the paddock before the safety car gets around to that area of the circuit, and then we will have this 1 more lap of racing to go. So can Stephen Daly hang on to the victory? As it stands then, we don't believe this would be enough for him to wrap up the title, even though Ben Huntley is non-finishing. At the moment, Mikey Doble is still in this race in 4th place. Ian Jones is still in the race in 5th position. Jonesy sort of slowly inching his way up towards the front of the field as the weekend's gone on. Didn't qualify terribly well yesterday, Ian Jones, only 8th on the grid. Then he had that bad start, contact at turn 1, and now here he is in race 2, running inside the top 5. Now the safety car has got much more of a move on this time, and we still have 3 minutes on the clock. The lights are out, look, so the safety car's heading in. They might actually squeeze 2 racing laps in. I think they will. So it's going to be a 2-lap shootout for this second and final race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Already, look, some of the drivers have accelerated. It's such a big field. The tail enders are still coming through the bottom of the mountain, whilst the race leaders are about to arrive at the hairpin. There is Daly. Maguire going with him. No overtaking, remember, until they cross the start-finish line, but you can accelerate as early as you like, provided you don't catch the safety car before it peels into the pit lane, but that has long since happened. So we're back underway again then. 2 laps of racing here at Cadwell Park. Can Paul Maguire do anything about Stephen Daly? It's going to be tough to do. He's flashing the lights at the race leader to try and distract him, using every trick in the book here, Paul, to try and get that first victory in the championship, which ain't going to be easy to do. Through Coppice they go, sweeping uphill. And Maguire, you feel, has 1 shot at this. If he doesn't make a move before the end of this lap, Daly might be able to get away. And Maguire was a bit quicker out of Charlie's there, and he is in the slipstream, so he's going to have a chance here to attack Daly for the lead as they make their way up the hill. He goes to the outside because Daly is always going to defend the inside line. Is there a gap? No, there isn't. Maguire isn't quite close enough, but he closes to within inches of the rear bumper of the leader, but then outbrakes himself a touch, and Daly, cleaner through Park Corner, gaps Maguire by a car's length or so. Ian Howes and Mikey Doble very much going with them. They're dropping Ian Jones a bit now in 5th, and Mikey Doble will really want to try and get back on the podium. He's had 6 podiums already this season, Mikey, and he would love to make that a 7th here at Cadwell. Managed to get on that podium yesterday, did Mikey, with a 3rd place finish. He's running in 4th at the moment. So Daly now starting to assert himself out in front. It could become more about the battle for second, couldn't it, over this last lap and a bit, between Maguire, Howes and Doble Jr. There is Doble, right behind Ian Howes, who's had his best weekend. Actually, no, not his best weekend so far. He had a 3rd place finish at Croft. He was only 4th yesterday. 5th, in fact, yesterday, I should say. So he is on for his 2nd podium finish of the year if he can keep Doble behind him for 1 more lap. Out of Barn Corner they come, then across the start-finish line. Daly with the lead, and that lead is officially 9/10 of a second, and he sets the fastest lap as well, Stephen Daly, at 1:46.277 compared to his fastest lap yesterday of a 46.5. So the slightly cooler conditions this morning just enabling them to go a little bit more quickly around the circuit. Cooler conditions mean the engines run a little bit more efficiently, but also the tyres just hang on in there a bit, as long as it's not icy cold, which is definitely not. It's still very pleasant. Yesterday we were getting well into the mid-20s as far as track temperature was concerned. That was just a bit too hot for these Nankang tyres. Today though, perfect conditions for fast lap times. Stephen Daly setting them right now. But for second place, it's still all to play for. Well, actually more third, isn't it, really? Howe's not really close enough to Maguire to challenge for second, and he's definitely focusing more on defence, I think, than attack now, because Mikey Doble and Ian Jones are not far behind him. Through the gooseneck comes Daly, still pushing hard, kicking up the dust into the face of Maguire. Howe's is out on the grass, he's sideways, so was Jones in fifth, but actually Mikey Doble was no quicker than them through that sequence, despite them going wide, but he is quick off Mansfield, and Mikey Doble looks to the inside now towards the mountain. He can't quite get there though. Howes shuts the door. Jones is sort of fishing around behind Doble and goes to the outside of him through the mountain. Locks up though, runs wide. Mikey was having absolutely none of that. Look at how that lead gap has come down too. I think Daly made a mistake through the mountain section there, and for some reason Paul Maguire is right back on his tail now as they go into the Hall Bends for the final time. Is there going to be a last-ditch effort here from Maguire to get through? We've seen already this morning battles that have been resolved at the very final corner. Thankfully, though, this time no contact between these two, as we saw in the Fiesta Junior race earlier on. It is going to be a very, very close finish, but it's not quite going to be a victory for Paul Maguire. Instead, it is an 8th victory from 10 races for Stephen Daly, and he gets one hand now very firmly on that championship trophy. Second place goes to Paul Maguire. Ian Howes does hang on to third, then Mikey Doble fourth, and Ian Jones in fifth. It wasn't, by the way, a mistake from Daly, I don't think. It was actually Paul Maguire setting a fastest lap on the final lap, a 1:46.238. So that was a really quick lap time there from him. Lead Hendy Sadler there, trying to gain one more place on the line. He did pick off one more after the restart, because he was 22nd behind the safety car, finishes 21st, but at a circuit where it's so hard to overtake, and with half of the race there running behind the safety car, he just didn't have time to make a huge amount more progress. So Daly then with the win, Maguire second, Howes third. Daly will pick up another 51 championship points because he gets the bonus for the... No, he doesn't get the bonus for fastest lap. What am I talking about? He gets 50 points then. The bonus, of course, as I literally just said, goes to Paul Maguire, who will therefore pick up 48 points for that second place. Paul Maguire was already leading the Masters Championship for the older drivers on the grid, but still very, very quick, and getting faster is Paul Maguire every time he goes out on track. So looking forward to, if he sticks around for another year next season, which we hope he will, looking forward to seeing exactly what he can do with already a full season or so under his belt. Ian Howes then picks up third, moves on to takes 45 points. That's his third place finish of the season. Mikey Doble will get 44 for finishing in fourth, and Ian Jones will get 43 for finishing fifth. Huntley, the big loser, who scores just the 1 point, zero actually, because you score a point if you non-finish. So if you start the race and don't finish, you get a point. If you don't take the start though, I think it is a zero, so that's going to be a zero for Huntley. That will really hurt him in the championship, which means that on total points before the drops are calculated, Stephen Daly will go to Donington Park on 498 points. Into second place in the championship by a solitary point will go Ian Jones, 1 point ahead of Mikey Doble. Jones will be on 433, Doble 432. 431 then for Paul Maguire. So we've got 3 drivers there covered by 2 points for second place in the championship. It's going to be very, very close indeed. Now though, it is time to head back down to the assembly area, because already we've got cars gridding up ahead of our next race. It's the second of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship, and yesterday's race, Scott, really did keep us guessing right to the end, didn't it?
It did, and it produced our 5th different winner of the season, the man on camera right now, which is car number 52, Alistair Kellett, former Fiesta champion himself, who is now looking to try and grab himself his 2nd win of the season. And just alongside him will be Zach Lucas, who, again, hasn't won a race yet, has won races in the Fiesta Championship before, and potentially even get a good start and get in front. Could make it a 6th different winner. Just shows how competitive these brand new ST240 class cars really are. Turbocharged, 240 horsepower, really good to see. Rob Smith in 3rd place. Of course, former British GT racer who's been prying his class through Fiesta for the last couple of seasons. And then in 4th place, of course, we've got David Nye, who took 2 wins at Snetterton, and he's looking good to try and increase that tally as much as possible. David Nye's former class champion in Fiesta, so he'll be looking to try and make it that. He came into the weekend equal 2nd in points with Rob Smith on drop scores. He was both 7 points behind Luke Pinder, who is starting further back in the field. We'll get to him in a second. Just behind On the camera here, we've got Jamie Going here, of course, team boss of Jam Sport, who took his first win in these brand new cars at Snetterton as well. So 5 different winners, as we say, so far this season. Potential for more. There's Simon Horrobin. Of course, he's a stalwart for Specialised Motorsport. And then just behind him, we've got John Cooper, who has probably done more laps than anyone else in one of these newer specification Fiestas for this season, after he was testing that car as early as February last year. And took both wins at Croft to start the season. And that was at a point when everyone else was just starting to get to grips with these cars as well. Just behind him is a notable driver. We've got Stuart Robbins here, another former class champion in Fiestas. Good to have him back on the grid from Alton Park. And he liked it so much of his what was meant to be kind of a tryout appearance at Alton Park. He stayed for the rest of the season. We've got the ST150s as well on the grid. We've got, for them, it is defending champion Sam Watkins, who starts on pole for them, from Ethan Rogers and from George Davis. But as the field starts to go out here at Cadwell Park for our second race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship, let's hand over to Andy for the current grid heading on to the second race.
Yeah, thanks very much, Scott. So Alistair Kellett then, yesterday's race winner, will start on pole again today, but Alistair didn't race at the season opener at Croft at the start of the year, so he is a little bit further back in the championship standings as it stands. The points then, once the drop scores are taken into account, see Luke Pinder now leading the way. Luke had a bit of a disappointing race yesterday, though. The car seemed to slow midway through the race, so he finished in 10th position in the end, did Luke. Whereas compared to David Nye, who managed to finish in 4th place, and so that has seen that gap come down a little. So before we get into the Fiesta race then, very, very quickly, let's head down and have a chat, shall we, with our podium finishers from the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. Well, we might do in a minute. The drivers haven't made their way down there yet, so we're going to have to unfortunately miss the interviews, I reckon, because the cars are on the grid. So yes, just to finish what I was saying then before I got distracted, Alistair Kellett the winner, from Zach Lucas and Rob Smith, which from a championship perspective meant that Rob Smith was actually the big winner. 3rd place means that he now closes in to just 7 points behind the championship leader. Right, we do now have some BMW drivers, I believe, so Scott Woodwis, over to you.
Just before that Fiesta race gets underway, let's bring our top 3 in to grab our races. First of all, we'll start off with 3rd place, which was Ian Howes. So we'll have a quick word with him very quickly before you get your trophy. Ian, brilliant result for 3rd place. Just quickly sum up how that race was.
It means the world. It's first podium. I did get a podium earlier in the year, but after the ceremony had happened. So first time up here. Trevor's built an amazing car and it deserved to be here long before this, so really grateful for that. And Matt has been working wonders behind the scenes, so yeah, super pleased with everyone. Thank you.
Go and get your trophy. Well done, congratulations. Very quickly, 2nd place Paul Maguire. We'll just quickly jump in. 2nd, that's not too bad. 2 Masters wins and 2 2nd places. You're getting used to this, aren't you?
Take that all day long. All I wanted to do was go for a drive on a Sunday in the park, and it worked out. That's cool.
Yeah, came close with Stephen though. You were right on his tail on restart.
Yeah, maybe spent too long in first gear on the start and switched down, and then I lost him trying to get him in turn 4. I mean, he's a talent all on his own, and then going through the woods a little bit quicker, but half his diff's hanging off, so he did well to finish.
Good stuff. Well done. Go and get your trophy, and we'll see you next time out. And a winner once again, still points leader Stephen Daly. He ran you close at the restart, didn't he?
I certainly did. But not getting much of a race out there with the safety car. Obviously, Cadwell's very tight, so I mean, it is what it is. There was only a couple of laps left to go after the safety car, so there wasn't any opportunity to gain a gap. Paul was a very fast driver, so I mean, he was always going to stay there. So happy to get the win, happy for Casey Motorsport, and happy for all my sponsors. So.
Right. Go and get your winning trophy. We'll see you next time. Well done. Right, congratulations to our top 3 in BMWs. Andy, back to you for the Fiestas.
Yes, right then. Grid for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship is as follows. It's the result from yesterday's race as ever that decides this one. So Alistair Kellett on pole, Zach Lucas alongside him. Rob Smith, who, like I said, is now joint second in the championship with David Nye. They share the second row of the grid. They're only 7 points behind Luke Pinder now after drop scores are calculated. Jamie Going and Simon Horrobin are next ahead of John Cooper and Stuart Robbins. And then on the 5th row of the grid, rounding out that top 10, we've got Spencer Stevenson and Luke Pinder, who hopefully has got whatever this this issue was from yesterday sorted. The car kept losing power, it seemed, out on track. Marco Ricci and Sam Watkins are next. Watkins the highest placed of the ST150s, the older spec Ford Fiesta STs, making a welcome return to the championship. Ethan Rogers and George Davis behind him, ahead of Briony Davis and Marlo Cordell. Then we've got Dylan Hotchin and Dominic Bush rounding out the 18-car grid in theory, although those two were non-finishers yesterday, both retiring on the 7th lap of the 9-lapper. So Pinder then 225 points, Nye and Smith 218. Simon Horrobin, who's only been on the podium twice this year, is still in touch though on 196, 2 points ahead of Jamie Going and Zach Lucas, who are tied for 5th. It is incredibly close this year in the Fiesta Championship. This switch to the ST180 turbos, these newer spec cars that previously had a class of their own, which was Class D, and there were maybe 2 or 3 of them racing when it first started, when they first started using these cars. But now we've got, as you can see, the majority of the field are these ST180s. The racing has been better, really, and the championship's been more competitive as well, with 5 different winners so far this season from the first 8 races, and almost everyone has had a podium, actually. Of the ST240 drivers, there are only, I think, 2 or 3 of them that haven't been on the podium yet this season, so incredibly competitive. So many drivers capable of running strongly, and it seems to vary from week to week. At Croft at the start of the season, John Cooper won both of the races. He's not been on the podium since. Then we went to Alton Park when Luke Pinder took a pair of victories. Snetterton, there were 2 wins for David Nye, and they had 3 races that weekend, the third of them won by Jamie Going, and then Alistair Kellett won yesterday. So are we going to get another couple of new winners? There are a few candidates, aren't there? Rob Smith hasn't won a race yet, Simon Horrobin hasn't won yet, and Zach Lucas hasn't won yet. Zach Lucas starts on the front row, so every chance we could get a 6th different winner here, maybe even a 7th later on this afternoon. Let's wait and see then. 15 minutes, excuse me, of racing about to get underway then for the second time this weekend in the BRSCC Ford Fiesta Championship. Fiesta Seniors then, the sort of next step up the ladder from Fiesta Juniors, who we saw racing earlier on. That race was an absolute thriller. What do the seniors have in store for us? Let's find out. The lights go out and it looks like a pretty even start from the front row. John Cooper making some moves in the background. Rob Smith there trying to find a way ahead of the front row sitters. He's almost pushing the pole sitter Alistair Kellett into turn 1, and there's contact. Jamie Going is off. He's taken someone else with him. John Cooper, I think that might be. They've both exited stage right there as they go into Coppice Corner. One of them was rejoining. Will they both get going again? We'll have to wait and see. The leaders come out of Charlie's though, and that looks like it's Kellett leading the way then, from Smith 2nd and Zach Lucas down to 3rd. So Rob Smith maybe is going to challenge for his first victory. 1 or 2 of the ST180s have been delayed, I think, a bit further back. Rob Smith really is challenging for victory here. Goes to the outside into Park Corner. The right rear wheel sticking up in the air there, but he couldn't quite get the car stopped in time, and so he has to settle back into 2nd before Zach Lucas reclaims that P2 from him. So out of Park Corner then, through the top end of the circuit they go, and there is Jamie Going. So Going is still there at the back. Did John Cooper get going again? I think it was Cooper that had actually had a good start, and ironically that kind of put him in the firing line then when we got to turn 1. We'll check on the timing screen at the end of the lap to see whether he has been able to continue in the race. Further back, meanwhile, the ST150s, that doesn't look like, no, it's not Sam Watkins leading the way, is it? That was George Davis as for the overall race lead. Look at how tight it is, 5 of them together, and 5th in that shot, the all-blue car, is Luke Pinder, the championship leader. So the car already going more strongly than it did yesterday. So it's Kellett that leads, Smith 2nd, Lucas 3rd, David Nye 4th. There is Luke Pinder. So Luke Pinder, as long as the car stays underneath him this time for 15 minutes, could be on course to challenge for a podium again. Through they come then, Alistair Kellett with the race lead. He won yesterday's race by 1.1 seconds, but it was a lot tighter than that for most of the race. Is he going to be able to get another one then here today, having survived the early attack from Rob Smith, who is in 2nd place? Things are looking good for him. Smith getting away from Lucas slightly, so the top 2 gapping the next little trio. Then you've got there Spencer Stevenson, the red car, with number 14 Simon Horrobin right behind him. So Horrobin started 6th, dropped down 1 position on the first lap, but he's challenging to get that 6th place back now as they go towards Park Corner. It's a single file for the top 5, side by side for 6th. Horrobin to the outside line. Has he gone right round the outside? He has. Brilliant stuff there from Simon Horrobin. who was a front runner a number of years ago in the ST150s before the ST180 turbo cars sort of took over as the top class in the championship. Horobin was a regular race winner. And Simon, as I've said, still looking for his first victory this year, but has been on the podium twice, including yesterday. No, sorry, twice, including once at Snetterton last time. He missed out on the podium yesterday, didn't he? And he finds himself back in 6th place again in the early stages of this one. Really mounted then. Pinder right up on 2 wheels. Really spectacular stuff. These things are quite stiffly sprung, aren't they? So if you do hit a curb, which they all are doing, it's really going to bounce the car around. Simon Horobin's car dancing its way into the Hall bends. What a brilliant shot that is as they head into that final sequence of corners and make their way through onto the end of another lap. The top 2 then nose to tail as they come out of Barn Corner back towards the start finish line. It's even closer though for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Zach Lucas trying to escape here from David Nye, but Luke Pinder is the man on the move. So Pinder, as it stands then, running in 5th position, would score 36 points. Rob Smith, who is his nearest championship rival then, would score, Rob Smith is running in 2nd, he would score 46. So that, as it stands, would put Rob Smith into the championship lead. So Pinder needs to try and make progress here. So Zach Lucas running a bit wide there at the front of that queue in 3rd position. Fastest lap, by the way, goes to Rob Smith in 2nd. That's a bonus point, so it means he's taking 11 points now out of Pinder. David Nye, of course, the man that is tied with Rob Smith for 2nd in the points, but Nye is only 4th, so he's not benefiting quite as much from this. There go the ST150s, by the way. The lead battle there is very close. It's an all-red affair. The 3 red cars are all fighting for the class lead, and we're going to see a challenge here, are we, from the number 11 of Ethan Rogers to try and get up the inside of George Davis. He's not close enough to do it at Park, though. There is yesterday's winner, Sam Watkins, 3rd in line, working his way through Charlie's and through Chris Curve, and then behind Marlowe Cordell has got Dylan Hotchin for company. So Hotchin did get out after his retirement yesterday. They're getting held up a bit here, aren't they, by Marco Ricci in the ST180 car, so they could do with clearing him really. So John Cooper, incidentally, is out of the race. I think he did limp back to the pits at the end of lap 1, but he is out. So Cooper retirement. Jamie Going, though, did carry on and actually isn't a million miles behind this group. He's about 5 seconds behind them as Ethan Rogers slows over the top of the mountain from 2nd place in the ST150s. Ethan Rogers has hit problems that looked like drive shaft or gearbox, didn't it? I suspect gearbox, because the car still has power, but I don't think he can get it into gear. So what a shame for Ethan then, who was fighting for the podium then in the ST150 categories. That takes a bit of the pressure off George Davis, but he's now got yesterday's winner, Sam Watkins, really not that far behind him. As they come across the start-finish line then, the overall race leaders have already gone through, no change in the order at the front, although David Nye in 4th place has just set the fastest lap at 1:39.844, so he steals that bonus point away from Rob Smith, who had it previously. As there, George Davis tries desperately to get ahead of Marco Ricci. So these ST180 turbo cars, they are, as the name would suggest, turbo powered, so they've got that extra horsepower, but that adds a lot of extra weight to the car. It's also a less aerodynamic and a bigger bodied car, so down the straights it's quick. Through the corners, a well-driven ST150 is quicker, and that's the problem that George Davis is finding here. He's catching Ricci through the twisty stuff and then can't actually get past him down the next straight. There, looks like John Cooper, isn't it? Just ahead of them. Or is it? No, it might be Dominic Bush in a similarly liveried car to John Cooper, because Cooper is... no, Cooper is back on track, so that is John Cooper. Rogers got back to the pit lane after slowing, but John Cooper, look, is stationary now on the track as he tries to let these cars through, because he's a couple of laps down. Not a huge amount of damage done to that car, though, really. The left-hand side's a bit bent, but yeah, that's not actually all that bad. So came in presumably just to check things over after his contact at the first corner. So waiting then for this shot, which is a 3rd place. Lucas, Nye, Pinder and Horobin still together. Alistair Kellett now has the fastest lap. The race leader is 1.3 seconds now ahead of Rob Smith. So Kellett looking a lot more secure now in the lead of the race. Pinder a little bit squirrely out of Charlie's corner. 1:39.066 then for Kellett, compares to his fastest lap yesterday of a 39.2. So a couple of tenths quicker. That was an average speed of nearly 80 miles an hour yesterday, so they should have exceeded 80 now here today, which on as tight and technical a circuit as this. It really does go to demonstrate actually what a high average speed it has, Cadwell Park. Yes, it's tight and technical, but you can carry a lot of speed through those technical sections with really only one properly slow corner on the track, that being the hairpin at the end of the Hall Bends. Things just settling down now. They were into the second half of the race, 7.25 minutes on the clock. And David Nye, ex-British touring car racer, coming under a little bit of pressure now from Luke Pinder. They've really dropped Horobin suddenly. I didn't spot what happened to Horobin, but the grey car that was right behind them isn't anymore. Is he still there? Can't see Horobin. No, I really can't see Horobin. Horobin is going quite slowly, actually. He's about to come into shot. Oh, he was about to come into shot in that next group. Simon Horobin, I think, might have a problem in the number 14 car. Wonder if he's going to head to the pit lane this time. So out of barn come third, fourth and fifth, but there should be a fourth car in that shot, and there's not. He'd been overtaken by Stevenson and Robbins, I saw out of the window as they went through the Hall Bends. There's Stevenson, well, he's back ahead of Robbins now, but Horobin's car is down on straight line speed, isn't it? So Simon Horobin fighting some sort of a problem here. That's a shame. There might be, oh, and that is as the leader in the ST150's off. George Davis has tangled with Marco Ricci, hasn't he, as he was battling with that ST180 back marker, and that now means that Sam Watkins is alongside George Davis for the class lead across the start-finish line. They're banging wing mirrors, almost anyway, as they go towards the first turn, and here comes Ricci in the more powerful turbo car to try and get back ahead of them. That was tight as they disappeared through Coppice Corner. Wait for them to come back into view through Charlie's. Who's going to be in the class lead? Is it still Davis? Yes, it is, with Watkins next in line, but Davis goes very, very, very wide on the grass, and he's going to bounce his way halfway down the park straight before he finds some tarmac. Immediately comes across to the right-hand side of the road to defend. Watkins goes to the outside, but Ricci is there as well, pushing Watkins through almost. So Watkins takes the class lead. Ricci now tries to go to the inside of him at Park Corner, but of course the lighter ST150 can brake a little bit later. Oh, you've got a feel for George Davis there. They're getting tangled up with a car in a different class to him, which has potentially now cost him the class victory. There must have been some sort of contact or incident at the hairpin. And now, look, he's getting held up again behind Ricci through the twisty stuff. There's going to be some real frustration here for Davis, who knows that has really cost him. He sweeps around the outside of Ricci at Mansfield, but then Ricci's got the power to get back ahead of him again down the straight towards the mountain. Brilliant battling between them, but that is mightily frustrating and disappointing for George Davis then. Here comes the third place squabble within the turbo cars. Still all in the order they were in at the start of the race, really, after the early shuffling. You can see Rob Smith ahead of them. Now, Rob Smith is 2.3 seconds clear of them and still lapping faster than them, as off now goes the 27. That was Marlo Cordell, who I think Dylan Hodgson has just gone past. I reckon Dylan Hodgson in the 75 is ahead of him now as a result of that. So, oh, that's David Nye very sideways, and Luke Pinder. I think Nye got a wheel on the grass as he turned into Park Corner there. In a front-wheel drive car there, you just floor the throttle and it tends to bring the front end around, which it did, but that was a scary moment for David Nye. So Nye amazingly saves it and retains fourth place, but that just eases some of the pressure from Zach Lucas now. Zach Lucas, the green 111 car, you can see he's got away from these two now as they make their way into the mountain. 3 3/4 minutes still to go. Curves, there's Rob Smith, there's Zach Lucas. Now, can Lucas use this to catch Smith for second, I wonder? Now that he's not having to watch his mirrors as much after Nye's mistake, can he go after the second place car? Because Smith's pace does seem to be waning a little bit, doesn't he? He was a couple of tenths slower than the leader last time. He was still 3 tenths quicker than the group behind, but Lucas, I think, has gained a bit on this lap. Let's see what the lap times are then. It's a 39.8 for the race leader, is it? Timing screen's picked. Perfect, mate. Stop working. A 40.1 for the leader, a 39.9 actually for Smith, so fractionally quicker than the leader, but it was a personal best lap for Zach Lucas in third, but 139.6, so about 3 tenths quicker than Smith ahead of him. The gap is down to 1.9 seconds, but there are only 2 laps to go. So I'm not sure he's going to have time to get there, is he? So as they work back through the hairpin, that's Jamie Goings slightly damaged car. Damaged the front end of that one after his contact at the start. There's is that Bryony Davis or George Davis? That is George Davis, 281, who's really faded now from Sam Watkins. Sam's 2.8 seconds nearly ahead of him, and a couple of the turbo class cars now separating them, so George going to have to focus the rest of his attentions on fending off Dylan Hotchin, who's moved up from the Fiesta Junior Championship to race in the Senior Series now. And Hotchin retired yesterday, but is on for a podium in this one potentially, and could even make that a second place rather than a third. So here come the turbo front runners then through the Hall Bends for what should be the penultimate time. Going to be tight, but Kellett's at the hairpin with 1 minute and 45 to go, and he's lapping in the 1 minute 40s, so by the time he gets back to the line there'll be less than a lap time left on the clock. That will mean this is the final lap that they're going on to. Smith, I think, has reacted a bit here to the imminent threat from Zach Lucas. I think he's going to be quicker than the third place car this time. In fact, I think he's going to be quicker than the race leader again. Kellett does a 40.0, and yes, Smith a 39.8. No, actually no. So Lucas did a 39.3, so he was half a second faster. Strange, the gap didn't look like it had come down by half a second, but it is now only 1.5 between them. But at that rate, he's not quite going to get there in time before the checkered flag comes out. Through the Hall Bends comes the ST150 leader, and George Davis from second is off the road. He's on the grass. He almost scrapes down the side of the barrier, and through goes Dylan Hotchin into second place. That was, unfortunately, an unforced error there from George Davis, and it costs him second position. And that will hand it on a plate to Dylan Hotchin. Hotchin's fastest lap, by the way, a 44.3 44.3 on the previous lap. Was very, very competitive. A personal best lap of the race, pretty deep into the race for Dylan. Be interesting to see what he can do from a reasonable grid position in race number 3 later on today. Alistair Kellett, though, comes up over the top of the mountain, and he looks as though he's going to take another race victory then. Alistair Kellett, who, as I said, missed out on the first event of the season, but he's been on the podium in the last 3 races. A second and a third at Snetterton, a win yesterday, and he's going to take his second victory of the season in this one too, and he retains the fastest lap, so 52 points will go the way of Alistair Kellett, who comes across the start-finish line and takes the checkered flag for the second time here at Cadwell Park. Rob Smith second, Zach Lucas third, David Nye fourth, and Luke Pinder in fifth position then. So Pinder scores a few more championship points then. Waiting for the ST150s to come through as well. Confirmed that it was Sam Watkins that came home to take the victory. He was actually catching Simon Horobin, who in that ailing turbo car towards the end. Horobin, though, should still be the next car across the line. Horobin's lap time's dropped off by about 8 seconds once he encountered his issue. Is he going to make it to the flag? He should be here shortly. Flag waves. Is that for Simon Horobin? It is. There he is. And Sam Watkins, I don't think he's going to be that far behind. There he comes, look, just ahead of John Cooper, who is a lap down. Marco Ricci, who is not a lap down. And then Dylan Hotchin, second in the ST150s, and George Davis hand out to the window, but I don't think he's going to be terribly happy how that race grounded out for him. So points-wise then, Kellett gets 52, Rob Smith gets 46, Zach Lucas gets 42. It will be 38 for David Nye. Oops. And then 36 points for Luke Pinder. So as far as the championship front runners are concerned, that will put Nye ahead onto 358 points and 317 for Luke. Sorry, no, beg your pardon. Try and look at the right tab on the points table there. So it will move then Rob Smith into the championship lead. Pinder should retain second, and David Nye third. But it's all going to be very tight still between those three. And they still have another race to go, of course, later on this afternoon. Then they're at Donington Park on the 25th and 26th of September, and then they're back at Cadwell Park on the 23rd and 24th of October for their finale. So that is Fiesta Senior Championship done for now, but they're back out again this afternoon at about 4:30. The next on-track action, though, is our first Mazda MX-5 racing of the day. The MX-5 Super Cup had a race yesterday that was very, very entertaining, and the race won by Sam Smith means that he extends his championship lead, and I believe that Scott Woodwis is going to be there to potentially go and have a chat with some of the drivers in the MX-5 Super Cup ahead of their second race of the weekend.
Yes, indeed. Another full grid of Mazdas is getting set to get underway here at Cadwell Park. Second race of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Always an energetic and exciting championship. We might possibly, if we can have a quick word, with our championship leader, pole sitter and race one winner. A lot of accolades from one weekend so far, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got some work to do still. Those 2 to go. I couldn't get away from Jack yesterday, and with the temperature drop, I think Bessel could be the dark horse here.
Is the fact that it's a tight circuit a saving grace for someone like you on pole? Is it a case of or does it not matter too much when there's any possible opportunity?
It's certainly the best place to start. So yeah, I've given myself the best possibility, but you've still got to get off the line. You've still got to get around the first lap, and then you've got to absorb the pressure, I suppose. So you've got it to lose, they've got it to win. So it's the best place to be, but the most nerve-wracking.
Adam might give you another headache from the front row.
He definitely will in this weather, yeah, 100%.
Good stuff. Right, we'll let you get focused, but best of luck.
Cheers, Scott.
Good stuff. So we've spoken to Sam. I think we did have a brief chat to Adam as well, but I think we will do. We've done one front man, so we'll have if we can, a quick chat to the other. Quick word. Adam, I know that Sam's quite wary off the start. Are you fancying your chances for this one?
Oh yeah, definitely. We changed the setup. I think we always seem to be a bit better when it's colder, so hopefully we should be able to attack Sam from the off and give him a good run for his money this time.
Yeah, it's quite warm yesterday. I mean, how much do you expect the track to feel different in terms of temperature and grip levels out there, considering there's been a few races out there as well?
Yeah, I think we had a bit of rain. We were here we had a bit of rain last night, and we were here testing Thursday, and I think it'll be more like it was on Thursday rather than like it was yesterday. So I think we were faster than Sam on Thursday, so hopefully we should be there or thereabouts, I think.
So the strategy is quite simply beat him off the line, try and stay in front and defend like crazy.
Yeah, definitely. Try and back these two into each other because they've got a championship to sort out and I'm not involved. So yeah, let's use that to our advantage.
You could be the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons, can't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Good stuff. We'll chat to a couple more just ahead. We spoke to, I think, Jack yesterday, so we'll leave him be for the time being. We're also waiting our podium for the Fiesta Championship. Championship making way very shortly. The MX-5 Supercars heading out. Now Declan Lee starting quite high up, as is also James Cousins. We've also got Patrick Fletcher in the mix as well. He's always had a bit of a rough second half, end to the first half of the season, hoping to pick up a few more decent results. Richard Amos, who was yesterday's club class winner. And of course, then we've got him in there, the likes of Braden Fletcher. Kevin Sylvain, who's in the green and black car, number 62, who'll be looking to try and get himself up higher than second place. He leads the club class points coming into the weekend. Got Simon Fleet heading out as well. Luke Whitworth, who has come up from karting into the club class as well. Thomas Smith is in there too. Martin Tolley. We've got Nick Rutter and Clive Powles. We've got the two Luke Herbert racing cars of Lee Britton and Tom Selden. Tom Selden actually in Luke Herbert's multiple championship winning car from last time. And then we've got Chris Richardson, a few more cars. George Grant, of course, who's had a Clapper North and also Downforce Radio. And we've got Bruce Robertson. And then, as we say, there's so many of these Super Cup cars, they're queuing up outside the assembly area in the road coming down to it. So that's how big the grid is. So as one race goes out to head to the grid for its second race, we can see that the drivers are coming down for their podium ceremony for the second race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship. So we've got all 6 drivers down here. So we'll see if we can possibly have a chat and maybe dive in if we can with our double race winner from this weekend, Cadwell Park. That's pretty good, doesn't it?
Sounds pretty good, yeah, considering I didn't test or anything. So yeah, I got a good enough start, but Rob got a great start and he was all over me for the first couple of laps. And as he said himself, I got 2 good laps, got a little gap, and I think Zach was kind of all over me as well. So once I got the gap, I just sort of managed it and seemed to pull away a little bit. But yeah, good race, yeah.
So now you've got to try and make the hat-trick later on this afternoon.
I don't think we made the hat-trick round here, starting from 6th or 8th, wherever the reverse grid is for, but okay, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. It's nice to have you back because of COVID you weren't able to travel across some island, so how nice is it to be back amongst the paddock, amongst drivers that you're familiar with, and with the new cars that we spoke about yesterday. You look like you're enjoying yourself immensely.
Yeah, it's great to be back. Like, we missed all last year. We actually missed Croft at the start of the year because we couldn't travel, but since Alton was an okay weekend, but from Snarton on we seem to have eventually got to set up right in the car. It's, to be honest, it's on rails around here, so I can actually place it wherever I does what I wanted to do, and it's brilliant. And the guys are all great to race with, very clean, and it's great to be back.
Great stuff. Well, we'll let you go and get your trophy in a second, but well done, and we'll see you for race 3 later on.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Let's see if we can grab, I think second place was, Zach, so Zach was in second place. Stace, you can grab Zach, just for second place. It's one better than yesterday, and looks like a pretty decent battle out there with Alistair and Rob out there.
Yeah, it was. I was back row watching them two battle it out, which was pretty fun. And then I see David creeping up behind me, and then luckily Luke Pinder come up behind him and gave me a little break. Managed to break away a little bit.
So front row again for race 3. Can you try and beat Alistair off the line?
I hope so. We'll give it a go.
Good stuff. We've got these ambassadors out, so we'll let you go and grab your trophy in a second, but well done for second place. Let's quickly see if we can grab Rob for a second for third place. Rob, quickly for third place. Another podium, and smiles-wise, anything, you enjoyed that, didn't you?
I did enjoy it, but I just can't believe how boring I am this year. I can get on the podium, but we just haven't got the speed to win, and I really want to win this year. And these guys are good drivers, and they're not making it easy for me, but we're consistent, the car's running well, and third yesterday, second today. Can we go one better?
Surely
for the last one.
Surely the sequence has to be third, second, first. It has to be.
That's what my son Alfred, that's what he said. It's got to be first next time, Dad.
Well, fingers crossed it is. Go and get your trophy, and we'll see you for race 3 later on.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. I think we've got time just very quickly to have a chat to our ST150 winner, who was once again the man with number 1 on the door. Very quickly. So, Sam, again, driving like you've never been away.
Yeah, it's been really good fun. Fortunately to find gaps every now and again, but yeah, there was some good racing in that one.
Great stuff. Well done. We're running short of time because the next race is about to come up, but well done for another victory. Hopefully 3 out of 3 later on.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Good stuff. Right, we'll let the Fiestas go and get their trophies. Andy, over to you for the start of the Super Cup race.
Hasn't got his number. Yeah, thank you very much, Scott. The cars, as you can see, are onto their green flag lap already. So let's quickly run through the grid then for our second MX5 Super Cup race of the weekend. Yesterday's winner and points leader, Sam Smith, is on that pole position. Sam has won the last 7 races in a row, and he starts from pole position again here with Adam Bessel for company. Jack Harding, second in the championship, is third on the grid ahead of Declan Lee, and it's James Cossons and Patrick Fletcher with Will Blackwell Chambers. He struggled a bit yesterday to 7th. Richard Amos in 8th position. Then Braden Fletcher and Kevin Sylvain round out the top 10. James Warrior and Simon Fleeter on the 6th row. Row 7 for Luke Whitworth and Tom Smith. Row 8, Martin Tolley and Nick Rutter. And then the 9th row of the grid towards the back of the top 20. Clyde Powells and Lee Britton. Tom Selden and David Henderson round out that top 20. Then it's Alex Osborne, Chris Richardson, Matt Pickford and Xavier Brook on the 12th row. 13th row for George Grant and Bruce Robinson, Will Morris and Clive Chisnell on row 14. Then Martin Heath, Stephen New and Liz Walton round out the field. So once those drop scores are taken into account, then it is a 12-point advantage for Sam Smith over Jack Harding. Jack has only won once this year, but he's only been off the podium twice. Keeps on finishing second place to Jack Harding. He's getting a bit fed up of it now. He would love to go and get a win, but he'll have to do it from third on the grid this time. This grid based on the second fastest lap, from the qualifying session yesterday. Jack Harding didn't quite do enough to get on the front row this time. Started yesterday's race from third as well, though, and managed to come home in second place. 5-second board then is shown. Sam Smith on the pole position, the white car. The black car alongside him is Adam Bessel. Keep an eye, though, from Harding. The grey and red car in third on the grid. Off they go then. Even start from the front row drivers. In fact, pretty even start from most of the top 10 there, really. No big movers as they head towards the first corner, which is probably a good thing, because it's when someone gets a really good start that can sometimes lead to a bit of contact on the run through the first turn. But they're all through cleanly, thankfully, in towards Charlie's on lap number 1, and then the speed starts to build up the park straight. It's Smith that leads, Bessel second, Harding third, Lee in fourth, and James Cossons fifth. So grid order then at the head of the field. Fletcher there ahead of Will Blackwell Chambers. That is as they started. Then Richard Amos. I think you have to go outside of the top 10 to find the first positional change. They're 3 wide in the midfield. As for the lead of the race, Adam Bessel is on the attack, but there's no room on the inside of Sam Smith into Park Corner. How did that 3 wide battle sort itself out? We're waiting for them to come into sight. Here they are. And yeah, they've got that settled down just about. Nice clean start then from our MX5 Super Cup racers. The field rounded out by Stephen New as the top 3 already start to make a bit of a break. Jack Harding will really want to try and get himself ahead of Bessel as quickly as he can. Adam Bessel has had 3 podium finishes so far this year, but hasn't won a race yet. Compare that to Sam Smith, who's won 8 races and has never finished off the podium all season long, and it's going to be a tough prospect here for Bessel to get past him. But Adam has had success in Mark 1 Mazdas, so too Sam Smith. Actually, both of them have come up through the Mark 1 Championship in the Super Cup in the last year or so. Both have taken to it extremely well. Sam Smith, the reigning champion, won this championship on his first attempt in 2020, having moved up from the Mark 1 series through the hairpin. Then comes the field, and looks as though we're going to get them all through to the end of lap 1, which is excellent news. Really having to pick their way through there carefully on the opening lap. Through they come then, Smith leading the way, Bessel second, Harding in third. It's a 20-minute race, this one, and Jack Harding already can see Sam Smith just starting to get away at the front of the field. And I was going to say he wants to do something about that, and he does. He gets straight up the inside of Adam Bessel through the second part of Charlie, so wheel to wheel for second place. Now, if I were Adam Bessel, I would be tempted to let Harding go here, because look, they're losing so much time, and that's exactly what Jack Harding is saying to Adam. He's waving his hand at him, saying, don't fight me, work with me, because I am quicker than you, and I can drag you up to the leader. But Bessel insists on trying to hang on around the outside, and it almost cost him third place, because he got a wheel on the dirt, and so Declan Lee very nearly saw an opportunity to get alongside him as well. He was just about able to close the door on the number 12 car, though, so Harding goes second, but look at the time that lost them. Running side by side just for 2 corners has enabled the race leader to get away. James Cossons up the inside of Declan Lee. That was for 4th place. Did it work? No, it didn't, and that will slow down Cossons on the exit of the corner and give Patrick Fletcher a run at him as they head towards the mountain section. That's Braden Fletcher on the grass with Richard Amos on the outside. Fletcher trying to move ahead, actually, of Amos, as up the road they were side by side, weren't they? Cossons and Fletcher, they're side by side, and Cossons will end up losing a place to Will Blackwell Chambers then. Blackwell Chambers in exactly the right position there in the number 18 car to sneak through into 6th place. So there's Smith, there's Harding, Bessel and Lee 3rd and 4th, and it's all kicking off behind. Cossons is back through on the inside of Blackwell Chambers. Nicely done. James Cossons then, never say die, as he almost gained a place, then he lost one, and then he got it back again. So actually they finished the lap the same order they started it, because in the background, look, Richard Amos fended off Braden Fletcher as well, so they are literally all still in the same positions. So across the line they go then, towards Coppice, and onto another lap. Sam Smith then 1.2 seconds clear of Jack Harding, which means that Jack isn't getting much of a slipstream either. That's going to make it even harder to try and reel in the pace setter this season. Jack gave a very interesting interview yesterday, actually, after his second place finish, where he said that he wasn't really focusing too much on the championship. He said he's made the mistake in the past of getting wrapped up in fighting tooth and nail for the championship, and he's ended up not really enjoying himself all that much. He's got a very different attitude this year. He'd still like to win a race or two, though. There's Richard Amos, meanwhile, at the inside of Blackwell Chambers, bringing Braden Fletcher with him. So we're going to see some changes behind. Bessel sideways there, so too is James Cossons. Amos did go through, and so did Braden Fletcher, who's then on the grass coming out of the left-hander at the gooseneck. They settle back into line again. But Amos getting ahead of the man that was making progress at this part of the circuit a lap ago, Will Blackwell Chambers. Through the hall bends go the race leaders then. Brilliant sight they make as they fling it into the right-hander, then the left over that crest. The car's getting loose as the camber changes. Oh, Declan Lee rattles up the inside of Adam Bessel. That is what you call a forceful move, and I think that allowed Patrick Fletcher through as well, didn't it? Fletcher was certainly trying to get up the inside. Did he make it stick? Yes, he did. So 2 places lost there by Adam Bessel, but Declan Lee was coming through there, whether Bessel liked it or not, but now he might lose his newly acquired podium place to Patrick Fletcher, who gets a run, and then Bessel, I don't think is particularly pleased with Declan Lee, and he vents his frustration by driving into the back of him into one of the fastest corners on the track. That won't go down very well. So that all settles out then, with Patrick Fletcher 3rd, Declan Lee 4th, and irate Adam Bessel 5th, and James Cossons trying still to make progress from 6th place. Up the hill they go then, Bessel giving Declan Lee a shove as they go up the park straight. Something's going to happen here, surely, as they come into sight. There we go, Lee to the outside then, Fletcher defending the inside line. Can Bessel take advantage? Oh, he's into the back of Fletcher, and around goes Patrick Fletcher, right in front of the rest of the pack. Richard Amos is off. It looked like Lee went wide as well, and that all stemmed, I think, from Adam Bessel's frustration at losing the couple of places in the first place, and he was so determined to get back ahead of Declan Lee that poor old Patrick Fletcher ended up getting punted around. Amazingly, no one hit him, but that has really mixed up the order. There you can see Declan Lee, the green number 12 car, is behind Will Blackwell Chambers now. Just in front of Blackwell Chambers with damage to the left front corner is Braden Fletcher. And where will Patrick Fletcher rejoin out of all of that? That's the question. What a shame that had to happen. It was a great battle, but the writing was sort of on the wall. I didn't suspect that was going to end in tears, and it absolutely did. Really, the one that came off worst was Patrick Fletcher, and he had nothing to do with it. So the new order then is going to be still Sam Smith and Jack Harding at the head of the field. There's Declan Lee again sideways through the hairpin. I think he just made the same move on Blackwell Chambers that he made on Bessel a few laps ago. Number 99, Nick Rutter there running a bit wide. Gets back in line. Across the line they go. There's a Smith and Harding lead. Harding with a fastest lap there, 1 minute 40.997. He set the fastest lap on the previous lap as well, then went even quicker. So the lead gap is down now to 6/10. So Jack Harding has halved the advantage that Sam Smith had, but they're not quite together yet. Bessel still third, Cosson's right behind him in fourth, and then Braden Fletcher here in fifth position. Runs wide though, and Declan Lee is up the inside of him and ahead by the time they get halfway down the park straight, and Blackwell Chambers goes through as well, and it looks as though that's James Warrior, isn't it? James Warrior from 11th on the grid is about to move into 7th place as they go up the hill. Is there a problem for Braden Fletcher's car then? I think there might be, because he's lost a lot of speed there. I know he went wide on the grass, but it shouldn't have cost him that much pace, and he is pulling off. So the damage to the front of the car looks like it's actually affecting him more than just cosmetic damage. It's done something to either the steering, the suspension, or maybe even the radiator of the car. You can see there is the radiator grille is loose, which tells you that maybe it's punched a hole in the radiator or it's done some damage internally. And unfortunately, Paddock Motorsport, the team that Braden's brother Kelvin co-owns with Martin Plowman, are going to have a lot of work to do to get that car race ready for the final race of the day later on. So Braden Fletcher, it's just not quite clicked for Braden this year, has it? It looked like things were turning around for him at Snetterton when he had a top 5 in the first race and then a pair of third places in races 2 and 3, his first podiums of the year. But then it really has started to go wrong again here at Cadwell Park. Blackwell Chambers now up alongside Declan Lee as they come out of the final turn. This is going to put Will on the outside line at the first corner, but if he can hang tough around the outside, he'll have the inside for Charlie's. That's what he's going to try and do. It's quite a common move to attempt this. It looks like it's going to happen as well. Let's wait for them to come into shot. Yes, Blackwell Chambers is back ahead. So will Blackwell Chambers back into 5th place then? So this is 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th together, and 10th, 11th and 12th not far behind. James Warrior now moving up to challenge the green machine of Declan Lee for 6th. What's James Warrior's best finish of the year so far, I wonder? As they turn through Park Corner, it looked as though Lee was going to try and come back at Blackwell Chambers there, but he wasn't able to. So James Warrior had at Snetterton last time out a 14th place finish. So James Warrior's best finish of the season, 14th place, and he's now running in 7th position. That was a energetic attempt to get through, and it's worked as well. That was the 757 of Luke Whitworth moving up ahead of number 41, which is, I believe, Tom Smith, and Smith now losing another position to 55 Simon Fleet, who's a veteran of the Mark 3 MX5 series with the BRSCC. So they make their way into the Hall Bends. The leaders, by the way, are now 1.5 seconds apart. Jack Harding had a poor lap last time around. He's got it back down to 1.2 seconds this time, but we've still got just under half the race to go. He could still get there, but he must have made a mistake on the previous lap number 5. His 6th lap, though, is another 0.3 quicker than the leader. There you can see the gaps down the left-hand side of your screen there. Then 8.5 seconds ahead of Bessel in 3rd, who's got nearly 0.8 in hand over Cossons. That is James Warrior losing out, I think, isn't it, to Kevin Sylvain. Kevin Sylvain, number 62, finished 11th yesterday, but he's just moved into 7th spot as they went through, and that's Will Blackwell Chambers. Will Blackwell Chambers almost in the barriers. That's coming out of Charlie's, so Blackwell Chambers from 5th position is not out of the race, but he is going to fall down behind 56 was that, going through. So that drops him well down the order. No, 50 I think that was, Lee Britton maybe. So he's going to be down towards about 14th place, I think, Blackwell Chambers. Maybe even further down. Didn't see how that started, whether he jumped or whether he was pushed, but the end result is the same. He's out of contention now, unfortunately, for a strong result. James Warrior now coming under more pressure. That's Luke Whitworth up the inside, making another nice move at Mansfield. So Whitworth likes that part of the circuit, doesn't he? And that will put him into 8th place now. Or will it? Because Warrior's trying to come back at him. James Warrior, and he will get back ahead of him because Whitworth gets it all wrong into the mountain and will shortcut across the grass. He's about to appear stage left. There he is. Right in front of the Simon Fleet-Tom Smith battle. And they were almost going side by side. Thankfully, saw him rejoining the track and they made it single file again pretty quickly. So that's a shame for Whitworth, who was... I was just about to start looking at what his best finish of the year was, because I suspected this might be about to be it. His best finish was 7th place last time at Snetterton. So yeah, he was on course to beat that if he could have got himself ahead of Kevin Sylvain. That's not going to happen now, though. Side by side there, Martin Tolley now with Simon Fleet up the inside. Haven't seen a lot of Martin Tolley this weekend. Another BRSCC Mazda MX-5 stalwart who runs a lot of cars these days in both the Mark 1 and the Super Cup Championship. But he loses out in the end to Tom Smith. To Simon Fleet and Tom Smith, and nearly Luke Whitworth, who's already trying to fight back again after that off at the mountain. And then the red car behind them is Lee Britton. So actually, Blackwell Chambers did fall down a bit further than I thought. He crossed the line 18th place, 13 positions lost with that spin at Charlie's. Whitworth round the outside of Martin Tolley. That was a difficult move to pull off. Number 13, Tom Selden, trying something similar. Tom Selden in, as Scott was telling us earlier on, the car that Luke Herbert took to the championship a couple of years ago. Not running quite as high up the order now, but I'm sure that Tom is going to get quicker and quicker. Looks like, did Whitworth get ahead of Tolley? He did, didn't he? So around the outside of Park Corner. Martin Tolley is not known for being an easy man to overtake either. It's a very, very strong, bold move from Whitworth. He's obviously got good speed. Could be a contender in race 3. Now, finally, at the end of lap number 8, with 6 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, Jack Harding has caught Sam Smith. So this has been on the cards for a number of laps. He almost got there a few laps ago, then made a mistake. And now he's back with him. So Jack Harding then, can he get his second victory of the season? He really needs to try and get some points out of Sam Smith, and he is way quicker through the second part of Charlie's. Jack Harding then in the slipstream now as they go down the park straight through the dip. He'll try and make an attack here, maybe onto the brakes at Park Corner. Can he get up the inside though? Surely Smith's going to defend, which he does. So Harding settles in behind. Little jink. No, he's there. He's there. There's contact. Jack Harding through on the inside, and he elbows aside Sam Smith. I am amazed that Smith left him room on the inside. I thought he would defend a bit harder than that, but he didn't, and Harding just jinks up the inside and gets the lead away. So Jack Harding, your new race leader as they come through the gooseneck, and now Sam Smith really has to try and fight back here. If he doesn't, then Harding should have the pace to get away based on the way that he's reeled in the championship leader. So if Jack Harding can win, he's got the fastest lap as well, remember, that gives him 51 points, and it would be 101 points for Harding. It would be 98 for Smith. So what is at the moment a 12-point advantage for Smith would come down back into single figures again, 9 points. Teams and family members watching on, hardly believing their eyes here. Jack Harding, though, a bit wide at the hair, but he's not got this made yet, has he? Sam Smith, now that he's got someone to follow, might be able to see where Harding is quicker than him, and if he can copy what Harding's doing, he'll find a bit more lap time himself. He's back in the slipstream as they come across the start-finish line. 4.5 minutes to go, and Sam Smith is challenging, goes to the outside into Coppice Corner. Now we know that this can work. You can go around the outside here, get the inside for Charlie's. Bit of leaning on each other there. Wing mirrors starting to get folded in. Who will come out of Charlie's as the race leader, Harding or Sam Smith? It's Harding. Where is Smith? Where's Smith? Sam Smith is not there. He's dropped way back. He's still in second place, but there must have been contact of some sort as they went through the first couple of corners, and that now does give Jack Harding a very, very healthy lead in the race. We'll get the official margin at the end of the lap, but Jack Harding fending off that challenge from Sam Smith. He's lost his driver's side wing mirror completely. Now that's the side that Sam Smith was on, so they must have touched. We know they were banging wing mirrors going into the corner, but I don't think the mirror had been dislodged completely at that stage. So I reckon there might have been further contact a little bit further around the corner. Find out post-race, I'm sure. Now, with that battle on ice temporarily, we can focus again on the third place scrap, because James Cossins was at one point nearly a full second behind Adam Bessel, but he has also come on strong in the second half of the race. These are 20-minute races. It doesn't sound like a long time, but it is long enough for setup and tyre management to be a factor. It's something Jack Harding was telling me about yesterday, actually. The setup he'd been using so far this season had been good for a few laps, but then he was really running out of speed, running out of grip in the second half of the race, which was the exact opposite of what he'd been known for in previous seasons. Usually someone that comes on stronger in the second half than the first part of the race. So the way you set these cars up is important, and I wonder if maybe James Cossins has gone down a long run route rather than looking for outright pace over a short a sort of one lap or two. Well, is whatever it is quicker than Bessel at the moment. Bessel, of course, had a couple of knocks earlier on when he was battling with Declan Lee, who is 5th place, by the way, Declan Lee. There was a glimpse of the recovering Will Blackwell Chambers up the inside of Clive Powell's, I think that was, for 14th place. He dropped to 18th or 19th, didn't he, when he rejoined? 19th, I think. So he's picked up 4 or 5 spots since then. There may be spot of rain there on the camera lens at Charlie's, but nothing too significant at the moment. No umbrellas going up in the spectator areas just now, as this third place battle for the penultimate time heads through Park Corner, the place where the lead changed a couple of laps ago in the favour of Jack Harding, who has a 1 second advantage now. Martin Tolley there losing a position. That looks like Lee Britton going through. Martin Tolley was well inside. He was challenging for a top 6 earlier on, and that was Tolley dropping down to 13. So seeing some real comers and goers here, aren't we? Some people that were really strong early on fading in the second half of the race, and vice versa. About to go on to that final lap of the race, though. Out of the window, by the way, I've just seen that Sam Smith is coming back at Jack Harding here. The gap was a second at the start of the lap, and we're about to see them coming through the hairpin, and that is not a second anymore, is it? So Sam Smith, this isn't over yet, and he's not going to be best pleased at having lost the lead to a robust move from Jack Harding. I don't think Jack did anything wrong when he passed him at Park Corner, but there was contact, no two ways about it. Last lap board is out then, one more time around the Cadwell Park circuit, the 2.2 miles of the Cadwell Park countryside ahead of Jack Harding, as he tries to score his second win of the season, his first since the middle of June at Silverstone. Had a run of podiums since then, broken up only by a slightly disappointing 9th place finish at Snetterton, when these two had contact at Snetterton, for which Smith was later penalised. He kept his win, but he was given a grid penalty for the next race. Harding wasn't particularly pleased with that as they went towards Park Corner. Here come the leaders then, through the right-hander. On the final lap then, can Sam Smith get ahead of Harding? You know full well that if Harding leaves a chink of an opening going into Mansfield or the hairpin, then he will absolutely be under pressure here from Smith, who's all over the grass through the gooseneck, but he's not close enough into this braking zone. That's the last of the obvious overtaking opportunities, but as we've seen, if you're willing to be aggressive into the hairpin, you can get through. Declan Lee has managed it a couple of times this race. Smith peeks to the inside of the mountain, but he's not going to get through there. Steeply uphill now, the circuit climbing all the way up past the paddock and into the Hall Bend. Sam Smith getting cheered on by the crowd trackside as he tries to attack one last time for the race victory then through the Hall Bends. Towards the hairpin they go. Who is going to come into shot ahead? Will they be side by side even? No, it's Harding ahead on a defensive line though. Smith comes off the corner slightly stronger. He can't get up the inside into Barn though. Out of the final turn they come. It's going to be a bit of a drag race to the line, but I don't think that Sam Smith is going to have the momentum. Jack Harding finally is going to be a winner again in the MX5 Super Cup. He takes the checkered flag by just under 0.3 of a second from Sam Smith to take his second race victory of the year and close the gap back down to single figures, and his team are pretty pleased with that. Brilliant stuff there from Jack Harding then. Second place goes to Sam Smith. Adam Bessel third, has come across the line now with James Cossins fourth. Now what's going to happen behind them, because there was some pretty close battles still going on. Declan Lee should come home fifth. There he is. 6th was Kevin Sylvain, still is, and then 7th is side by side as Simon Fleet. Now, what's happened to James Warrior? Warrior lost a couple of positions there on the final lap, didn't he? So it's Sylvain 6th, Fleet 7th, Smith 8th, Warrior 9th, and Whitworth in 10th position. So bit of shuffling, bit of sorting out there in the back end of the top 10. Those that were involved in that incident up at Park Corner, by the way, Amos recovered to 11th, Patrick Fletcher recovered to 14th in the end. Blackwell Chambers got as high as 15th after his spin at Charlie's. Had been 14th actually at one point, but that became 15th after Patrick Fletcher passed him there towards the end. Very entertaining race though, probably the most eventful race that we've had, maybe joint most eventful race with the Fiesta Juniors that we saw earlier on. And if you were a fan of that, we get to do it again this afternoon. The MX5 Super Cup out for their third race at 3:55. So lots more action from the MX5 Super Cup still to come, and more MX5 racing later on as well. We've got the Mark 1 Championship up just before lunch at 1:10, and their third and final race will be at 5:30 this afternoon. 2 more races before the lunch break then. We are running about 15 minutes ahead of time actually, so if you're working off the times that we gave you at the start of the day, we have just managed to gain a bit of time back. So this next race for the ETSL STXR Challenge was due to start at 12:40. It's 12:25 now, and I don't think there is any recovery work to be done after that race. No, we had 2 retirements, Nick Rutter and Braden Fletcher, but they both came into the pit lane rather than stopping on track, so there shouldn't be a huge delay in getting the next race underway. So in 5 minutes or so we should have action from the ETSL STXR Challenge, and then the final race of the day will be final race of the morning sessions will be the MX5 Championship race before we go into what should be hopefully a 60-minute lunch break. So Scott Woodwis, that was pretty entertaining, wasn't it? And I'm so happy for Jack Harding to finally get that second victory of the season. But I'll tell you what, if there was some needle between Sam and Jack after Snetterton, I don't think the antics in that race have done much to calm them down, have they?
Doesn't seem like it, and that should make the post-race interviews a little bit interesting, but I hope it's all in good humour. So we'll find out what they think about that in a second. Now coming up is more Fiesta action, but of a slightly older variety, particularly with these guys. Next, it's the ETSL STXR Challenge. This is a fantastic championship, both for Fiesta ST and XR models, includes in the name. Now then, if you watched yesterday's race, you'll see the ST cars start ahead of the XRs with a 20-second gap. For the second race, that's reversed. So the XR cars will start first, then there'll be a 20 seconds pause, and then the STs will start off after that. So Simon Robertson, by virtue of his XR win yesterday, starts on pole. We'll see if we can have a very, very quick word with him to see what he thinks about that. So Simon, you're pretty much one of the top dogs in XRs. You're on the front row. Is a possible overall victory on the cards, maybe?
I think this is probably my best chance ever. I've had a close call at Croft and a close call at Snetterton, but the car's right on the pace here, even against the ST, so I think they'll do well to catch me. It's just down to reliability. If I can keep the car reliable, then I think it's on the cards.
As you say, this is probably the perfect circuit, being so narrow and so twisty, so if they're going to catch you, they have to try and get round you a long way.
Absolutely, yeah. They'll be hard pushed to catch up, I think. There's not a big gap between us in terms of lap times. It is just going to be down to reliability, but I'll certainly be going for the outright win now.
Good man, we'll let you focus. We'll see you in a bit.
Cheers, thank you.
So next man is Alex Causa, and then just further down we've got the other cars, which is Paul Green in third place. It's 3 Fiesta XR2s at the front. Then we've got our 2 Escort XR3Is. We talked to Jason Hennifer yesterday. We've got Anton Martin here, who is in Jason Hennifer's car. We'll see if we can have a very, very quick word with Anton before he heads out. Well, Anton, welcome to the championship, and you're in quite a decent car, offhand first being Jason's X-car. How are you finding it?
It's all right. Tongs along a bit, but all right. Should be a good car, really.
Yeah.
We're out on Monday as well, isn't it? So, like tomorrow as well, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah. See if we can stay in front this time, shall we?
You seem to be enjoying yourself.
Yeah, it's an Escort, isn't it? If you can't enjoy yourself with an Escort, where can you enjoy yourself?
Never a true word spoken. You're going to try and keep ahead of Jason this time again?
Yeah, hopefully. It'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Bit probably strange for him to see his own car in front of him this time, isn't it?
Well, I see, at least he gets a good look of it still, doesn't he? He'll be alright. He might get a better pull away this time and actually get past us, so it's a bit awkward to overtake on a few places here. He knows the track a bit better than me as well, so we'll see how we go.
I think you fit straight into the championship already, haven't you?
Yeah. So we'll see how we go.
Again, we'll enjoy it. We'll see how you get on. Well done. Good stuff. That's the XRs. Quickly, let's take a look at the STs. Now, they start in the corner just down there. Now, Lee Barron was the winner in the STs, get it right, STs yesterday from Sam Beckett and then Mark Robinson. Chris Jones, who's one of our previous race winners, is in 4th place on the grid. Then Michael Heath, wrong championship. Michael Heath starts in 5th position ahead of Gareth Pilling. A couple of cars to watch from the back, though, are going to be these two just over in the corner here, which is Michael Blackburn and Sam Beckett, getting all names wrong today, Chris Grimes, who just flashed the headlights. Those two had some issues in that first race. They'll be trying to push forwards as best they can to get through in the second half, so it's going to be pretty tricky. And as we talked about, this is not a circuit which is easy. Meanwhile, before we get to the XRs going out, we have got our podium, of course, for our 2 sets of drivers in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. So we'll see, actually, if we can have a quick chat with our race winner, who, bit of relief, I think, 2nd win of the season. And again, that was pretty hard fought out there by the looks of it.
Yeah, who said you can't overtake on Cadwell, eh? But no, I really wanted that win, do you know what I mean? It's one of them where now I don't care what happens in the last race, I'm going to do my best, but I've had a win, do you know what I mean? It's been a long time coming, and like I said, we fixed our problems coming into this weekend, so the cars are a whole lot faster. But then I didn't qualify very well because the balance was slightly off, and then, like I said, it puts you on the back foot. So race 1, I fought him hard, and he defended well. And this race, I was going to find any gap I could. So I found a gap and got through him quite all right. And then he was right on the back of me coming up the straight, and then tried to go around the outside and side by side through turn 1. It's never easy. I was up the curb as far as I could go, and obviously eventually I understeered wide and Sam had to concede, but no, that was it. And then after the rest of the race I was slow on pace because my mirror was jammed in my steering wheel, I couldn't turn properly, but yeah, no, massive fans to Luke Herbert Racing. The car's absolutely phenomenal, and like I said, all my sponsors from yesterday, and Christian White as well, that I forgot to mention, massive help, because otherwise I won't be on the grid and doing what I love, and especially when I win.
Absolutely. Good stuff. Well, we'll let you get your trophy in a second, but well done. Let's just bring Sam in for 2nd place. We'll do these first, and they'll go and get their trophies whilst they do that. Sam, it's getting spicy between you two, isn't it?
Well, it's a close championship. We're both going for a championship, and yeah. The moving to Park, I left half a car, fair enough. So I could have covered it hard. I didn't think I needed to. There's a bit of debris on the circuit, and I was trying to avoid that. And then, that was fair. But I think the move through turn 1, whatever it's called, I think that was you've got to give a car's width at those speeds. If the car's there, you cannot disappear, and that could have been a nasty accident. But again, it's when you're battling that way, you only look at it from your own point of view. So I look at the video footage, and if it was fair, it was fair, and if it wasn't, then we'll have a look at it, I suppose.
And who knows, with the reverse draw, you two might end up alongside each other on the grid.
Yeah. Well, I love the reverse grids. I think it'll make it interesting for sure. So yeah, just try and get front row unscathed. We've done 2 races, nothing's fell off yet. So apart from a wing mirror,
interested around here.
It should be, shouldn't it? If we can get past the bloody people, yeah.
Good stuff. Anyway, well done. We'll get your trophy in a second, but well done for 2nd place, and we'll see you get on for race 3.
Cheers, Scott. Thank you.
Let's just bring Adam in, who's already describing what was happening with his race so far, but he's now going to head over and talk about his 2nd, 3rd place of the weekend. So again, another trophy to take home, and again, decent weekend all round so far.
Yeah, not a bad one. That one we had a bit of contact at the beginning, and then the steering's really bent, so I had no chance of keeping up with the front boys. But yeah, good race apart from that.
So how do you think the reverse is going to play out? It could be obviously any particular order, but I think one cover you can take is you're starting ahead of these 2 in front of you, so that could be a chance to get your elbows out a bit.
Yeah, hopefully. I just don't think we've got the pace they have at the minute, so we'll try, but we'll hold them up for a bit if we can at least. So
just make your car wide and you'll be sorted.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to make it wide here as well. So yeah, definitely.
Well done. We'll let you get your trophy in a second, but well done for 3rd place. Let's now grab our club class winner, who I believe is Kevin. So let's see if we can bring Kevin across. So Kevin, quick word, and we'll rattle through them pretty quickly because we've got the XRs coming up. So 2nd yesterday, 1st today. So again, looking pretty good on course for the club class at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just a lucky race, I think, with all them going off. I just had to hold my own. Car started to go a little bit slow towards the end, so I really had to defend a little bit. I had to put new tyres on for that, so they sort of ballooned a little bit, so towards the end I was losing the back end and trying to defend. I'm just working the tyres too hard, but I wasn't letting Amos through on that last lap.
Good stuff. We're going to quickly rattle through them, so well done for the victory. Good stuff. Quickly, Richard for 2nd place. Again, is roles reversed from yesterday. So win yesterday, 2nd today for this first one, but again, still very solid points. So what's getting you back on form?
I don't know, really. I had a crash in that one and then just made my way back through, and then had a bit of an incident on my own at the end. But yeah, it's good. It's all good learning, good racing. The track's mega for racing, so it's hard, but you kind of always question whether you're being fair or not when you overtake. But yeah, so for the clerks to decide, I guess, isn't it?
So we'll let you go and sort that out and get your trophy. So well done for second place anyway, and we'll see you get off a race 3.
Cheers, thank you.
Good stuff. Let's bring Clive in once again, who's once again looks pretty pleased with that third place. Another trophy to take home. Again, you'll take that, won't you?
I certainly will, yeah. I didn't catch Mr. Tully though. It was a good try.
That was your goal for yesterday. Keep Martin in your sights and go with him.
It was, yeah. He was trying to hold everybody back, so they kept coming back, but unfortunately he escaped. So better luck next time.
That sounded a bit like Martin, doesn't it?
It does. We all know what he's like.
Good stuff. Well done for third place. We'll see you for race 3 later on.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
Good stuff. Right, that's the Mazda. They'll be back for their third race. Over to Andy to take the grid for the XRs.
Yeah, thanks very much, Scott. So cars are there coming through the Exeter Mansfield on the green flag lap for the second ETSL STXR Challenge race. Now, this is a reversed grid race, so they flip the finishing order from yesterday, but they put the XR Challenge cars ahead of the Class D cars, the newer Fiesta ST. So you've got, in theory, the newer, quicker cars coming from the back of the grid, and they've also been reversed within their own classes. So within that class, the fastest drivers are coming from the back to the front. So this should be a very exciting 15 minutes of racing. Let's very quickly go through the grid then. The XR Challenge cars at the front of the field are headed by Simon Robinson, with Alex Causa alongside. Paul Green and Anton Martin are on row 2, with Jason Hennifer on his own there on the third row. Then we miss a couple of rows. There is a 20-second delay as well before the STs leave the grid. So Lee Barron will be on pole position there ahead of Sam Beckett, with Mark Robinson and Chris Jones the second row within the ST Challenge. Then you've got Michael Heath, multiple former XR champion, and Gareth Pilling on the third row, with Mark Blunt and Ryan Barron row 8 overall, but the fourth row within the STs. Then we start getting into some of the quicker drivers from yesterday: Simon Ricketts and Jordan Shorrock, Alec Townley and Paul Bratell, and then at the back, Ron Lufstad, Michael Blackburn and Chris Grimes. Now, Blackburn and Grimes were non-finishers yesterday. Lufstad towards the back of the field as well. So this will be an intriguing race for sure. Having just said that they reverse within their own classes, I've just realised actually the grid sheet does not, that's not what it is. They just simply put the XRs ahead of the STs. So the race 1 winner, Lee Barron, starts at the head of that ST field with Sam Beckett for company. It was a great race yesterday. A shame that Chris Grimes and Michael Blackburn found themselves falling out of contention with mechanical issues in yesterday's race, allowing Barron and Sam Beckett to coast home to first and second, really, although Beckett had a bit of a attention from Mark Robinson there at the end. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on. Within the XRs, though, that race about to get underway. Simon Robinson, the red number 68 car, has been the pace of the field, so we do expect him to dominate the XR element of the race. The fascination is going to be seeing how high up the overall order he can finish, because he actually, in qualifying yesterday, was the third fastest car on track amongst the newer STs, even in his 30-odd-year-old Ford XR2. So they go through the first couple of corners, and now the bulk of the field get away. There's some contact at the back, and that, I'm afraid, was Chris Grimes again getting involved, and he's damaged his suspension already. Chris Grimes, who came into the weekend 5th place in the championship, looking to try and move into championship contention, is out again on the line. He ran into the back of Ron Lufstad's car because a car ahead of them, possibly Alec Townley, didn't get going. So as Townley was slow away, Lufstad moved to the middle of the road to avoid hitting him, and poor old Chris Grimes was left with nowhere to go. So Grimes out of the race. There may be damage to Lufstad's car as well. We'll try and pick that up in a moment or two. The XRs, they make their way through the top of the circuit. Jason Hennifer there has got himself ahead of Anton Martin, I think that was, but it is Robinson that leads the way. It's Alex Causa second, it's Paul Green in third, and then that fight for fourth place going on behind them. So the overall leader then heading out of Mansfield, the leading STs are, I think, coming up through Chris Curve now towards the gooseneck. Yes, they are. They're coming through the gooseneck. So well, if we hang for a second, we might have just seen them appearing in the background. So they'll definitely catch and overhaul the majority of the XRs. It's whether they can get to Simon Robinson or not. It's a little bit of a handicap race almost, putting the slower cars at the front and then giving the quicker cars a 20-second delay to their start as well, and then saying, right, you've got 15 minutes to try and catch them. should provide a really interesting race, because of course they're also battling for positions within their own class as well. So out of Barn Corner come the XRs, and this fourth place battle between the XR3s is also for a class within a class, because you've got classes A and B, which are the XR Challenge cars. Class A is for the XR2s, Class B for the XR3s, which sees Anton Martin moving back ahead of Jason Hennifer now for the class lead into Coppice Corner. The gap then between the overall leader Simon Robinson and the ST leader Lee Barron is 18.8 seconds. So 18.8 seconds the starting point then at the end of lap 1. Barron, by the way, still ahead of Sam Beckett and Michael Heath, who's up 2 positions then into 3rd place within the STs. I think I'm right in saying, well, I know Michael Heath hasn't won a race yet this season. Has he had a podium? Yes, I think he has had a podium, but he's not won in the STs yet, Michael. Multiple former champion in his XR2 though, which he still has, and I think potentially plans on driving again in the future. So down through the gooseneck go the top 3 runners then. What's going on in the STs then? That's going to be the real interest in this one. Out of Mansfield goes Paul Green, excuse me, there from 3rd place in class. The XR3 is coming through, and then here come the STs down through the gooseneck, and there's a car slow at the top of the hill there. Who is that one? It's 52, 57, and that, I thought it was a Barron. That is Ryan Barron, isn't he, who had problems yesterday, seem to remember, and the 57 car is slow again, unfortunately, partway around this second lap of the race. Sun starting to break through the clouds again now here at Cadwell Park as the ECSL STXR Challenge runners get into the middle part of their race now. Almost 1/4 race distance, 11.25 minutes to go. And there you can see now the STs have almost caught up to the back of the XRs. I think we've had some changes there, haven't we, though? Michael Heath was in 3rd, he's not anymore. So it's still Lee Barron that leads, it's still Sam Beckett 2nd. But who's in 3rd? That's the 27, yeah it is, 27 Chris Jones. So Chris Jones will be to 3rd place. Michael Heath has dropped down into... he's still showing us 3rd on the timing screen, that's interesting. My eyes perhaps deceiving me. Right, the first of the XRs then about to be overtaken by the Lee Barron car, which leads in the STs. So now the really interesting bit of the race begins in a way, because the STs are fighting for positions whilst also trying to negotiate cars that are in some cases quite a bit slower than them. The gap between the outright leader and Lee Barron though is not coming down, it's still 18.5 seconds. So Lee, even in clean air, isn't matching the times of Simon Robinson, and now that he's in traffic essentially, albeit traffic that does not have to get out of his way because it is for position this, he's potentially going to lose even more time, not only to the overall leader, but also to Sam Beckett, who is right behind him, look, as they come down into Mansfield. They dive up the inside of the Jason Hennifer, the Anton Martin XR3. Hennifer's already been overtaken by this group. I stand corrected, by the way, that is definitely still Michael Heath there in 3rd place in class. It confuses me because he's not running the same colours as usual. He did run into the back of Sam Beckett there, though, as they went through the mountain. Sam did well to hang on to that, and that actually delays Michael a bit more and brings the 27 of Chris Jones onto his tail. Michael Heath used to run a car which was a very similar livery to that of Mark Robinson in 4th position. Up the inside goes Jones there. That was a bit elbows out, and I think Jones realised that he possibly was being a bit too robust there and backs out of it to make sure that Heath hangs on to the place, but that really costs some time now to the cars ahead of them. So that time Lee Barron lost 2/10 to the race leader Simon Robinson, and we've now got 9 minutes to go, so I don't think he's going to get there. I think Simon Robinson is going to take a victory here overall in the XR2. He's done it, he's had class wins in all of the races that he's entered. He didn't go to Knockhill, did Robinson, but all of the other races that he's entered, Simon has won his class. But as far as overall race victories, that is altogether harder to do, just because of the fact that these STs, now that the drivers are getting to grips with them, they are that little bit faster than them in theory. The fastest lap of the race, by the way, has been set by Chris Jones a couple of laps ago, 1:48.123, 3/10 quicker than Simon Robinson has done, but they're not consistently quicker, and not by a big enough margin for it to make this a done deal by any means. Adam Mansfield then, top 4 in the STs, pretty close together. Then a bit of a gap back to Blackburn, who's got 55 of 55 for the 80. Yes, it is 55. That's Blackburn actually behind Mark Robinson, excuse me. Robinson then having gained a little bit of ground through the Hall Bends goes the leading battle though, and it is still very close together, and off at the hairpin, I'm afraid, has come the 27 of Chris Jones. He tried to go up the inside of Michael Heath there a lap ago, and this time he almost ended up going around the outside because he'd outbraked himself and loses a position as a result. He might lose a second one as well, I think, to the next car in line, Michael Blackburn, who, remember, has come from the very back of the grid, that blue car, after retiring yesterday. So the 69 is Robinson. What's confusing me as well is that Robinson's transponder isn't working, so he's showing us a lap down, but I don't think he is, and that's from second place. Sam Beckett off at Charlie's. Sam Beckett from second in the STs arrives in shot pointing the wrong way, and that is going to be really costly for his hopes of getting another class podium. Sam Beckett has competed at every round this season, but didn't score particularly high in the opening event of the year, Croft, which is why he's a bit deeper in the championship than you might expect given his pace this weekend. This has definitely been his best showing, but sadly a mistake there has taken him out of podium contention here. He just set the fastest lap as well, Sam Beckett, a 1:47.251, which was a full 3/4 of a second faster than Simon Robinson in the overall race lead, and about 4/10 faster than Lee Barron, who he was chasing. But that so often happens, doesn't it, where a driver is really pushing, setting fastest laps, and then they just overstep the mark a little bit almost in trying to chase after the car in front of them. So that will change the order around. Then he's rejoined just behind Alec Townley in the blue number 4 car. Townley was running 13th overall, 9th in class, so that should be 9th place then now for Sam Beckett. Interesting to see what sort of progress he can make now. He didn't hit anything that I saw when he went off at Charlie, so hopefully no damage to the car, but I would imagine he'll be a little bit more circumspect when he gets to that corner next time by. So Simon Robinson leads the way then by 6.2 seconds over Alex Causer second, who is 9.4 ahead of Paul Green. They are all XR2s. Paul Green, though, only 1.7 seconds ahead of Lee Barron now. So Lee Barron for the podium is definitely doable. He's 17.4 seconds behind this man, though, Simon Robinson, who is showing just how quick a well-driven Fiesta XR2 can still be. Down the gooseneck towards Mansfield, and average speed around here. Well, his fastest lap yesterday, Robinson, was a 50. That can't be right. No, 1:47.84 was his fastest lap, which is a bit quicker than he's gone today. That was an average speed of 73.46 miles per hour. In the car that's over 30 years old. But as long as they're looked after well, these XR2 cars, they're still an awful lot more fun to drive. And a lot of the drivers who have moved up from the XR2s and XR3s into the STs have said that although the STs are faster, they're easier to drive in a way, and not maybe quite as much fun as the XRs. So it would be nice to get a few more of these XRs on the grid so that they don't die out completely. Running them these days is the problem. They can be a little bit pricey, but still great to have them out there, and they're still really, really quick as we're seeing. So has Lee Barron got 3rd place now? He should have done, surely. Should have got himself ahead of Paul Green. There goes Robinson. Yes, Barron is ahead of Green at the line, so just going through the first corner now, Lee Barron is into a podium place, but he's 10.6 seconds behind Alex Causer, who was only about 6/10 slower than him on the previous lap. So that, I don't think in 3.5 minutes that Lee Barron is going to get any higher than 3rd place unless something untoward happens to Robinson or Causer ahead of him. So really good effort that. We expected Robinson to be able to hold his own at the front, although perhaps not to this extent. But we didn't necessarily expect Alex Causa to, because Causa in that qualifying session yesterday wasn't anything like really as quick as Simon Robinson, and Robinson beat Alex Causa to the XR Challenge victory yesterday by about 15 seconds. He's not going to beat him by 15 seconds in this one. So Alex Causa getting quicker as the weekend goes on. So there goes Robinson, waiting for Causa to appear. It's going to be about 6.5, 7 seconds. There he is. And Alex Causa with cause to be happy after this race. Hammers his way through the Hall Bends. 10.6 seconds back is Lee Bowron, waiting for him to appear. There he was, just. And Lee, in turn, about 4 seconds ahead of Michael Heath, who is now second, of course, in the STs after Sam Beckett's spin. So the lead's gone to the penultimate lap. There is the battle, actually, for second, third and fourth. I think that was in the STs, and there's another car off the hairpin now, and that's the 82 of Gareth Pilling. Loses a place to Mark Robinson as a result. But, yeah, Heath, Jones, Blackburn, nose to tail for second, third and fourth in the STs. They're just going through the first couple of corners. That's the battle to watch, I think, now, isn't it, in the final stages? So, are they going to catch Green as well? They're 2.1 seconds behind Paul Green. There you can see Green in the, disappointingly not Green XR2, but then the three behind him on shot now are the second, third and fourth place cars within the ST element of the race. So Michael Heath with one of his best showings of the season here so far. Bit lucky that Sam Beckett went off, I suppose, but Michael's still driven a good race. He really carries the speed into Park Corner. There is Michael Blackburn, who's arguably the driver of the race, really, because he started right on the back of the ST grid, and yet he's still managed to work his way through into, well, fourth place. Can he get a class podium? That would be a great way to round out this second race of three. They've got another one at about 5 o'clock at Cadwell Park this afternoon. So race leader Simon Robinson then through the hairpin, continuing to pull away from Alex Causa, but not at the rate that he was yesterday. The STs, meanwhile, any change there? The answer is no, but I can see out of the window that Michael Heath, as they've negotiated now Paul Green, Heath has pulled a bit of a gap over Jones and Blackburn, who were together going into the Hall Bends. So third place really in the STs is the closer of the battles. There's Sam Beckett, by the way. Beckett 10th overall, which puts him 7th of the STs. Sam Beckett, 2.9 seconds behind Mark Blunt in the number 3 car, who just put in a personal best lap, actually, which was only 3/10 slower than Beckett. So I don't think Beckett's going to improve on that. It's a bit of a shame. That's going to affect his grid position potentially for that final race later on as well. Simon Robinson, though, flawless in his drive here. Hasn't put a foot wrong. He started the race 20 seconds ahead of Lee Bowron, and as they started the last lap, the gap was only down to 17.3. So Lee Bowron has been slightly quicker than Robinson, but not massively. And as I said, he's not even going to catch Alex Causa for second place overall. So we're going to get an XR2 1-2 in the ETSL ST XR Challenge, down into the braking zone at the mountain for the final time, cocking a rear wheel. And there is just something about watching a well-driven XR2. Can't help but have a smile on your face. Robinson through the Hall Bends, then down into the final hairpin. Looks like he is going to bring home a race victory, another class victory, keeping his unbroken record going, but an overall victory this time as well, as Simon Robinson comes out of Barn Corner then, comes across the start-finish line and takes the victory in race number 2 here at Cadwell Park for the ETSL ST XR Challenge. He's very happy with that, flashes the lights in celebration. And now the wait begins for Alex Causa, who comes across the line second. and second place of the XR2s, and then third place will be Lee Barron, who will win in the ST element of the race. There he comes across the line, checkered flag for Lee Barron, and Michael Heath, second place finish. That's a lot more like it for Michael. It was Chris Jones who held on to third in the STs, and Michael Blackburn just missing out on a class podium. Paul Green there comes across the line, seventh overall, so managed to stay well within the top 10 outright in his XR2. The other class that we need to watch out for is Class B for the XR3s. There were only two of them to start with, and it looks as though it's going to be Anton Martin by about 5.5 seconds from Jason Hennifer, but they're a long way down the order. Martin fell down to 16th overall, Hennifer 17th, only Paul Brattel and Ron Lufstad behind them in their Class D STs. There goes one of the XR3s, that is Hennifer. Martin was actually only 3.8 seconds ahead. I think Martin backed off on the final lap, and Paul Brattel there comes across the line as well. Mark Robinson, Robinson's transponder was playing up, wasn't it? So he has crossed the line. That means that everyone, I believe, apart from Ron Lufstad, has taken the checkered flag now. So Simon Robinson wins them. Second place, Alex Causa. They are first and second in Class A for the XR2s. Lee Barron in third wins Class D in the STs, ahead of Michael Heath and Chris Jones, whilst Class B for the XR3s goes to Anton Martin, ahead of Jason Hennifer, 15th and 16th places overall. So good race. We'll have another one for them, as I said, later on this afternoon at 5 o'clock-ish. And there goes Ron Lufstad across the line, last car to take the checkered flag. We've got one more race, though, before the lunch break, and that is the Mazda MX-5 Championship, the Mark 1 MX-5s. And their championship battle is very finely poised indeed between Jack Brewer, Ollie Allwood and Brian Trott, and we could have a change for second place in the championship potentially here. Brian Trott lost that second place to Ollie Allwood yesterday, and he's only 3 points behind him though, so if Trott can beat Allwood in this one, he might be able to be back into P2. They're both chasing down Jack Brewer though, who is looking to try and take his 8th victory of the season, but he hasn't won now for a couple of races, so a bit of a lean spell for Jack Brewer. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to grab that victory here at Cadwell Park. So those cars will be out shortly. We do have that one car, don't we, that needs to be recovered. So we'll get that car moved as quickly as we can, and as soon as it's been done, we will be able to go racing. So the ETSL STXR Challenge cars heading down towards the Parc Fermé. We'll hear from the top three drivers in that very shortly, but for now, Scott Woodward is in the very familiar surroundings. He is surrounded by Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s. Some of them, Scott, sporting some new liveries for this weekend.
If you're eating your lunch at this point in time, we apologise unreservedly, because this is, if you didn't tune in yesterday, it's the result of a bet for Fraser Fenwick's team from a couple of rounds ago. Didn't have a very good angled seat, so his mechanics basically, he put the car together better for Snetterton. And the bet was, if Fraser gets a podium, he will put his face on the bonnet. Fraser got a podium, but I think many people were expecting just to have a little decal on the side of the car somewhere, but it is a full bonnet graphic. But there is a rather sweet message on there from his mechanic Ben as well, so good to see that there's plenty of humour around amongst the competition in the MX-5 Championship. So as a result of the race one yesterday, it's Ollie Allwood who will start on pole position with Fraser Fenwick alongside on the front row, and completing the hat-trick of drivers in the AB Motorsport 1-2-3 is Brian Trott. And of course, remember, Ollie Allwood and Brian Trott are in the championship battle with the driver just behind them. Now, we're going to walk past them and not interrupt him, because I was told by James Tucker not to talk to Jack Brewer, so I'm going to honour that. I'm going to leave him be and let him just focus up for fourth position. We've got Steve Foden here in 5th position, looking well. He's up there in the top 5. Also looking strong, either he missed Croft, is Sebastian Fischer. He's come very close on a number of occasions to getting a race win, has got us quite a number of handy podiums, looking pretty strong nonetheless. Zach Oates, who's a very handy driver, come up from karting, and he's now adapting. We might very quickly actually have a word with Zach and see how he's finding things. Zach, very quickly, this is your first full senior season out of karting. How are you finding the MX-5s?
Oh no, it's brilliant fun. Everyone's treating me nicely. It's going really well. I see up in the top 7, up these guys was really good.
So it looks as though obviously you come from the world of very high intense, junior level racing on short circuits like karting. To jump into something like this, are there any similarities at all, or is it very different compared to the world of karting that you come from?
I can definitely find the similarities in the type of racing. It's close, competitive, but just to drive the cars is a whole different level of board game that I'm trying to get used to now.
If there happens many cars watching thinking I might fancy giving it a go, would you say you advocate anyone giving it a go in this championship like this?
Absolutely, it's brilliant, it's fun, and it's cheap, and it's great. Everyone in is brilliant fun, they treat me so nicely.
And I imagine given this kind of sports car it is, it teaches you quite a lot about mechanical grip and driving it on that, which should, if you're going to go into something like GTs or touring cars, will serve you quite well for the long run.
Yeah, definitely. This type of class will help you in anything you want to go to in the future. The cars are just so hard to drive that it makes it so much easier for whatever you want to go into.
Some quick boys in front of you to try and get past, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a hard race.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Zach. Good to have you with us, and we'll see you in a bit.
Cheers. Thank you.
Good stuff. I'm not sure if the ST cars are going to come down for the podium because they didn't for yesterday's race. So if they do, we'll certainly have a chat to them and see what they thought about that one. Other drivers in the mix, we've got Jason Greatrex. He's one of the many drivers who's in contention for the Masters category, which is for drivers aged 45 and over. So they have their own contest. So Jason running well in that. Brian Trott leads that by the fact that he's not only one of the best scoring on that, but he's also third overall in points. We've got Richard Bartlett here, who's usually one of the busiest drivers around in MX5 racing. He usually does double duty in both the Clubman Championship and the MX5 Championship. And there's a few drivers that do that. We've got the 50 here, I think that's Jordan Pimley, which it is. And then further back down, we've got some of the cars more towards the back of the grid, but certainly other drivers that you'd also see in the club. But some drivers doing double duty. We've got Graham Rumsey here. We've got Bo Parry. He had one or two issues yesterday, but they seem to be fixed and ready to go, which is good to see. We've got the 70 car here as well. We've got Christopher Ginn, we've got Richard Woodson. These guys here have been in the championship for quite a few years, and they're here simply just to enjoy themselves, just to have fun. It's a brilliant paddock and a brilliant championship to be a part of. And it really is close competitive racing. No matter where you are in the field, whether it's towards the front, in the middle, or down towards the back, you have got someone to race with, and it is always fantastic quality. A little further down the grid, that's Kevin Dengate, I think 178, who was our double winner from yesterday in the MX5 Clubman Championship. We've got Adam Craig, he's starting to improve a little bit and looking pretty strong. Tim Dawes also down here as well. We've got number 37, he's our Australian who's been competing. He's been quite prominent in the Masters as well. We might possibly see if we can have a very quick word with Tim, so he's finding it. Tim, good to see you. You always got a smile on your face no matter what with MX5s, haven't you?
Absolutely. Very good fun. Always fun.
It's just obviously because being from native Australia, is there anything sort of similar to this that you've got back home, like MX5 racing or similar to that?
They don't do the one make series so much in Australia. They do a lot of different things, but not this. So it's good to be here and having fun in this.
You've got quite a strong team behind you, so they give you quite a decent car every weekend, don't they?
They certainly do. AB do a great job helping me along, keeping it going.
Yeah, good stuff. So what are you hoping for from this race?
Further up the grid. More the better.
Short and sweet, simple.
Yep, for sure.
Good stuff. Right, we'll let you focus, but best of luck. See how you get on.
Cheers.
Good stuff. And then we're actually going a little bit sort of reverse order in the grid, because this way down, when we get to the kind of 8th and 9th position, 10th place starts all the way down towards the gate. So you'll be able to see some other drivers. You've got 97, which is Kean Donaldson. He's been a driver who's been getting to grips with the championship the last 12-18 months. We've also got down here some more other drivers that are used to being at the sharp end. So we've got Matt Pollard down here, we've got Owen Mills, who's been looking pretty strong at some points. Oliver Graham, who is teammate with Sebastian Fischer in car 22, the blue and orange car. He's had a couple of good results and a couple of podiums, so he's got some good pace if he can make it work. Luke Pullen's down here as well. And so is also Callum Greatrex, who is the son of Jason Greatrex. So plenty of action going on. Plenty of top drivers in this championship, and I'm certain that with the championship battle we've got brewing at the top between Jack Brewer, Oliver Allwood and Brian Trott, it's going to be another incredible race. Everyone appears ready to go, so let's hand it back over to Andy, who can take us a bit more of a look through how the championship's been so far, where we are to this point, and more importantly, the grid for the second race. This one, as it was same as yesterday, should be a thriller.
Yes, yesterday's race was rather good. Top three were covered by 0.8 of a second at the end of it, and it was Ollie Allwood that came out on top, took his only second victory of the season. Ollie had a really sort of mixed start to the year. He had a third and a second place at Croft, which started the season off well, but then he had an issue in the third race at Croft and finished 24th. That became one of his dropped scores. He then had a couple of fourth places at Silverstone, followed by another second, and then another not great race to kick off the Anglesey weekend, where he ended up 10th and then bounced back with a second and a first. So it's just been a bit like that all season long, really. He's kind of has the odd good race, and then it all seems to go wrong. But he's been on a good run since then. He had that second and a win at Anglesey. Snetterton last out yielded 2 fourths and a third, and then that second win of the season yesterday has definitely helped Ollie in the championship. On dropped scores, once they are taken into account, Jack Brewer still has the championship lead on 983 points. Ollie Allwood second on 968. So that's 15 points, the difference between the two of them. And then he's 3 points ahead of Brian Trott on 965. Then you jump back 29 extra points to find Seb Fisher fourth, and double winner from Silverstone, Steve Foden, fifth position, just 2 points behind him. So Jack Brewer, who was only fourth yesterday, finished behind both of his championship rivals. They will be hoping that they can do the same thing again now and start closing down this gap in the championship points. Just 18 points covering the top three in the championship. So that's how the points work out as we move into the second half of the season now. Let's take a look, shall we, at the grid for this second race of the weekend in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. It is a grid that's based on the result from yesterday, so this is also the way in which they cross the line after race number 1. Ollie Allwood on pole with Fraser Fenwick alongside him. Fraser Fenwick is sort of the cat among the pigeons here, isn't he? Because he's not really a championship contender, having had an exclusion from a race at Snetterton, which he can't use as a drop score. So he is all the way down in 8th in the points, but bang on the pace again this weekend. Brian Trott and Jack Brewer make up row number 2. Then Steve Foden, who had those 2 wins at Silverstone, is 5th, ahead of Seb Fisher. Zach Oates and Jason Greatrex round out the top 8. 5th row of the grid then is where we have Callum Greatrex and Luke Pullen, with Ollie Graham and Owen Mills together on row 6. Matt Pollard and Michael Green share the 7th row, ahead of Cian Donaldson and Tim Dorr on row number 8. Row 9 for Adam Craig and Kevin Dengate. Oak Richardson and Richard Wotton round out the top 10. Then it's Christopher Ginn, Michael Pearce, Bo Parry and Graham Rumsey on row 12. Jordan Pimley, Richard Bartlett towards the back of the grid, Brad Jones and Bryn Griffiths likewise, with Ollie Walden rounding them out. Ollie was the only non-finisher yesterday, and in fact he retired on the first lap of the race, so didn't really get going at all in that first race at Cadwell. So that's how they will line up. They've got a green flag lap to do first, and I tell you what, this new livery on Fraser Fenwick's car is clearly doing him some good, isn't it? 2 back-to-back podiums, yet to win did win at Silverstone, the race that Steve Foden had issues in and could manage only 19th place. Steve then came through to win the other 2, but that first race was won by Fraser. So Fraser looking for his second win of the season. Yeah, that exclusion at Snetterton was really unfortunate, because the rest of his weekend went pretty well, actually. He recovered to 8th place in race 2 from the back of the grid and set the fastest lap in the process, and then finished second in the third race at Snetterton, which was that podium that has led to the addition of his new mascot on his bonnet, and again set the fastest lap, and then that second place again yesterday. So that was Fraser's 4th appearance on the podium, but his other 2 had come significantly earlier in the season. So green flag lap then getting underway. We also, of course, have the Masters Championship for drivers aged 45 and over. That's been dominated by Brian Trott, easy for me to say. Brian 3rd overall in the championship, and he's won every race in the Masters category apart from 2. He finished 2nd in the first race at Croft, and then had a non-finish in race number 3 at Croft, which also, of course, will count as a drop score towards his overall championship campaign as well. Brian dropping significantly less points than those ahead of him because of that non-finish. They dropped their 3 worst scores. So Brian drops a 0 from Croft, and then he drops a pair of 8th place finishes, one from the first race at Croft and another one from the last race at Anglesey. So he's dropping 170 odd points. Compare that to Jack Brewer, who's dropping a 15th place finish with the fastest lap. So that was 73 points at Silverstone. 66 pointer from Silverstone as well, and his other drop will be 88 points. So his 3 races at Silverstone, Jack Brewer, are his 3 drops, and he's dropping quite a bit more than Brian, which is why, even though he's almost 100 points clear of Brian Trott on outright points, that gap comes down to 18 points once the drop scores are calculated. So drop scores, they're the bane of a commentator's life, that's for sure, because it makes life very complicated, especially when you get to the championship running. But for drivers, it's good, because it means that if, especially at club level, if you can't make it to a round, if you don't have the finances, for example, to travel to Cadwell or Anglesey or something like that, or your car's damaged and you can't get it out for the next round, or if you just have an off weekend, which Jack Brewer did at Silverstone, it doesn't completely ruin your season. You can have a bad weekend and still be in the championship lead, as Brewer is. The trouble for Jack, though, is he can't really afford another bad weekend. So, okay, yesterday's 4th place was okay, with fastest lap, of course. So he scored 95 points for that. But if he were to have any more issues this weekend, for example, that would definitely hamper his championship aspirations. The last couple of rows of the grid then just starting to move into place. So it's Allwood, the white and blue AB Motorsport car on the right. His teammate Fraser Fenwick in the purple car with the giant face on the bonnet is on the left. And then you've got Brian Trott, the white, green and orange third. You can just see him, the number 83, with Jack Brewer, number 93, the yellow machine, the championship leader, on the left of shot. So waiting for that 5-second board to be shown, which I think has happened, and the red lights go out now. We're away and racing for the second time at Cadwell Park. Now this is always hold your breath stuff down to that first corner. Richard Wottonlook is sideways already in the mid-pack. They're 3 and 4 wide, and it really funnels down into Coppice Corner. Adam Craig is on the inside of the yellow 29. Are they all going to get through safely? 1 or 2 of them up the curb. Someone's on the grass. That looked like Owen Mills maybe was running wide. Did he gather that back together? The risk is there that as you bounce back onto the road, you can end up collecting other people. At the front of the field, though, it's Allwood with the lead, and it's 3 wide for 3rd place, look, because on the outside line is Steve Foden with Jack Brewer, and that was Seb Fisher trying to join in the fun as well. They make their way up the hill. Fisher backed out of it, but Steve Foden keeps on coming round the outside line. I think he's done it, actually. So it's Allwood and Fenwick 1-2, but Foden up to 3rd, and Brian Trott now moving up to challenge Jack Brewer for 4th as well. Trott's on the grass, but he's got some pace. He's on the wrong side of the road, though, into Chris Curve. They're leaning on each other again, and Jack Brewer, I think, will hang on to that 4th position as they go round the long right-hander towards the gooseneck. They're in the top 2 then. Steve Foden looking to try and get back onto the top step of the podium here. He's into 3rd place, which is a good start, having started 5th. 2 places gained then for Foden. And because it's then so much harder to overtake once things settle down, it is really important that if you can make progress on the first lap, that you do that. So this, of course, could have some championship implications, because that's not been a great first lap again for Brewer, has it? He's still 4th, but whilst some others have gained positions around him, he's stayed exactly where he is. The orange car there, by the way, is Owen Mills, so he did survive his grassy moment at the first corner. Side by side into the Hall bends, and right up over the curbs goes the number 7 car. That was Oak Richardson. Hopefully they managed to avoid significant contact. Are they all still there? Yes, they're still side by side, actually. Adam Craig and Oak Richardson there. Craig round the outside. 2 yellow cars together. Bryn Griffiths is the next one behind them, the blue and gold one. But the race leaders come across the start-finish line then at the end of the opening lap of the race. It's Allwood from Fenwick, from Foden, Brewer and Trott the top 5. Seb Fisher is 6th, Ollie Graham 7th, Luke Pullen 8th, Zach Oates 9th and Jason Greatrex still ahead of Callum Greatrex 10th and 11th respectively. So Fenwick in 2nd needs to get on with this, really, because Steve Foden has really caught up to these two, because his progress into 3rd place on the first lap had allowed the top 2 to break away. Now, will those 2 AB Motorsport drivers try and work together here to keep Foden behind? I think they are. Fenwick was pushing Allwood up the hill there, bump drafting as we call it. Theory being that 2 cars pushing each other along are quicker than 1. Hard to do, though, somewhere like Cadwell Park. Callum Greatrex there has lost out to, I think that was Tim Dorr, was it? No, sorry, that's actually Luke Pullen that's dropped down from 8th, I think, into about 11th. So Luke Pullen losing a bit of ground on this particular lap there. The white and purple car, the traditional AB Motorsport colours. He's just behind number 33, which is Jason Greatrex. So that puts him in 10th place, having started the lap in 8th position. Oh, 1 car very, very wide over the grass in the background, the yellow and green car. Tim Dorr was that, number 37, I think it was, and they're 3 wide behind them, look, and that's that's the Adam Craig and Oak Richardson battle, and they've got Bo Parry to play with now. That's Callum Greatrex running wide over the top of the mountain, losing a position therefore to Michael Green. Very lively stuff then at the start of this race. as the leaders are coming out of Barn Corner. Everywhere you look there are side-by-side battles. This is terrific stuff. Allwood then leads the way, sets the fastest lap as well, but he's still only 3.5 tenths clear of Fraser Fenwick. And Foden did drop back again through the second half of the lap. So Steve seems good through the first half, maybe through that final sector, the more technical section through the woods. Perhaps just losing out to the AB cars out in front. So through they come then. Allwood with the lead. And that fastest lap, which will give him the bonus point for the fastest lap. 101 points you get. That's Kevin Dengate running wide. Kevin was victorious in one of the MX5 Clubman races yesterday for Mark 1 MX5s as well, having a strong weekend here at Cadwell Park. They worked their way up through that right-hander at Park Corner. Matt Pollard, I think that is behind him. There goes Tim Dorr, who survived his grassy moment a while ago. 97 behind him is Cian Donaldson. So working their way then through on the third lap of the race, and things just settling down a little maybe in this midfield pack, which is just as well, although as I say that, we've got side by side there. Is that Dengate and Pollard? Yes, it is. Matt Pollard on the inside, number 55, another of Ali Bray's AB Motorsport cars. In fact, both of them are running AB stickers. At this point, I think Ali Bray just runs half the grid. Almost every car out there seems to be an AB Motorsport car. So out through the woods again. The leaders have just completed another lap, and this time around Steve Foden takes a tenth or so out of Fenwick, who in turn loses a tenth to Ollie. The lap time's now coming in, and actually Brian Trott steals the fastest lap away from, it was Ollie Allwood, the race leader, that had it. Greytrex here looking up the inside into the first corner. That's Jason Greytrex on Zach Oates, but Zach maintains the position. These are the leading five though. They've really tightened up now, haven't they? Look, so everyone back to Brian Trott in 5th place, nose to tail. As things stand, the championship lead would come down to 9 points then, with Brewer staying ahead. Allwood would be second, so it's important here that Allwood retains the race lead, and what he really wants is for Brian Trott to come ahead of Jack Brewer as well, take a few more points out of them. As it stands then, it would be a 9-point lead for Brewer, who would be 10 points ahead of Brian Trott, and the top 3 would be covered by 19 points, so it would only go out by an extra point, of course, the gap between the top 3, because Trott has that bonus point. Trott there, the green, orange and purple and white car, number 83. Really keen to get past Jack Brewer here. Got Seb Fisher closing in on this group as well. Seb Fisher, who is 4th in the championship. In 6th position though is Seb, and that would actually drop him behind Steve Foden for 4th in the points. So Steve Foden at the moment looking set to gain a position in the championship as well. It's always difficult to gain ground in these championships for the Mazda MX-5s with the BRSCC, because you score 100 points for a win, then 98 for second, and then it goes down in 2-point increments for each position. So even if you're 3 or 4 positions ahead of a championship rival, you're only taking 6 or 8 points out of them, and if they've then also got some bonus points for fastest laps, that reduces the amount of points you're taking out of them again. So if you can build a lead in the early stages of the season, it can be a little bit easier to defend it in this championship, just because it's hard for the others to take big chunks out of you. Now, is this a challenge for the lead for Fraser Fenwick? Can we add a Charlie's? Looked like it might have been. I think it was just a slightly wider line taken by Allwood, but now that they've dropped Foden again, is that going to spur Fenwick on? Surely Fraser will want to win the race if he can. I know they're teammates, but as I made the point, pretty much everybody is a teammate when you run for AB Motorsport, so you're going to have to race them at some point. And it did look like Fenwick was attacking that time. Allwood was defending and then runs a bit wide out of Park Corner. So I think this is game on now for the lead. We've got 12 minutes of the 20-minute race to go, and Ollie Allwood is definitely watching his mirrors a bit more now, because Fraser Fenwick knows this is a good chance to attack whilst he's not feeling the pressure from Foden. But just like that, Foden's right back with them again. As soon as Allwood made that mistake at Park Corner, it just delayed the momentum slightly of the top 2, and it brings Foden and Brewer and Trott and Fisher all back onto their tail again. So we've once again got 6 cars in a line for the lead. In fact, almost 7, because Zach Oates has got ahead of Ollie Graham on the previous lap, and Zach Oates in the 145 car. He's almost with them, and guess what? That's another Ali Bray car. Another AB Motorsport car about to join in the fun here. Through the final sector they come again, back out onto the pit straight. And, across the start-finish line then it is Allwood from Fenwick, from Foden, Brewer, Trott, Fisher, Oates. There is Zach Oates, look, the 145 car. That's Richard Wootenoff at the hairpin. Seen a few people doing that today, actually. It's one of those corners of all the turns on the circuit that you think might catch people out. That's not really the one that you would expect to see everyone falling off the road at. You'd think maybe the gooseneck or the mountain or the Hall Bends, but the hairpin should just be a fairly straightforward stop-start hairpin, but it's quite steeply downhill. It's an off-camber braking zone, and you're braking on a turn as well. You're turning left actually in that braking zone over a crest, so quite easy to miss your braking point. If you do, it's very unforgiving. You will be on the grass in a flash. So the race leaders then head through Chris Curve. We are almost exactly halfway through the race, 10 minutes and 10 seconds left of the 20 minutes, and this time look how much closer Foden is to Fenwick than Fenwick is to Allwood. So I don't know if Fraser in second place has made a mistake, but for some reason Allwood's just been able to shake free in the lead. We're talking half a second maybe, but in MX5 terms that's a fairly healthy lead. Not enough to break the toe yet, but if he puts in a really good final sector, maybe Allwood might be able to make his escape. Allwood then, winner yesterday, looking for his third win in third win of the season, if he can do it. Through the hairpin. Look at the gap there between the top two. That really has grown now, hasn't it? So I think this is now becoming more of a fight for second place, and as Fenwick slips further and further behind Allwood, he's getting less and less of a slipstream from the leader. That gap was 0.4 at the start of the lap. It is now 1.4. That was a really slow lap for Fraser Fenwick. A full second slower than the leader, so yeah, he's definitely not getting a slipstream now, and that will leave him vulnerable to attack up this back straight. So this is Foden's chance now. If he can get a good run out of Charlie's, he might be able to drag alongside Fenwick, but he's got to be careful, because if he goes for a move on Fenwick and it doesn't work, then there are 3 or 4 other cars right behind him waiting to pounce. So Foden's got to think this through. Allwood is probably not going to be caught now, so in a way Foden can afford to spend the rest of the 8 minutes and 40 seconds solely concentrating on getting second, but it's not going to happen. Brewer's up the inside of him instead, and that's exactly what I meant. Foden went to the outside to attack, and that left the door open for Jack Brewer, and the championship leader needed no second invitation. Brewer then through into third position, and he now is the man that's going to challenge Fraser Fenwick for second, and he's doing so immediately with a good run through the gooseneck and tries to get up the inside into Mansfield. He's not quite close enough though. So Jack Brewer into third, Foden down to fourth, and Steve's going to be frustrated at that. The first real chance that he had there to get ahead of Fraser Fenwick, and not only did it not work, but he ended up dropping down to fourth. But that's exactly the point I was making. If you do try and overtake, Fenwick very wide over the grass, and this is Brewer's chance to get up the inside for second place now. Jack Brewer gets his elbows out and gets second, but Fenwick's over the grass. He bounces back on the road right in front of Steve Foden. They disappear from sight. Who came out of that? Did they all come out of that in one piece? Amazingly they did, and it's Jack Brewer who gets into second place. Jack Brewer then, that was really feisty stuff from the championship leader. You'd forgive him, wouldn't you, for being a little bit more cautious in this, but Jack wants the points. He wants to defend that championship advantage, and defend it he is doing by going on the attack. He's into P2, and he should be able to get away now. Fraser Fenwick doesn't seem to have quite the pace at this stage of the race, does he? And so Fraser drops down into that third position then, with Foden, of course, also losing ground in that lap down to fourth. So Trott stays fifth though. That now will change the championship situation again, and it goes back out to a 13-point lead now for Brewer. Those 2 overtakes have given him an extra 4 points. A lot of work that for 4 points, isn't it? But it means that now only Ollie Allwood is outscoring him, and only by 2 points, because Allwood still doesn't get that fastest lap. That still belongs to Brian Trott from earlier in the race. Brilliant battling there then. Another good scrap here. The 2 Grey Trexes were together yesterday. They were separated by only half a second at the flag. Jason ahead of Callum. change the order again now. They were 8th and 9th yesterday. They are 9th and 10th at the moment. That was a challenge on Seb Fisher by Zach Oates. That for 7th place, and they are off the road if your name is Seb Fisher, and actually they both have been delayed in all of that, and through has come Ollie Graham, so Ollie Graham now inherits 6th place. There's Fisher. Oates is still up the inside of him, but they're no longer fighting for the... In fact, no, that's Pullen, isn't it? That's Oates' teammate in the 27. 145 is Oates, who's just ahead of them. So that's all changed then. Ollie Graham goes 6th, 7th and 8th now for the two Grey Trexes. Jason ahead of Callum, so having said they were a place lower than they each were in yesterday's race, they then immediately gained 2 as it all kicked off in front of them. Sideways, did he save it? Yes, that was Zach Oates, I think a little frustrated at how that all worked out, getting very sideways out of the hairpin. 5 3/4 minutes to go. Matt Pollard now moves up to attack Seb Fisher as well, so Seb Fisher into the 9th lap of the race. Really showing brilliant pace here, is he, Seb? Finished 6th yesterday, but he's about to lose, I think, 11th place to Matt Pollard. Here comes the lead group, and look at how they've fragmented now. Obviously, Zach Oates and Seb Fisher have fallen off the back of it, but Brewer is 7/10 ahead of Fenwick, who's half a second ahead of Foden. So once Brewer got to the front of that group, they've all been going quicker. Jack Brewer, by the way, was half a second quicker than Ollie Allwood, the race leader, on the last lap. The gap's still 2.1 seconds, but I will just keep an eye on that. With 5 minutes to go, that's 3 more laps. If you can take half a second out of him each time, that would be very, very close by the time we get to the final lap. So Allwood, they can see the gap of 2.1 seconds, and Fenwick, in fairness to him, is sort of going with Brewer on this lap. Here come Oates and Pullen. And Oates 9th place then after that failed attempt to overtake Seb Fisher. He did get past Fisher, so I suppose it wasn't a failed overtake. It's just they ended up losing more places than they gained out of it all. Fisher in particular down to 12th place. You can see Matt Pollard did get ahead of him, so I probably owe Fisher an apology. I'm saying he's not having a very good race. He was until he was assaulted by Zach Oates at Mansfield a lap ago. Through the hairpin then. Let's see what these lap times are this time around. Are we going to see that lead gap continuing to come down then between Allwood and Brewer? It was 2.12 seconds. Brewer was half a second faster on the previous lap. This time he is 4/10 faster. It's a 45.4 for Allwood, a 45.0 for Brewer, and Fenwick a 10th faster than that in third with a 44.9. And significantly, Steve Foden has just set the fastest lap. Significant because he gains a point for him and takes one away from Brian Trott. So Trott now loses that bonus point, and Brian's sort of still stuck down in 5th place, isn't he? So not really going with those three. You can see the gap between Foden and Trott. Foden setting that fastest lap meant that he was about a 10th and a half faster than Brian, but the gap's up to 1.2 seconds. There is Steve Foden then, fastest man on the track right now, number 77. As he comes through Chris Curve, there's a bit of damage, look, to the back of Trott's car. That won't be helping him. That rear bumper hanging loose. And then an almighty battle pack behind of Ollie Graham, Jason Greatrex, Callum Greatrex, Zach Oates, Luke Pullen, Matt Pollard, Seb Fisher, all together fighting for the positions lower down and just outside the top 10. Leaders then to the mountain. Now, if Fraser Fenwick starts to apply a bit of pressure to Jack Brewer here, that's actually good news for Ollie Allwood, isn't it? Because it will distract Brewer a little from his charge after the leader, and that looks like it's what's going to happen, because Fenwick's got a second wind in this race and is just creeping back up onto the tail of the second place car. In fact, he's on the tail of the second place car now as they arrive at the hairpin. There goes the sideways, slightly wounded Brian Trott, and then the Graham Greatrex, Oates, Pullen, Pollard, Fisher group. So the gaps this time then, I think the lead gap still comes down again, but only by 4/10 this time, just under 4/10. It was a 45.44 for Allwood, a 45.06 for Brewer. So the gap's 1.3 seconds with 2 laps to go. At this rate, he's going to pick up a bit of a slipstream over the final couple of laps maybe from the leader. There you can see he's almost within range now to get that toe down the back straight, is Jack Brewer. And that might also then help him defend from Fraser Fenwick a bit. Foden drops back a bit on that lap, having set the fastest lap a lap ago. His next lap was a couple of tenths slower than that, 45.0. Still quicker than the leader by 4/10 though, so the leader is the slowest car inside the top 5. So again, strange to see the way that the pace is fluctuating here as we move through the race. There's Allwood, there are Brewer and Fenwick, there's Foden 4th, Brian Trott in the background 5th, Foden on the grass there as he comes out of the gooseneck, but the grass bone dry again now. We did have apparently a bit of rain last night, so the grass was a bit damp this morning, but it's dried out again now. Sun still keeps threatening to burst out from behind the clouds. Over the top of the mountain, that lead gap I'd say is coming down fractionally. If it's under a second by the end of this lap, then Brewer might have half a chance, because that's sort of the magic number. You need to be within a second to get a proper slipstream up the back straight, and I think he will be within a second, won't he? It's the final sector where Brewer is taking a big chunk of time out of Allwood every time, isn't it? The gap sort of creeps down through the first half of the lap, but those Hall bends, look at the way he's reeled them in. They're almost equidistant now as they go on to the final lap of the race. So Ollie Allwood had a 1.3 second lead. It's now down to 0.7, and Jack Brewer has set the fastest lap of the race. The championship leader steals the bonus point back away from Steve Foden, gives him an extra points advantage in the championship now, so that's up to 14 that he is ahead of Ollie Allwood, and he's only 7 tenths behind Ollie on the track. Is he going to be able to get there before the end? He's going to get a bit of a tow. I expect them to be quite close together by the time they get to Park Corner. I don't think he's going to be close enough to attack. If an attack's going to come, it will be over the final half a lap, but he can use this straight to try and close in, but he's not really getting there, is he? It's all about that final sector. That's where Brewer is so strong. But this is a much better showing from Jack, where he just sort of got buried in 4th place yesterday and never really looked likely to make a huge amount of progress. This one, though, he took the ball by the horns, made those 2 really excellent moves on Steve Foden and Fraser Fenwick. And now, with half a lap to go, he's got a sniff of the race win. Down into Mansfield, this gap was over 2 seconds when Brewer moved into 2nd place. It's now under half a second as they come out of Mansfield and towards the mountain, but now overtaking opportunities are at a premium. You can't do it here, and he's not close enough to anyway. But a good run through the Hall bends could yield an opportunity at the hairpins. By that same token, though, Brewer is not going to want to throw away the championship lead with a 50-50 lunge. 2nd place with a fastest lap means he's only losing a single point to Ollie Allwood. I don't think it's worth the risk. Allwood a bit deep into the hairpin there, though, and gets way wide over the AstroTurf. Fraser Fenwick closing back in again. I don't think we're going to see any change, though. Ollie Allwood is going to come through and take his 2nd victory from 2 races so far this weekend at Cadwell Park. Across the start-finish line he goes, then the race victory for Allwood, but the big winner in that, really, Jack Brewer, who loses just 1 championship point to the points leader. To the 2nd place man in the points, and retains his championship lead by 14 points going into the 3rd race later on today. Allwood, Brewer, Fenwick covered by a 2nd at the flag, with Steve Foden 2 seconds further back in 4th. Foden had a really slow final lap for some reason. Brian Trott likewise faded towards the end with that bit of damage in 5th. Ollie Graham 6th then, Jason Greytrex 7th, Zach Oates was 8th. We lost Callum Greytrex. Callum Greytrex dropped down to 12th. Remember, he was right in the wheel tracks of Jason all race, and then suddenly Jason finishes 7th and Callum finishes 12th. Between them, in 9th was Luke Pullen, 10th Matt Pollard, 11th Seb Fisher. So those 3 got past Callum Greytrex there. I think Greytrex must have gone off on the final lap, because his last lap was about 6.5 seconds off his previous best. So I think Callum Greytrex had been off the road somewhere on the last lap, and that's why he unfortunately drops outside the top 10. So yeah, championship wise then, if we give the victory to Ollie Allwood, 2nd place with fastest lap goes to championship leader Jack Brewer, and then 3rd place, the 96 points for that go to Fraser Fenwick. That means that it's 1,082 points for Jack Brewer, which is 14 ahead of Ollie Allwood, and then Allwood is now going to be 11 points ahead of Brian Trott. So Trott definitely losing out this weekend so far, with Allwood having taken a good chunk of points out of him. So we are heading into the lunch break now then, which means that we've got about an hour before our next racing action gets underway. And we can remind ourselves, shall we then, of what the timetable is going to look like for the afternoon, because we are only halfway through the 15 race programme today. It's so much racing being crammed in here at Cadwell. And let's take a look then, shall we, at what is coming up this afternoon. So we will kick things off at about 2:30. It may end up being a little earlier than that, because we're pretty much bang on time. So yeah, 2:30 should be when we restart action with the third race of the weekend for the Motorsport UK British Superkart Championship. Track Attack Race Club at 2:55 have their first of two races. The Fiesta Juniors have their third race at 3:25, ahead of the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup's third and final race at 3:55. 4:30 is when the Fiesta Senior Championship are out for the final time, with the ETSL STXR Challenge at 5 p.m. 5:30 for the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 Championship that we just saw racing, and the Track Attack Race Club have their final race at 6:05. So lots more action to come then later on in the day, and we hope that you will join us here on the BRSCC's various social media pages to keep enjoying the very best that British club level motorsport has to offer. We will momentarily have a chat to our top three finishers, Ollie Allwood, Jack Brewer and Fraser Fenwick, from that very entertaining Mazda MX-5 Championship race. Brian Trott incidentally takes himself another race victory in the Masters Championship, so Brian Trott looking to be in an almost unassailable lead now. Although again, on drop scores, he only came into the weekend about 16 points ahead of Jason Greatrex, who's also been scoring well. So not all sealed yet for Brian. But for now, the lunch break, an opportunity for everyone trackside here to go and grab a bite to eat, for the marshals and recovery crews to take a well-earned break. And again, we thank all of them for their hard work today, keeping the racing going. They've had a couple of incidents to deal with, but generally some pretty clean racing, actually, over the course of the morning. Plenty of stories, though, to be told, and all of the cars that you saw racing this morning, with the exception of the BMW Compact Cup, will have another race again this afternoon. So a brilliant morning's racing, Scott Woodwiss. I know you've got some Mazda MX-5 drivers arriving now at the podium, but it has been non-stop action all the way so far, hasn't it?
I think we're glad for a lunch break, just having the fact we do get a break of some kind, because yeah, it's been pretty much non-stop from the very start, with that energetic finish to the Fiesta Junior. It's all the way through to that very tense finish for the MX-5s. But we do of course have our drivers who are just to my left and to Anthony's right, who are about to head on to the podium to have a chat. I think what we do is actually we'll dive in and have a chat to our top two before they get their trophies. Let's have a chat first of all with our double race winner so far for Cadwell Park. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? It's getting back to winning ways.
Yeah, 2 in a row at Cadwell Park. It's pretty special, actually. It's hard to win around here. It's really technical. It's a difficult track to get the car set up for. So really pleased. The team have done an amazing job, AB Motorsport. All their cars are high up on the grid, so they've done a cracking job. It was a good race, but Jack was coming. I was running out of time, I think. Whether that was tyres going off, or he just had a better setup, or was just driving it better, I don't know. But yeah, did it in the end, so I'm really happy.
It would be intriguing if it was one more lap.
No, I wouldn't. I would have driven the white line down all the way down the inside.
Fair enough. I think I've just seen Ali just now. He wants to go for all 5 wins in all 5 Mark 1 races, so the challenge has been laid down.
Yeah, no pressure. We'll do our best.
Good stuff. Well done anyway. It's a really good win for the championship chances, and yeah, fingers crossed for later on.
Cool. Cheers, Scott.
Good stuff. The man that pressed you all the way was championship leader Jack Brewer, and well, you said yesterday was pretty decent, but I think today certainly makes it even better. But again, one more lap and it probably could have been different.
I think I would have struggled with one more lap, to be honest, because Ollie's been defending really hard and really well all weekend. So I think after Friday, we had a difficult Friday. We tried some things with the car, didn't work. We went back to how we were before, and the car's hooked up quite well. It seems to go better when it's a little bit warmer at the minute, but yeah, I think we're struggling a little bit down the straights, but yeah, I can't complain.
The key thing now is you're going to be on the front row for the third race. It means you'll be alongside Ollie, so more importantly, initially the start's going to be all important to get the sprint towards turn 1. That's quite a tricky rundown there, considering how narrow it is.
Yeah, it's tight, but we always tend to give each other room. There's a lot of respect from all the guys, so it'll be hopefully clean and fair, and then from there we'll see. But massive thank you to Hector Projects and Airborne Graphics and Signs for continuing to support me.
Trying to spoil Ali's party.
Well, I've had one Triple Crown, so it doesn't matter if he does. I just want to win at the end of the year.
You want to win it?
Yeah.
All racing drivers want to win it.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, like I say, the second place here, I didn't think I'd be inside the top 5 this weekend, so I'm I'm quite happy with second.
Great stuff. Well, well done. We'll get you trophy for the second, but we'll see you for race 3 later on. And let's bring Fraser in for third place. Another race, another podium. Not bad so far here in Lincolnshire.
No, not bad. You know, we had some pace there. Would have been better with a second, but little mistakes. You know, it's one of them ones. Congratulations to both of them. They drove really well, both of them, made it really hard for me. But, you know, hopefully we can come back with a win in the third race.
That was one of those races where pretty much the race sort of the front gap expanded and then came back together at various points in the race. It was very much all touch and go at some points, wasn't it?
Yeah, you know, it's such a tight track. It's easy to make mistakes and run off slightly. We all do it. We're all human. Do you know what I mean? So we're all human. But no, definitely makes it hard. Makes it really good racing. But a few mistakes from myself and other drivers, but it brings it all close.
Bonnet graphics working.
It is working. But hopefully we can go one place better in the next one.
I'm sure it'll do Ben proud if you do that.
Yeah, I want a win for him. Maybe we could get him up on the podium when we win.
Well, who knows?
We should.
Good stuff. Excellent. Well done for third place. Good stuff. They'll get their trophies. You sit tight and grab yourself some lunch and refuel, because we've got our second part of today's racing coming up. First race after lunch is our season finale for the Motorsport UK British Supercar Championship, and when that takes place, it's surely going to be an exciting time to kick off what's going to be hopefully a nice few race that will take us into the afternoons here at Sunday. So sit tight, get yourself refueled, and we'll be back for more action at Cadwell Park after this break in roughly about an hour's time. See you then.